Yeah, man, real bomba clock and I set the volume 8. This is the music from the my niggas. Yeah, man. Oh, ribby dim, ribby da. Hey, hey. La 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 la. You man a tribute from Black Hood Ray. Hey, hey, hey. Broken microphone, mystic lover sound, a dream of soul. Will my head alone, living in Zion, but Babylon. Broken microphone, mystic lover sound, a dream of soul. Will my head alone, living in Zion, but Babylon. Por soñar soñé que todo cambiaría, por pensar pensé, luchar a sangre fría sin perder la fe, viviendo el día a día, más con sentimiento que marcó mi sinfonía. Darle pan al que no puede comer, darle bendición al que sepa renacer. 3000 errores solemos cometer, pero solo un gran hombre lo sabrá reconocer. Y me di cuenta de tantas cosas, algunas crudas, otras bastante hermosas. Solo más sabios, personas poderosas, no aquellos bastardos que destrozan nuestras prosas. Es la perdición, mala situación de manchar tu corazón por tu mala acción. Dame una razón para darte mi perdón. Siento que tu alma se consume como el humo de este blon. Derramo poesía, arte mensajero que reclamo cada día. Pretendo ser sincero, más comparto mi alegría con todo caballero que mantenga la presión cuando andamos bajo cero. Sentimientos perdidos con calma, malos actos mancharon tu alma. No pide perdón quien dispara el arma, no sabe que un ladrón se bate con el karma. Broken microphone, mystic lover sound, a dream of soul. Real my head alone, living in Zion, but Babylon. Broken microphone, mystic lover sound, a dream of soul. Real my head alone, living in Zion, but Babylon. One I ganja respect from Volume 8. My niggas on Volume 8, this is key on the studio respect. Alright, alright, alright. Bad boy kills, criminal of soul and rich. Money is a gun for me. Respect the nation. Belong the time like this. Bad boy kills, criminal of soul and rich. Money is a gun for me. Respect the nation. Belong the time like this. Bad boy kills, criminal of soul and rich. Money is a gun for me. Respect the nation. Oh. La 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 la. When I can just smoking from the studio of the on. And when I can just put a nigga on the floor. When I live a sound. Hold him, ah. Bye bye rhythm, bye bye sound in
Isaiah chapter 58 and verse 1. Cry aloud, spare not, lift up thy voice like a trumpet, and show my people their transgressions, and the house of Jacob their sins.
Copyright disclaimer. This content does not belong to Bible Chronicles or claim this intellectual property. The content provided today has and always will belong to the content owner. Bible Chronicles did not have any affiliation with the owner of this property. As mentioned, Bible Chronicles did not intend to make use of any material for the purpose of harvesting gain. However, Title 17 of United States copyright law states material in use can only be done when it's for theological or general educational purposes, and thus Bible Chronicles believes that this principal material falls under fair use, which honors protection and
All right, here we go. Here we go. All right, family. Appreciate y'all guys being here. Shalom. Buenas tardes, buenas noches, buenos días, maybe. In case you're somewhere else in another place, continent, another land, another location. What's up, Al? Shalom, bro. Hey, family. I know I said I'd probably talk to you guys next week and all, but I was told once, not too long ago, that we only live once. You know what I'm saying? We can never guarantee tomorrow. So I saw something this morning that really, I don't want to say triggered, but motivated me. I'll just say this. You guys need to read the book, which was recommended by somebody. I appreciate you, bro. The Art of War. Read the book. So now, without further ado, let me begin so we can get going, okay? So again, family, appreciate you guys being here, and Lord willing, you guys can get some out of this. This is just my research, fam. I'm not saying I know everything. Is it true? Everything leads, like they say, it all leads to Rome. I mean, in this case, it's leading to somewhere else. Anyhow, so let me begin. All right, here we go. Hold on a second. I did a little video instead of like showing little different links, so I can just get to the point. All right, here we go, family. Here we go. All right.
There is a fifth dimension, beyond that which is known to man. It is a dimension as vast as space and as timeless as infinity. It is the middle ground between light and shadow, between science and superstition, and it lies between the pit of man's fears and the summit of his knowledge. This is the dimension of imagination. It is an area which we call the Twilight Zone.
It seems as if they play chess while humanity is playing checkers.
But in some cases, the white father actually did remain in their child's life, but used their whiteness to accelerate the social status of their mixed children. One such example of this was Blanche Bruce, the son of a Virginia planter who became the first so-called African American to be elected and serve a full term as U.S. Senator. To let Bruce tell it, he escaped slavery and attended Oberlin College, a school intended for well-connected blacks, and became his own man, a real bootstrap story, rather than the truth of him being stewarded by his Caucasian father. A common practice of Virginia slave owners was to allow their mixed children to escape rather than freeing them, as not to involve identification or documentation of the state.
I'm no expert in agriculture, but that land out there does not look very productive. Yet your family held on to it for generation after generation. Why is that?
Tell them what he used to say to you. We are not in Visa. Someday we shall reap the harvest from this match part of it. It is promised to us.
Louis Farrakhan, who is another high-level Freemason who runs the Nation of Islam for the Archbishop of Chicago.
A lot of people could say the black community, as well as, specifically the Nation of Islam, they blame white supremacy when we know that those are truly issues.
So we have all these high-level Masonic leaders, black and white, of all these various different religions, working together for agitation among the peoples of this country, but never ever exposing the papacy as the true heart and soul and its real master.
The same people that created the Federal Reserve Bank, the same people that created the League of Nations, that eventually became the United Nations, the same people that created the Council on Foreign Relations, are the same people that created the NAACP and the Urban League, the Boule. These people are deceivers. A lot of preachers, I hate to say it, the devil have preachers.
If Allah is the God of heaven and earth, like you said, then you have to accept Him.
Yeah,
and Him only.
That's it.
That's absolute.
They forced us to convert to Christianity, this new form of Christianity, wherein they were God, they were Christ. Okay? The angels were white, and that the Jews who had converted, the white men who had converted to being a Jew, they also had to, they were on top of us. This white man that we had used from the Caucasus Mountains to help us in our military, they also turned against us. Never trust your enemies, brothers and sisters. We said these are our allies. And the very same allies turned against us. So
that we know who you are. You edited video to lie on me. That trend started by you. That's the
Weasel, the weasel?
That's right. Okay, the conquistador.
Yes. Wow. And guess what, Wetback?
Vamos, güey, pendeja. Vamos, güey, puta. Vamos, güey, puta. Numbers chapter 15, verse 8. It's a free country. This was our country. Now it's the white man's country. Don't sound free to me. Pinche idiota. Vamos, güey. Vamos.
Hey, any of you on my timeline rooting for that punk white one? What the y'all thought was gonna happen? There are people that pack into churches every Sunday to worship this white boy. We know that they're not true believers in the Most High. Freedom. Right, hey, these men and women and child are a bunch of devils. That's right. The white woman and that white god child is the devil. You're a god devil, that's what. You god.
I wanted to make that clear to y'all. Whatever I see, I share, and I share it how it comes, because if you put the dots together, it makes sense now. Now, the video, there was a part you probably got, I'm sure, well, somebody did, all praises, but there's one word that I just caught right now. I had seen that video several times, but I just caught it. Sorry, I'm trying to fix the microphone here. And the word was agitation. I think it was the European guy, the light-skinned one. Agitation, he said. He said that they would do it through agitation. And, I find that funny because you can get agitation through sedition. You know what I mean? You can actually get agitation through sedition. So if you guys put the finger together, who have I been mentioning that would be a seditious nation? And we'll touch on it after. But it's starting to make a lot of sense now. Let me copy this real quick so I don't forget. Show you some things, fam, and then we'll move on. We'll move on. Where am I at? There it goes, right here. I'll see if I have enough space or time, and I'll add it in there. Okay, so let me begin, or at least continue. Let's go to Job real quick. If you guys have any scriptures that the Most High seems to reveal, make sure you post them, but make sure that they actually are related to the topic, family. Okay. I understand sometimes we kind of what I may say triggers certain thoughts, but stick to the notes And let's not mislead the family or the flock. That's our job. We're initiating this walk. It reads here, there is no darkness, no shadow of death, where the workers of iniquity may hide themselves. So we read that yesterday, but it makes it clear here that, whichever religion they might be trying to preach, whatever so-called family attempt, whatever misleading info or mimicking or memes, Wabboisms, HBIisms, Hebrewisms, there is no darkness, no shadow of death where the workers, you guys, Deuteronomy 18:22, just in case you forget, may hide themselves because everything will come to light. Nothing is ever in secret. Even, look, listen, fam, by the way, like today, I was talking to a brother, man, and I caught myself boasting. And literally, man, I'm like, whoa. So I'll tell you, be very mindful that at any moment, this land can twist on you. That's why the only way to defeat this is through self-examination. The moment it shows up, you better shut up and apologize if you can. If not, it'll stay with you. Those are secret sins. That's why it says, don't leave anything in darkness. The Most High is going to see it. You can't hide anything. We can't hide anything. I'm not sure why, but apparently some of y'all believe that you can. Let's check this out. And see, that's the thing about the Most High, and it's the ways that he works things, because apparently now there are people that seem to agree to a certain extent. But I'm going to tell you guys something. Brothers and sisters, you know this. All of us that have walked into these One West camps, right? And all of us that have walked out safely. It took a long process while you're in there, and then a long process to get it all out. We're still dealing with it in some ways. So these brothers, F1 West, we're going to do it our way. No. It's not that easy. You see, those are people that are in the flesh. They've never experienced what we've experienced. So it relates to somewhat of your cup, maybe. It's too late. You guys knew this information. The problem is that you weren't listening to the Moors, your people, the Black Moors or the Moors of New York, wherever they knew these things. You guys didn't want to listen to them. But now that the so-called Hispanics, now that we finally have woken up, now all of a sudden you got this Black Edomites now. So now they're denouncing One West, but it takes more than denouncing, young men. I'm going to call you guys young men. I don't care how much gray hairs you got, because it tells me that you're back to step one. You are no longer an elder. Okay? I want you guys to understand what I mean by this. You see, an elder is somebody that really understands doctrine, that you can rely on, that you can trust on. Now, you come from One West. You came out of that tree just like we did, and it took a long process to wash that shit out because it's still working. You think who created it is going to be separate from himself? Everything about you guys has been this Pan-Africanism, and you still don't see it. But apparently, we got one of the first groups. I really believe Sakari's next. Let's listen in.
Caucasian race.
Thank you, sis. Thank you so much that I wasn't even talking. I appreciate that very much. What a fool. What a fool. Let me show you guys something real quick, because I think you understand my point. Let me get to it.
That's what you're seeing in these One West doctrines. Betrayals and murderers, man. Hatred of their own kind. Have no love.
That was Brother Jephthah speaking of One Body and Yahushai from Dallas, Texas. They are now getting away from the One West doctrine.
You telling them that the One West doctrine is garbage? They gonna hate you. All these guys, man, they believe in these lies.
I recently had a conversation with Brother Jephthah, the man speaking. It was a very pleasant conversation, much different than this.
Don't come into our house with that, man. That's right. Go back and deal with the friendly bruise, man.
The brother is getting away from some of the hateful elements of One West doctrine and adopting a more open stance towards others. Let's pray for his continued transformation.
What kind of person is this? That's a sick person, man. Very sick. That's what you...
Family, listen. It only took what? I left IOIC in maybe January of a year and a half ago, I think. And I got this channel up and running in May. And now we're in August. So it took a year and a half to get to this point, and they've had this book for how many years? Don't let the spirit fool you. Discernment now is the most important thing, because this is their origin.
Remember, O Lord, the children of Edom. Edom means red. Edomite means red people. Now you may ask, well, who is Edom? Who is the red people? That's today's Caucasian race. That is today's Caucasians. Why do you say that they're red? Why does the Bible say that they're red? Because the blood shows through their skin. And that's why I always say, nationality goes by who your father is, not by who your mother is or where you even live. Your nationality is based upon your father's ancestry. Your father and his father and his father and his father. That's how it goes down. Remember, oh,
that's their origin. You know, last time I recall, Abraham came out of the Ur of the Chaldees, not of Africa. So it doesn't matter where his seed would have gone, right? In Africa, it doesn't matter. He still would be of the Ur of the Chaldees, not African, not a Hamite. But hey, what do I know, right? Y'all think I'm a fool. Let's continue. I'm going to learn to put these things together more speedily for y'all. Let's gonna listen into this. This gentleman right here. I'm gonna call him a gentleman because he understands who he is. This is not about me. How can I say it? Hey, you want to know something, family? I'll bet you the majority of the people. Let me read that real quick, bro. It says here, Psalms 55:21. The word of his mouth were smoother than butter. Yeah, it sounds cool. Sounds good. Yeah, you know what I mean? With power, passion, so-called. But war was in his heart because he came to destroy. If you get, he said it himself. If you get in our way, we'll destroy you. With war in his heart, in his mind. His sword were softer than oil, meaning his words. These are words. Yet were they drawn swords. I'm sorry, words. But they were drawn swords, meaning to destroy you. To destroy you. To keep you in an idle state. So then you can be the Mimi of them. But yet they are the Mimi of the Mimi because the Mimi copy us. I know y'all didn't get it, but I'm some of you will. We're going to speed this up a little bit. It's going to be about 8 minutes. Listen, family, my loved ones went to visit their grandma, so I got time. All right, I'll stick around as long as I can. If not, then I don't know how long you'll go. An hour and a half, 2, maybe 3, maybe till 9. It's 6:25. Let's see how it goes. All right, let's begin. I keep saying that. Let's go.
We having class today, family. Let's go. Let me turn the light on. Africa all in my house. Let me clean my screen. Africa all in my spot. Lions in Africa all in my spot. My whole motherfucking couch is an African village. You hear me? So don't listen to niggas talk about sheep face. Okay, now here we go. Bam! You ever wonder why everything is centered right here? The Hebrew Israelites claim to be from here. The Egyptomaniacs claim to be from here. Everybody is fighting for this central area throughout history. Right? So I said King T, King Tut, and Queen T come from West Asia. This is considered West Asia. It's the western part of Asia. We consider this West Asia. 15,000 years ago was a fucking ice age called the Laurentine Ice Sheet. Look it up. You ain't gotta believe me. The Laurentine Ice Sheet. What? Nobody here. The Native Americans came in through the Bering Straits. These an East Asian type came in through the Bering Straits, which comes up over here into Alaska, into Canada, and on down into the United States. They migrated over the years and then populated Brazil, the Caribbeans, and all this. So it's no kinky-haired, nappy black people ever originated from the Caribbean islands around here, from Brazil, from the Americas, or Canada, or Alaska. We never, ever, ever, ever in history came over here until the transatlantic slave trade. That's just a fact. Get over it. We were always here. And we didn't travel. We were like landlocked. Do you see anything around here? And we had canoes. We didn't have ships like that. Ship technology came up from the Portuguese. Advanced shipbuilding technology in the late 1300s. And then, and only then, did human trafficking began to cross large body oceans, because they developed ships that can cross large body oceans. Prior to that, you would have sunk or drowned and died. So when you talk about migration and people populating, technically they're not talking about you sub-Saharan Africans. People migrated up out of here. Because North Africa has never been black Africa. Ever. Ever. I'm from here, tropical Africa. My DNA says mainly Ghana and Nigeria. This is called tropical Africa. Even the Congo is tropical Africa. I'm a tropical African. These are desert Africans. I'm not a desert African. You're not a desert African, and you never have been. I'm a tropical African, and I'm a proud tropical African. We come from the Bantu expansion from here, and the Bantu expansion went out, and we ended up in Western Central Asia, Africa. Bantu expansion. Bantu expansion. I mean, like, you can like look up all this I'm talking. I'm just shitting this off the motherfucking head. And this is what we were. These people are not part of the Bantu expansion. Algerians, Moroccans, Tunisians, Libyans, and Egyptians are not what we consider black people. And never have been. The only reason these Nubians that came from down here, they were lucky because they lived close by the Nile, so they were able to sail up here to a certain point, which is the first cataract right here. They can't sail no further from here. They had to get off the goddamn boat where they was on and walk through the desert and land. So once you start studying migration and evolution, history becomes more simple for you.
And remember, family, everything I do has a purpose. Remember, migration. If you follow migration, you'll know exactly what's going on. So I have a video that I will show you. That's why I said stick around. It's going to be a very delightful night. For you guys that are finishing Sabbath, all praises to the Most High, that he's using me as an instrument, at least, to keep you away from the doctrines of devils. Because I'm not trying to force anything on you. I'm giving you information, and then you go take it and verify it. If it makes sense and you understand and the Spirit discerns it, then all praises. I'm not trying to convince you. This is what I know. I'll tell you this. If I'm a messenger of wickedness, I already asked the Most High to destroy me. He hasn't. So I don't know. All I know is that I fear the Most High. I have a home that believes, and my works and my faith. That's all I rely on. And then no, if I'm an agent of the Most High. I'll tell you that. So people are calling me an agent now, and what has happened to be last year, but then they told me on TikTok. Whatever, man. You brothers that I talk to, y'all gonna get to know me. You'll see. I'm just like you, maybe worse. All right. Let's hold on. I'll shut up now.
And more understanding. Like, People are, oh, well, we were already here. Straight 100% bullshit. You know how you can really prove it? Like you have the Amazon jungle, which is huge. And they have uncontacted tribes who've come out the Amazon jungle that weren't in contact with humanity. We didn't know they were fucking there. They all living up in the Amazon. And when they come up out that Amazon, and all 100% of uncontacted tribes that ever come up out any of these areas have had straight black hair, just like the Native Americans do. There has never, ever, ever, ever in history been a nappy, kinky-headed people that came up out the Amazon jungle. You can't find an uncontacted tribe with nappy hair anywhere in the Western Hemisphere. They weren't there. You niggas did not go nowhere and populate a goddamn thing. You were always right here. You had canoes at best filled it in and populated it from the Bering Straits on down and populated the New World. There was never, ever, ever in history a nappy-headed black people in any of these lands until the Atlantic slave trade in the year 1490. You guys just got there in 1490 through the transatlantic slave trade. You didn't populate none of this. That ain't true. I'm sorry. And North Africa has never been black Africa. Ever. And we've proven that. But people just still in denial because they're into that old Afrocentric bullshit we've been debunked already. So Chief X goes hard for this reason. That comes from our identity crisis and a lack of understanding of science. Come on back to me. Talk black to me. So I've been having these heated discussions is because people are hard-headed and they don't want to change. See, you're supposed to change with truth. I'm a sincere, I'm what you call a sincere truth seeker. So I roll with science, I roll with the truth. Most people are belief seekers. They're not truth seekers. They roll with a belief. Or they thought this, or somebody told them something, this is what they believe. See, I may believe something today and find out something different tomorrow. I'm throwing that belief in the motherfucking trash. I don't have what you call, and what I call a lot of people, is foolish pride.
And what is the first thing that it destroys? Find that scripture for me, Al, if you can, brother, whoever can. Regarding about pride destroys before anything, something like that. I'm telling you, family, it's becoming very, very, very interesting because, again, we're going to get, remember, we also got to be mindful that those that appear to be, look, even then, okay, they still don't get it, family. These guys still don't get it. You see, they still think that it was just black on black crime. No.
Bruh.
It's not about that. It's not about that. You guys are forgetting who the first enslaved, perpetual enslaved were until between 1760-ish to 1865. You guys had it probably bad about maybe good and bad miscegenation. So it's difficult to kind of determine. But you didn't have it as bad as you said. So be mindful, family. Be mindful where this root comes from.
Short thoughts.
To the Gilbert Archives like you suggested. And I found out a lot of interesting things, especially about your family.
William Ellison was sent by his master to apprentice to cotton gin and grist mill maker in Winnsboro, South Carolina, 1802. Ellison spent 14 years learning to be a skilled gin maker. On June 8, 1816, Ellison was granted his freedom. With this freedom, Ellison went into business for himself as a master cotton gin builder and repairer. This would lead to owning his first 2 slaves according to a 1820 federal census.
See how they put black people, and if you find out about this guy, you'll find out more. Let me continue.
Ellison's slave count increased to 12 working in his shop by 1840. As Ellison's success grew, his slave count would continue growing, shown in the 1860 census. Only 5% of the people owned as much land as Ellison, having not only his gin shop, but also a 900-acre cotton plantation.
Short thoughts.
900-acre plantation, you would need a lot of people. You think they were all black now? Come on, man. Or West Africans? You think they were all West Africans now? Hell no. Shalom, bro. Thanks, bro. Proverbs 16:18. Pride go before destruction, and a haughty spirit before a fall. Because I'll tell you this, when I found out about all these things, man, I wasn't just like, I was like, bro, I don't know. Let me check this out first. And if I find out that I'm not, then I'm not. It's that simple. But like he said, some people are not like that.
You guys got
listen to him again. Because this guy he has information, but he's still blaming you know who. He's not blaming himself or themselves. So listen, the reason why I say West Africans are Canaanites, and I say Canaanite slasher or slayer, is because I'm trying to help you bring you off this pedestal that you put yourself in, because there is a tribe out there that is making decisions for y'all, and they're making you guys look really dumb, and they're force feeding this shit in your face, and you guys are not seeing it. I'm trying to be a friend, I guess. He's trying to be a sincere brother. Look, man, if I was a so-called real forever Mexican and I had nothing to do with the Bible, our history wasn't in there, and it didn't match, like Deuteronomy 28, it matches to the T. Vocab, shut up. You're welcome to come here. Call my phone number. You told me not to, but it's okay. Anybody can come in here and try to rap with me, and it's not rap, but try to, spit game and say, hey, I got this, I got that. What's going on? Show me this. Let's see. We hit all the scriptures on verse from 28, 1 through 68. We hit every single one without a doubt. You guys better start realizing that we are on the winning team. I know a lot of us been losing team. Whatever parents, background, whatnot, y'all need to start dancing for joy. This is starting to, hey, Elisheva, remember you put that message, like the crumbling picture, right? That was crazy on Facebook. It's perfectly said, better than words. Let's go.
got to stop stealing other people's culture and be proud West Central Africans. And worry about your own shit. You're Black Americans now, you're African Americans now, but you're distant descendants of West Central African peoples. That's your bloodline. Focus on your shit a little more. And get out of everybody else's shit. Because on the world stage of academia, y'all making black folk look bad, destitute, thirsty, unhappy, low self-esteem of your own shit. You're making us look bad at this point. I had to debunk that the ancient Egyptians is not.
Hey, listen, family, I want to tell you something real quick. I wanted to pause you and show you this. So what we're looking at right now, what we're seeing is a breakdown of a doctrine. You see, family, for a long time, we were in doubt. We were put against the wall. We had to prove to them who we were. We weren't even trying to prove it to us. We were trying to prove it to them. That's what they wanted. Darkness will always be exposed. Will always be exposed. That's what happens, bro. Truth, trust and believe that they did their research. They just didn't like what they came across. Hey, man, That's what it is, bro. Straight up. Because I couldn't, man. Come on, bro. I'm not smart, man. I'm not. Trust me, family. I'm the dumbest. With all this so-called brain, I should have done something in my life. I could have been an attorney, maybe, whatever. I don't know what. But guess what? I didn't do shit with it. So it doesn't matter. The Most High is giving me this spiritual intellectual ability. It's not of the flesh. Because I know where I'm at when I go there. But it ain't fun. So I'll praise this to the Most High. So first, and I want to say, look, I'm not trying to break you guys down, because just the fact is that you guys need to get off your horse. And they lied to you. So if you are our people, or if you are Israel, I'll say Israel, then you got to do examinations now. You got to get rid of that whole woolly thought and dark skin, and now you got to look at you. It has nothing to do with your face. It has nothing to do with your strength. Can you be meek? Can you have discipline? And can you love your family? Doesn't require strength. It requires wisdom. Applicable. Because you see, I'll tell you this right now, that I was talking to a brother, and I'm going to put it in here because I want to remind myself, okay? There you go. All right, let's just go.
I had to debunk that the ancient Egyptians is not black people. The ancient Egyptians were not black people. And what happened was, for years and decades, thought that Nubians and Egyptians were the same people. They were dead wrong. They are totally different people. They speak a whole different language family. Nubians are what we would consider black people. Egyptians were not black people. So what had happened was that Nubians conquered Egypt for 100 years almost out of 3,000-year history of Egypt. 3,000 year of history of Egypt, Nubians who came up from the south after Egypt was in its decline and falling off and doing bad, then the Nubians were able to conquer Egyptians and took over politically, right? And what happened was they have Nubian statues in Egypt. So people were confusing Nubian statues and Nubian artwork with Egyptians. They had it all confused. I had to iron it out. Nubians and Egyptians are not the same people. They're totally different. One kinky hair, one straight hair. The ancient Egyptians are Caucasians.
Short thoughts.
We must first address the truth. Yes, free blacks did own other blacks as slaves. Primary sources such as census records, manumission records, and diaries prove the numbers of free black slave owners and the number of black slaves owned by them. Still, there are those who simply didn't know this historical fact. For instance, the great intellectual Booker T. Washington said, quote, "My own personal recollections bring no case in mind of free black men owning spaces, nor am I able to refer you to any books making reference to this phase of slavery in case it did exist."
All right, so what does that sound like now? That's what BHI did. I don't know what this book is like. Hey, no me lo enseñes, cabrón. Este dice la verdad, güey. That's what you guys did, man. Stop lying. You see what I'm saying, fam? This is trust and believe that this guy is not sincere. I even posted on his channel and said some real shit. I haven't had a response. I'd love to talk to him, man. If he's a sincere brother, I don't care. But this is not looking sincere.
End quote. Yet, free blacks owned slaves in each of the 13 original states and later in every state that had slavery. Blacks became slave owners early in American history. In 1654, Anthony Johnson and his wife Mary won a court case in which they gained the services of their black servant, John Kaser, for life.
Short thoughts.
And remember, Spain was allowing West Africans to come down to the Spanish area from the 13 colonies because we weren't enslaving people, but they would go to our locations and enslave us and enslave our women. As soon as they were bleeding, like that dumbass. Oh, it was you, white man. You. As soon as our daughter started bleeding, I'll bet you that you've seen this information, and it probably burns you because somebody in your family is African from that area. I'll bet you anything. Don't trust these people, family. Do not trust these people. Not yet. At least it's
Black Americans.
It's like this, fam. Scriptures say, prove a friend. Even me. Prove me all the time. Even me. Let's go.
Black Americans, with their low self-esteem and their identity, have been culture vultures. And we need to admit this and move forward. We claim to be the Moors, the Native Americans, the original Chinese, whatever the fuck that's supposed to mean. We've claimed everybody's culture except our own. People took on comedic names for a fucking reason. But today you'll want people to start backpedaling. Oh, we're not claiming that we're them. Bullshit. I've already showed what you guys consider master teachers, claiming that we are the Egyptians. So ain't no backpedaling unless you're correcting them. If you're not correcting them, you're on the same line and doing the same bullshit today. People on the continent of Asia, they don't all claim each other as one people. It's not all Asia love. It's not like that with continental Africans. This is just a thing specifically for Black Americans. Because we have the identity crisis. We have the confusion. Ethiopians on the continent know goddamn well they have nothing to do with Nigerians, Angolans, or South Africans, or Nambians, or Kenyans. They know that they are different people. They know they have a different biological makeup. They know they have a different genetic structure. They know because they have a country. And this is they are countrymen. They know their culture is different from a neighboring country. We just the ones confused. I looked all over. For several months now, for some Black Coptic speaking people. Couldn't find any. When I looked at the Coptic Christian church, all in Egypt, there was no Black people there. When I heard some people speaking Coptic, none were black. Now this is one dude on YouTube speaking Coptic, and he looks biracial, right? He's the only one. But outside of that, no Black Coptic speakers. Because Coptic Christianity in ancient Egypt was influenced by the Greco-Roman world. More so Greece. The Greeks. Right? So when the Greco-Roman world came into Egypt, aka North Africa, those people who speak Coptic were influenced by the Greeks. Loan words and all.
Hey, family, this also would challenge what Paul looked like, right? Yeah. Wait, hold on a second. Gotcha, bitch. Let's continue.
And all that. Coptic script writing looks like Greek writing. So, when the Greco-Roman world came into North Africa, they were dealing with not black people. You guys are way down south. When the Greco-Roman world came to North Africa, they was dealing with them people who you see in Egypt right now today. That's another way you know the Egyptians wasn't black. Because there's no black Coptic speakers. How you guys gonna get around that one? Right? So, Greco-Roman world, more so Greece, came into North Africa, aka Egypt, influenced them with religion and a belief system. When the Arabs came in, they influenced them with Islam. The Greco-Roman world influenced them with Coptic Christianity. And Greek looked like Coptic. They wasn't fucking with you niggas. You guys are way down south. This is how you know the ancient Egyptians was not black people.
There is a fifth dimension, beyond that which is known to man. It is a dimension as vast as space and as timeless as infinity. It is the middle ground between light and shadow, between science and superstition, and it lies between the pit of man's fears and the summit of his knowledge. This is the dimension of imagination. It is an area which we call the Twilight Zone.
It seems as if they play chess while humanity is playing checkers.
There is a fifth dimension, beyond that which is known to man. It is a dimension as vast as space and as timeless as infinity. It is the middle ground between light and shadow, between science and superstition, and it lies between the pit of man's fears and the summit of his knowledge. This is the dimension of imagination. It is an area which we call the Twilight Zone.
It seems as if they play chess while humanity is playing checkers.
But in some cases, the white father actually did remain in their child's life, but used their whiteness to accelerate the social status of their mixed children. One such example of this was Blanche Bruce, the son of a Virginia planter who became the first so-called African American to be elected and serve a full term as U.S. Senator. To let Bruce tell it, he escaped slavery and attended Oberlin College, a school intended for well-connected blacks, and became his own man, a real bootstrap story, rather than the truth of him being stewarded by his Caucasian father. A common practice of Virginia slave owners was to allow their mixed children to escape rather than freeing them as not to involve identification or documentation of the state.
I'm no expert in agriculture, but that land out there does not look very productive. Yet your family held on to it for generation after generation. Why is that?
Tell them what he used to say to you. It'll be like that in Israel. Just a little hunger. Someday we shall reap God's harvest from this patch of earth. It's promised to us.
Louis Farrakhan, who is another high-level Freemason who runs the Nation of Islam for the Archbishop of Chicago.
A lot of people could say the black community, as well as, specifically the Nation of Islam, they blame white supremacy when we know that those are truly issues.
So we have all these high-level Masonic leaders, black and white, of all these various different religions, working together for agitation among the peoples of this country, but never ever exposing the papacy as the true heart and soul and its real master.
The same people that created the Federal Reserve Bank, the same people that created the League of Nations, that eventually became the United Nations, the same people that created the Council on Foreign Relations, are the same people that created the NAACP and the Urban League, the Boule. These people are deceivers. A lot of preachers, I hate to say it, the devil have preachers.
If Allah is the God of heaven and earth, like you said, then you have to accept Him.
Amen.
And Him only.
That's it.
That's absolute.
They forced us to convert to Christianity, this new form of Christianity, wherein they were God, they were Christ. Okay? The angels were white, and that the Jews who had converted, the white men who had converted to being a Jew, they also had to, they were on top of us. This white man that we had used from the Caucasus Mountains to help us in our military, they also turned against us. Never trust your enemies, brothers and sisters. We said, these are our allies. And the very same allies turned against us. So
that we know who you are. You edited video to lie on me. That trend started by you. That's the
Weasel, the Weasel?
That's right. Okay, the conquistador.
Yes. Wow. And guess what, Wetback?
Cállate la boca, pendeja. Cállate la boca. Cállate la boca. Vamos, güey. Vamos, güey, pendeja. Vamos, güey, puta. Vamos, güey, puta. Numbers chapter 15, verse. It's a free country. This was your country. Now it's the white man's country. Don't sound free to me. Pinche idiota. Vamos, güey. Vamos.
Hey, any of you on my time I rooted for that punk white one. The f*** is always gonna happen. There are people that pack in the churches every Sunday to worship this white boy. We know that they're not true believers in the Most High. Freedom.
Right, hey, the men and women and child are a bunch of devils too.
That's right. The white woman and that white god child is the devil. You're a god devil, that's what. You god.
Let me show you this now. It's called The New Voyage of Italy. Let's go to page 139 and 140. So in this book, it says here that the Portuguese Jews are black. Okay? Who started the slave trade? Portuguese. It says here that the Jews in Rome, Portuguese Jews, but not all Jews are black. Northern region. But the Jews were originally in Germany. There's an example. Prague, Jewish nation, Jewish traditions. So he's talking about these things, right? But at the end of the day, this is what his conclusion is. So he's looking at their knowledge. He's like, listen, man, they can't really, their customs are all different. They can't tell me who their real ancestors are. Yiddish is not Hebrew, Sephardics, so shut your ass up. Okay, that's not Hebrew. Okay, it's not. I'm sorry, it just is what it is. It's a mixture of German. Okay. Now, it says here, the answer I have then, to make you in a few words, about this affair, is that these Jews have furnished me with nothing that one can draw any use from. And indeed, what could they say to Christians that the Christians, meaning white folks, do not already know as well as they? Why? Because they know what happened in 711 AD. And they know that the Moors and the so-called Jews were in cahoots with each other. But they also know, because they have the material, that they're not true. Have they any secret source or immediate revelation? Who are those people that pretend to teach each other? Now, this is not a white man saying that only black Jews are not the people. He's talking about all of them over there in Europe. All the white ones too. It says here, who are those people that pretend to teach each other? On the contrary, they are sort of poor sort creatures, so filled with false notions, so conceited of their monstrous ideas, that I would never advise young people to have any commerce with them, for fear of receiving from them some ridiculous prejudice, like the damn Willie Lynch. Like the damn Willie Lynch. That is the biggest lie that could have ever, that the so-called black man. It says, it's called The New Voyage of Italy. Let's go to page 139 and 140. So in this book, it says here that the Portuguese Jews are black. Okay? Who started the slave trade? Portuguese. It says here that the Jews in Rome, Portuguese Jews, but not all Jews are black, northern region, but the Jews who were originally in Germany, there's an example, Prague, Jewish nation, Jewish traditions. So he's talking about these things, right? But at the end of the day, this is what his conclusion is. So he's looking at their knowledge. He's like, listen, man, they can't really, their customs are all different. They can't tell me who their real ancestors are. Yiddish is not Hebrew, Sephardics, so shut your ass up. Okay, that's not Hebrew. Okay, it's not. I'm sorry, it just is what it is. It's a mixture of German. Okay. Now, it says here, the answer I have then, to make you in a few words about this affair, is that these Jews have furnished me with nothing that one can draw any use from. And indeed, what could they say to Christians that the Christians, meaning white folks, do not already know as well as they? Why? Because they know what happened in 711 AD. And they know that the Moors and the so-called Jews were in cahoots with each other. But they also know, because they have the material, that they're not true. Have they any secret source or immediate revelation? Who are those people that pretend to teach each other? Now, this is not a white man saying that only black Jews are not the people. He's talking about all of them over there in Europe. All the white ones, too. It says here, who are those people that pretend to teach each other? On the contrary, they are sort of poor sort creatures, so filled with false notions, so conceited of their monstrous ideas, that I would never advise young people to have any commerce with them, for fear of receiving from them some ridiculous prejudice, like the damn Willie Lynch. And pay attention, family, what that means, because we're going to see it in action right now. Right now. Oh, no, not this one, not this one. Come
What
on.
exactly did black people ever?
Come on. This one. Gosh darn it. So I'm talking to myself, fam.
Man, that's the most hardest thing.
For the word of God is quick.
Here we got a new camp. This is OFI, only for Israel. I want you to watch as they push people around and then have a disabled lady give them boot kisses.
All praises. All praises.
It says it's called, they have the material.
All praises. All praises. That's humility. That's humility. That's humility. That's humility.
Sharp.
Family, I wonder if they're going to be also saying the same thing. Listen, that's why this book says, any notion of this silliness, man, get away from them. Never advise young people to have any commerce with them, for fear of receiving from them, saying that only black Jews are not the people. He's talking about all of them over there in Europe. All the white ones, too. It says here, who are those people that pretend to teach each other? On the contrary, they are sort of poor sort creatures, so filled with false notions, so conceited of their monstrous ideas, that I would never advise young people to have any commerce with them, for fear of receiving from them some ridiculous prejudice, like the damn Willie Lynch. Like the damn Willie Lynch. So let's now I think with all of that said, let's see if now we can have some clarity with this book here. Joel 3:1, because before there was hiccups. Now we're seeing it. For behold, in those days, in the future, in that time, when I shall bring again the captivity of Judah and Jerusalem, again, right? I will also gather all nations and will bring them into the valley of Jehoshaphat, Jehoshaphat, and will plead with them there for my people. Now, he's going to bring all nations. He's not going to plead like, oh, let's sit and talk. Nah, he's not going to do that. And for my heritage, Israel. Now, remember, other nations have been enslaved. But who is the drop of a bucket? Us or them? Whom they have scattered among the nations and parted my lands, and have cast lots for my people. They have given a boy for a harlot, and sold a girl for wine, that they might drink it. Yea, and what have ye to do with me, O Tyre and Zidon? Now we know what that means. And the coast of Palestine, right? The Muslims, the Arabs, the Moors. Okay, now we're getting clarity. Okay. Will you render me a recompense? And if ye recompense me swiftly and speedily, will you return your recompense upon your own head? Because ye have taken my silver and my gold, and have carried into your temples my good, pleasant things. Our people, the children of Israel, the children also of Judah, and the children of Jerusalem, have ye sold to the Grecians, that they might remove them far from their borders. Far from their borders. You understand what that means, fam? You understand what this means? If you weren't seeing this book as clear as it is now, then I can't help you. Because now we're going to tackle this right here. Let me give you this. Hey, I'll praise this, brother. Appreciate you for the direction that you took me. So I got something for us here. Here it goes right here, family. So this is called Black Nobility, Terror, a production of Rima Marketing, blah, blah, blah. All right? Theoretical physics. All right? This is what he found about black nobility. From Venice to Bohemia to London. What the hell? Now remember, blackity, black. Who was the Europeans from 711 AD to 14? Blackity, black. The royal house of Europe that ruthlessly eliminates all that dared to stand in their way. Eligarch, elitism, I believe. Leave the thinking to us, they say. Now listen to this. They blew my mind right here. Look at this. Watch this, okay, guys? Check it out, family. Check it, get out. Gotcha, bitch. It is important to note that the European black nobility is responsible for the insidious entanglement of the numerous secret societies, lodges, and organizations which are backed by the high finance and powerful political connections such as see a bunch of these things for the sake of allegedly, right? They say allegedly, and many others. So let's focus on this page here. Shouldn't be too long. Venetian nobility. The term black nobility has a far deeper significance than just noble support for the papacy, and actually stems back to the times of empires that predated ancient Rome. This goes real far, family. Before the rise of the Roman Empire, world dominant power in the Mediterranean, there existed a very specific cartel. Holy shit. Oh my God. Now, Meshi, in case you catch this, you remember you told me that they had to do something with it, of oligarchical families, mainly centered on Babylon, Persia, Greece, Tyre, and Phoenicia. Sorry, I'm getting happy with it. These oligarchical families were powerful families who had significant influence in the great regards to commerce and trade. Listen to this. Powerful families who had significant influence in regards to commerce and trade, and that resided in, right? They were what? Merchants of the sea. The black nobility. Merchants of the sea. For a period of time, Persian Mede, blah, blah, blah. Anyways, here we see Phoenicia. The first three crusades, middle of the East, in this time, 10 to 6 to 11, 2000. Remember, they were already conquering Europe. Okay? Metal time law commerce. Listen, that's under the UCC code. Man, I got deep into that. I used to do what's called securitization audits. That's what the whole the fall of 2008. I can go deep in that, bro. Like the whole where the loans went, how they were stacked, the security that was backing it. I'll do a class on that, man, just for the sake of it. Very interesting. They're always involved. Let me get that for you, bro. Psalms 17:10. They are enclosed in their own fat. Oh, praises. With their mouth, they speak proudly. Yeah, but they're letting themselves know they're letting themselves know who they are to us. Very clear. But all that fat, all that slaughtering on their mouth. I don't give a shit. Yeah, we're ruled Europe. Okay. Thank you. Hint, hint. So as you can see that these guys, check this out. This was a strategic, powerful family. The wealth of this brought to Venus was such that Venetians were able to develop and provide military and naval support for the Crusaders and ventures into the Middle East, and thus Venice became not only economic power but a strategic power for Eastern Byzantines of the Roman Empire. 1082. See that? And we see here just distinguishing individuals. Up until 1172, control and rule of the republic was through the appointment of a chief magistrate. This would have similar today to what we would call a mayor. Remember that, family. We didn't have this structure. We didn't work in this way. It was different. It was through council. It was through bloodline. It was through tribe. Let me get to the point. The central basis of this family, a right to rule, is what is commonly called oligarchy. Don't we see that now? The idea that certain families are born to rule as an arbitrary elite. Boule, they think that way. While the vast majority of any given given population, and we also know who the Ashkenazis are, is condemned to oppressions. And by the way, I want to say this, that I read a book that you guys are converts. Your own book says that. So I'm not being anti, whatever you guys call it, because technically I am Shemitic, and in my DNA shows it. So can't say that about me. But you're not Shemitic. So you're a convert. So it seems like these two people, two heads, two thoughts, are trying to gain oppression and slavery back. While the vast majority of any given population is condemned to oppression, serfdom, and slavery. During most of the 2,500 years, oligarchs have been identified by their support of the philosophical writings of Aristotle. Aristotle asserted that slavery is a necessary institution because some are born to rule and others to be ruled. He also reduced the question of the human knowledge to the crudest sense and certainty and perception of facts. The Venetian oligarchs identify wealth purely in money terms. Now, who the hell? Who does that? You know who does that? And practice usury. We know who does that also. There's two people here that identify them. Monetism and looting at the expense of technological advancement and physical production. What the? So they're finding a power through money, to money, practice of usury, financing, right? And guess what? All of that's called power in any way possible. And in case it doesn't work out, what is this word? It says if this doesn't work out, then we're going to do this. I told you, family. Seditious nation. What? Agitation through sedition. Because this agitates people. You're damn well right it agitates people, man. There's absolutely no way that this wouldn't agitate people. Check this out.
News out of Canoga Park tonight after a flash mob of thieves smashed display cases. And developing news out of Canoga Park tonight after a flash mob of thieves smashed display cases and stole thousands of dollars in merchandise from Nordstrom's. And of course, all of it was caught on camera.
KTLA's Jennifer McGraw live at the Westfield Mall in Canoga Park with the details on that. Jen?
Sandy and Rick, this was a Saturday afternoon. The mall was packed. Tons of employees, obviously, and shoppers in the store. And that's when I'm told by police that more than 30 people rushed into the store and started ripping apart displays. And of course, it was caught on camera. Another flash mob robbery, this one erupting at the Nordstrom department store as more than a dozen people, masked and hooded, were seen stealing high-end handbags. Some even dragging purses chained to the display case nearly out the door. Shoppers stood stunned as each and every one of these thieves got away, and with thousands of dollars in merchandise. Police say the security was overwhelmed after being hit with a chemical spray. People equally as shocked by the video.
Oh my God. This is just ludicrous. I'm disgusted. I can't believe we're allowing this day in, day out. I like to come here, and seeing this, it makes me not want to come here.
And it's happened before. Back in 2021, 5 or so people robbed the same Nordstrom, a smash and grab, using a spray as well, which caused the area to be evacuated. Police made several arrests, then busting an organized crime spree involved with that robbery and several others across the Southland. While many got away with thousands of loot this weekend, the investigation continues. But either way, shoppers say they're frustrated and more should be done to crack down on these crimes.
But it's happening everywhere. It's just really, really shameful that we're allowing this as a society and as a country and our state. We need to do something.
Mayor.
Let me read that real quick, bro. Proverbs 15, I'm sorry, Proverbs 1:15. That's actually perfect, man. That's a perfect one that I'm looking for. All praises. Proverbs 1:15, it reads, it says, my son, walk not thou in the way of them. Refrain thy foot from their path, for their feet run to evil and make haste to shed blood. You understand what that means? Surely in vain the net is spread in the sight of any bird, meaning you'll get caught eventually. Don't be stupid. Don't be stupid. But we're talking about agitation. This is agitating. Let's say you go to work. This is agitating, bro. Look.
You gotta back up, man. Let him go.
Okay.
Yo, you gotta back up, man. Yo, should we stop him or what? No. Let him go.
No, but let's do this.
An Yves Saint Laurent store in Glendale, California was hit by a flash mob burglary on Tuesday. According to Glendale police, at least 30 suspects stole clothing and other merchandise with an estimated value of about $300,000. Flash mob burglaries are described by police as a coordinated group of individuals simultaneously rushing into the store, overwhelming staff, and taking it over. There's a reward of up to $50,000 for any information leading to the arrest and conviction of those who committed the crime.
We read the scripture earlier. Don't do as they do. And you see, maybe that's one of our people. Stupid ass. Hey, man, if anybody knows that guy, please do me a favor. You guys already know what to do. We got to check our own people, man, because they're not going to do it. And we're not going to be an example. Isaiah 59:6, their webs shall not become garments, neither shall they cover themselves with their works. You see that? Their webs shall not become garments, meaning they're traps. Those are traps. They think it's good. They think it's good, but no, they're webs. Neither shall they cover themselves with their works. Their works are works of iniquity, thievery. You got it all by thievery. And the acts of violence is in their hand. Now, aren't they trying to steal somebody else's heritage? Wabos? Their feet run to evil, and they make haste to shed innocent blood. Man, there's kids there, bro. You don't care? Do you guys not care? Their thoughts are thoughts of iniquity, wasting, and destruction are in their path. Now, I'm going to say this to you guys before I move on to this. Give me a second. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, on our gente. Let me read that. Proverbs 6:18. The heart that deviseth wickedness, and heart that deviseth wicked imagination, feet that be swift in running to mischief. No freaking integrity, bro. And that goes for our gente too. Y'all know what to do. I don't have to tell you. The soul, Proverbs 13:4, the soul of a sluggard desireth and hath nothing. That's right. Because if you think reparations, well, it ain't here. Get a job. Mom, we're getting reparations, ma. Go get a job. We're getting reparations, Mom. The soul of a sluggard desireth and hath nothing, but the soul of the diligent shall be made fat. It's the little things that we do, fam. Just get your ass to work. Even if you don't make as much, you'll progress. They don't want to put the work in, bro. Yeah, you're right. They rather steal from a hardworking paletero. And you want to know something, bro? It's because of this. Listen, I'm sorry to tell you, Black Americans, specifically West Africans, specifically you guys that are confused, your own people are using you guys, okay? I'm trying to warn you. They're using you. The Venetian oligarch identifies wealth purely in money terms, right? The Divine Nine, practice usury, monetarism. What is that? I think I know what it means, but let's look for it. The school, okay, is a school of thought in monetary economics that emphasizes the role of governance. You see that? Power, money, power, usury, interest, and looting through what we did. At the expense of what? Technological advances and physical production. In modern internal affairs, oligarchs recommend such methods as geopolitics, understood the method as a divine method of divide and conquer. Which at least one power prevailed. And it sounds like the so-called Wedo, right? But it's not him. This is not him. This is not him, my friend. Let me look for something real quick. Give me a second. What was it that I wanted to chop down real quick? Yeah, that's it. I got it. The essence of oligarchism. Okay, here it goes. The essence of oligarchism is summed up in the idea of the empire, in which an elite identifying itself as the master race ruler over a degraded mass of slaves and oppressed victims. Black and brown act, black and brown act. We're the slaves, and they're supposedly the oppressed. No, I'm sorry. They're supposedly the slave, and maybe we're the oppressed now. And if an oligarchical method are allowed to dominate human affair, they will always create a breakdown crisis of civilization with economic depression. This is black nobility, family. War. And I'm gonna tell you something. I got a book that actually was that I'm not kidding. Let the Most High strike me if I'm lying, but I found it last year, and it was regarding Canaanites and how they're like operatives, almost like the CIA. And now I'm seeing it in their ways with economic depression, war, famine, plagues, and pestilence at the expense of you, Black Americans. Your people are in cahoots with the other elites And you white Americans, y'all are dumb too. But you see, the problem is that it's too late now. You had the chance to resort back. You had the chance to see what was going on, but you didn't. You ran with it. You both did. And now the water's up to your neck. Examples of this are the 14th century Black Plague of the 30-Year War. Wow. Both of which have links to the Venetian intelligence. Leave the thinking unto us. Family, I'll tell you right now, something happens to me, you guys already know. I'm not kidding. Because I'm getting into something real heavy here. Let me see if I look for something. There you go, right here. Look at that. How beautiful. You see the red, the white, and the blue. Who votes? This is so-called black and white country now. Around AD 400, European power center concentrated in two camps. The Ghibellines, who supported the Hohenstaufen family, and the Gulf of the West, of the Wealth and German Price, who competed for Frederick for the control of Holy Roman Empire. So who had it before? See, these guys here, black Gulf, you see that? Ooh. However, it is a marrying into Gulf, which is interesting because the Pope had allied himself with the Gulf. The Gulf also are called the Neri, meaning black Gulf. Or black nobility. This is getting heavy. This is getting heavy, family. Let's see what else I got. The descendants of the black nobility. And then I'm going to show you something else. The Venetian nobility are called the black nobility because they earned their life through dirty tricks. Is this not one of them? Listen, white man, shut your ass up. You're going to represent us while we stay in secret. You telling me the way that you see situations, you think that they're ruling? Don't be silly, man. So when the population revolted against the monopolies in government, as everywhere else, the leaders of the uprising were quickly seized and brutally hanged. They used secret assassination. So who are they blaming? Blame the white man. Blame the white man right now. They use secret assassinations, murder, and bankrupting of opposing citizens and companies. You know, now they're trying to impose a no speak on AMLO through government. That's world news, but I'm just telling you. It says here, banking of opposing citizens or companies, kidnapping and rape. This is how they grab power. They're in black nobility because they earned it through dirty tricks, rape, kidnapping. So now we see the movie, and we see some people that are really caring about it. Why? Who is stopping them? Who runs the media? Which nations? Which two nations of people are always somehow we're watching movies of them every single time? Slavery, Holocaust. Slavery, Holocaust. Hey, they gave us prey. They gave us prey. You know, all praise to the sister. Although originally stating in Venice, the power of the black nobility extended far beyond its borders, morphing into the European black nobility, and today it is felt in every corner of the globe. It is important to note that European black nobility is responsible for the insidious entanglements of numerous secret lodges, organizations, which are backed with high finance and powerful political connections. There's nothing you can do, fam. There's no army. There's no, I'm sorry, you white folks that are, having your, see, look at this right here. Look at that. I can go on and on and on. Black nobility. So you know what they did, fam. I don't have to get into it. You know what they did. How funny that they stopped here. But they didn't go back. We know Queen Elizabeth is always in Africa because she knows her lineage. Don't be fooled, fam. Like Tate, the guys, those kids, they're like supposedly white looking, but his dad's black. See, in 1492, it's not as clear as you think it is. Just imagine a bunch of dust and you don't know shit. As long as you can maintain with that mentality, you should be fine. You should be fine. So as you can see, we talk about sedition. They're talking about sedition, agitation through sedition. Jubilees 9:10, it says, and Ham and his sons went into the land which he was to occupy, which he acquired as his portion in the land of the south. And Canaan saw the land of Lebanon to the river of Egypt, that it was very good. And he went not into the land of his inheritance to the west, that is the sea, West Africa. And he dwelt in the land of Lebanon, eastward and westward from the border of Jordan and from the borders of the sea. And Ham, your papa, and Cush and Mizraim, your brothers, said to you, thou hast settled in the land which is not thine, and which did not fall to us by lot. Do not do so, for if thou do so, thou and thy sons will fall in the land and be accursed through sedition. For by sedition ye have settled, and by sedition will thy children fall and shall be rooted out forever. What does sedition mean? Simple. Conduct speech enticing people, rebel against, provocation, rebellion, insurrection, revolt, insurgents. I mean, you name it. You got it. This ain't no joke, family. This ain't no joke, man. Y'all think this is a joke? I'm not playing. This is not a joke anymore. This is real talk right now. Here. This sister's wondering. I guess here, let's listen in. Let's just listen in, okay? No, she wanted to see. I don't know. Maybe she's this. I don't know, man. Let's just say that this woman, who seems to be out of Africa, particularly West Africa, has a question. She has a question for us. Okay, let's listen in.
What exactly did Black people ever do? Like, I'm genuinely asking, what did we ever do to deserve anti-Blackness in every single community? We were brought over here in chains. We were beat, raped, and murdered. We fought for our freedom just to end up with Jim Crow and segregation and being lynched by the KKK. We were segregated into our own communities, then denied jobs, denied funding for our schools. You kill our Black men, then make fun of us for not having fathers. You dehumanize and demonize and kill our Black women, and nobody bats an eye. What exactly did Black people do? What exactly did we do? What exactly did Black people ever do?
Shalom. She wants to know what they did. Well, here's some of the things that you're doing. See, I know for a fact that you would never make our people do this shit. I don't give a damn who you are. If you knew my mom, hell the hell no. But I know that Edom, or let's just leave it for the sake of lack of understanding. I'll be honest. Let's just say right now, for lack of understanding, Edom. He's like, I remember one kid told they were friends at one point. This white kid was friends with my daughter. They were, they're kids, man. They were, sophomores and stuff. I had, barely learning about these things, and she started sharing some of the stuff with me. I mean, with him. And she said that he said this because he said something and it bothers her for a couple of days. And then they finally talked again, and he said, I just don't want to be on the bottom. He says, I just don't want to be on the bottom. That's what they said. I just don't want to be on the bottom. Yeah, exactly, bro. They were not rape, bro. They were listen, I'll show you that for look. Watch this. Miscegenation. They were raped. My ass, y'all were raped. Y'all were having a blast. Look at that. Look at that, baby. Ooh. Look at that, mama. Bang, 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 bang. The miscegenation. We're blending in and dancing together. Man, you guys were having a blast. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Look, I don't see our people in there. You damn right I'm not in. Oh, shit, I'm not in there. Look. Black and white folks. Let's check it out. Black and white folks. Black and white folks. Black and white folks. Black and white folks. See? Black and white folks. More black and white folks. Where are they? There's like a miscegenation picture. I mean, listen, just look at antebellum. Just look at the antebellum period. Antebellum period. Sexual relations and reproduction between people of different ethnic groups. All right, so let's go.
Man, that's the most hardest thing. For the word of God is quick.
Here we got a new camp. This is OFI, only for Israel. I want you to watch as they push people around and then have a disabled lady give them boot kisses.
All praises. All praises. By Shema Mashiach, like yo, Sean. All praises. All praises. That's humility. That's humility. That's humility. That's humility.
Is sharp. That sword can just cut.
Boy, I bet you don't know anything about humility, bro. You have no idea what humility means whatsoever. So let's begin. This is a video that for some reason a lot of people don't like. Intermixture with the. Let me start right. Where's it at? Right. Trying to get to a point, fam. You see, is it here? Let me see if it's this one, okay? Give me a second. Yeah, it is this one. So let me start right here. Where are we going? Let's see. Where is that? Give me a second. Here it goes, right? Let's start. Matter of fact, let's start from the beginning, all right? Stick around, fam. I told you. Stick around. It's going to be crazy. Let's reflect now on some of the things here that we've been studying. Look, this is a year ago, okay? Let us remind you. Remember, she had a question. It was 9 months ago, right? She said, what do we do? What do we do to you? Well, you mean, what did you do to us? Or what'd you do to yourself? Let's go.
Bueno, el autor viene a decirnos con mucha firmeza y gran convencimiento lo mismo que nos decía en el siglo XVIII el barón de Holbach, ¿no? Un filósofo francés de origen alemán. Si nos remontamos al comienzo, entonces hallaremos que la ignorancia y el temor crearon a los dioses. La fantasía, el entusiasmo o el engaño los adornaron o desfiguraron. La debilidad les rinde culto, la credulidad los conserva, la costumbre los respeta y la tiranía los apoya para que la ceguera de los hombres sirva a sus propios intereses.
Shalom Israel is your brother Emmanuel. All praises to. Oh yeah, that was what I was called when I came out of that camp. So I had to change my name. All right, letting you know. The Most High, that He put it upon my spirit to get this class going. As we go through the class, and you guys compare apples to apples. Are we the same people? Have we been suffering as long as you guys supposedly have, or have you suffered as much as we have? That's the question today. So without further delay, let me go ahead and shut up and start the class. All right. So first things first. This is interesting. This is from a dictionary app that I have. It's a Webster's dictionary from 1828. Okay. So obviously words definitions change as society or whoever is in power changes. So listen to this. Swarthy. Being of a dark hue or dark complexion, tawny, in warm climate, the complexion of men is universally swarthy or black. Then it says this: the Moors, Spaniards, and Italians are more swarthy than the French, Germans, and English. Let me read that again. The Moors, Spaniards, and Italians are more swarthy
Then the French, Germans, and English, meaning what? The Spaniards, Italians are black, like the Moors, and the French and Germans are basically brown, dark brown, right? But the other guys are black. So it begs to now we have to ask ourselves this question. Did they look like this in 1492? Okay.
Bruh.
I got a video about this person here. Caught my attention, and it relates to my class. So interesting. Listen, I'm gonna let this play. There is a word called boule. So let me actually explain it now, so then we can just skip all of that. Boule is an ancient Greek word. It means, well, it was representing over 500 citizens, which were part of the council.
I want to say this, family. You see, I didn't know too much of them at this time. Okay? Remember this. I didn't know. There was somewhere leading me to it. Once you remove the black and white narrative from the biblical aspect, you begin to see that those two nations are connected in every way. Power, ego, two heads. Yeah, same body, same agenda. Well, it's three heads, bro. Don't forget the other small one. Okay? Don't forget it, man. He's still there. All right? Still there. But anyways, I didn't know anything about the boule. But then all of a sudden, stuff came out regarding masonry. And then that opened up more doors. Let's go.
Appointed to run daily affairs of the city, okay? So these guys consider themselves high and mighty, okay? Remember this, man. Remember this, okay? We went through slavery. Supposedly the same thing, the same suffering, and we progress about the same. That's what we're being told. Well, let's find out. All right, let's begin. It's gonna be 1, 2. I'm gonna skip a couple, and then I'll start basically, continuing to show my things. All right, here we go. Oh, almost forgot. My bad, man. My bad. Oh, almost forgot. All right, Bible Chronicles. Okay, disclaimer. Content copyright disclaimer. This content does not belong. Excuse me. Let me move that up. No. It's not what I want. Copyright all. Okay, here we go.
Hey, guys, pay attention to how light-skinned some of these men are. And they're considered black, right? They fall under that category. When we see them today, they are looking white, man. And they're considered black. So every single person you see in these pictures, they're considered black. Their fathers, supposedly, are black. Okay? I want y'all to pay attention. Because remember how the black-only Hebrew Israelites tell us, well, what you guys mix with the other nations. Huh. Well, how funny. A lot of you guys were looking white. So I beg to one question. Do a lot of black people are white and a lot of white people are black? It gets deep.
At this point, it should go without saying, Prince Hall Freemasonry and Sigma Pi Phi are not the same in connection or principle. Firstly, Boule members are almost always college educated, a prerequisite not required to be a member of Prince Hall. These educated Boule members are most likely graduates or postgraduates who are recognized as men who have outclassed their peers as professionals within a certain branch of expertise.
Look at the men on the bottom. See the men on the bottom? They're considered black. We see them today, and they would be considered white. A lot of these light skin. Look. Let's look. So now we need to really know who we're dealing with. Look at this man. He looks Hispanic, just very tanned. Now we're getting real scary here. So you so-called Hebrews of so-called Latino descent and so-called Hispanic descent and so-called black descent, y'all need to start wondering who you really are. This is not just about fringes, guys. It ain't just about being Percepticons. Anybody can memorize scripture if you study it so much. But the actual work is looking at you and yourself, and none of y'all are doing that. That's what I can tell. Because you're still doing Passovers. You're going to clubs. You're admitting it. Strip clubs, regular clubs, because you're heterosexuals. You have multiple wives. That's what you guys teach. Yet the Messiah said, it wasn't like that before. Originally, it was Adam and Eve. Adam didn't have Eves. What exactly is it that you're trying to teach? Are you trying to teach for sincere building or lucre and sexual desires and lust? Let's keep it real, man. Let's go.
College education is not a requirement for membership in the Prince Hall or any other branches of Freemasonry for that matter, whose tenets are most essentially being male, having belief in a supreme being, as well as the ability to handle financial obligations of the society.
And that's what I mean, okay? So pay attention to that too. Excuse me, sorry. I had ice in my mouth. Pay attention to that. The statements that are being made. Okay. Remember, we're doing a comparable. We're gonna go back to 1490.
Hey, you see that? You see that comment on the bottom? Notice how Sakari is hyping up Cayenne West or Cayenne Pepper and Cayenne allied with Trump, the same person that put the so-called Hispanics in cages. Yeah, I know, right? See, it's all coming to fruition now, family. This started in May last year. These are not 9-month-old videos. They're longer. It's just my computer. Well, I'm not gonna explain it, man. It was a lot of issues. I had to take them away and then I had to upload them again. But anyways, it doesn't matter. Good news is people are seeing it now.
92. But because I want to get through this class. So anyways, here we go.
Although Boule members.
Let me just say this, family. Let me just say this real quick, in case you guys don't know. There was, I think I might have had there was probably about a good 60 to 30 subscribers at this time, maybe 29. They didn't start growing until the beginning of I think this year, maybe. It was literally like 20, 30 for several months. It took a while. That's crazy, huh? And now look at this. Nobody was listening to me. They're telling me I'm a racist. I don't know what I'm talking about. I fell off. I don't know the Bible. You're dealing with sin. You hate black people. I was alone, fam. I'm not lying. I was alone as soon as I came out. I had no friends. I was out. Everybody ex me. Even my so-called friends were like, now you're getting real racist. It's like, damn. But look, I'm here. And now I have a home that actually has more faith now than they did then. All praises to the Most High for that one. All praises to the Most High for that one. Isaiah. Sorry, I wish I could have recorded the other one. Let's go.
Can be Prince Hall members and vice versa. They play different roles within the structure of Black society.
All right, so let me go ahead and fast forward this real quick so you guys have an idea of what they're saying so far. Here's a little more of who these people are. And again, I'm saying this and I'm sharing this because, again, these guys are apparently representing the so-called Black people. Okay, you'll see. You'll see. All right.
I know that the Boule is typically a closed social group that I would characterize maybe somewhat secretive. How did they react to you exposing them, discussing their being and their principles in your book?
Okay, Sigma Pi Phi Boule, which was founded at the turn of the century, was founded as a secret organization. It actually
Turn of the century is at the end of 1800 into these are, and then look at these women. Why is that erased? But these are shown. They're not showing these guys. Anyways, watch what he says. This is what caught my attention. Obviously, this guy knows. Hold on. I don't know what. My bad. My apologies, guys. I don't know why I did that. Go back.
Born partus sequitur ventrum.
Okay, so here we see a picture of people being sold. They don't look like they're being sold. They have, look, you can see the commonality between them. Look, he's even bending down to speak to her. There's no need for that when you got power. You don't have to bend down. You talk down to them. But this woman is being sold, and she looks like who? Yeah, our hermanas, our mothers. Yep. And who's this guy right here? He's black, right? And he's selling her. I mean, that's what I see. I don't know what you guys see. These are all white men, supposedly. But then you look further in, and they're not bright white, you know? Look at her skin and look at their skin. That has to trigger you guys with the thought, man. Why is their skin almost the same as theirs? And then look at these women. Why is that erased? But these are shown. They're not showing these guys. Anyways, watch what he says.
That which is brought forth follows the womb, meaning the legal status of a child born of an enslaved Indian woman will always remain enslaved. This law gave planters and free white men in general carte blanche authority to impregnate captured women without having to so much as even claim responsibility for their mixed race children. Just as common, these children were sold on the mulatto maid market as house niggas for an added sticker price as compared to their darker skinned counterparts.
So just to let y'all know that term was first placed upon our people, okay? And that's confirmed. So it's an unfortunate term, you know what I'm saying? But it unfortunately belonged to us. Okay. So anyways, let's continue. It unfortunately belonged to us first.
In this aspect, Virginia colonial law was totally contradictory to English common law, which states that a child's status follows the father. Of course, this law extending from the earlier Virginia codes was designed this way to assure.
Yeah, that's actually really funny. Planters. He calls them planters, right? He calls them. Yeah, I caught that. All praises, man. You caught that. All praises. There you go. Let's continue.
Legalized rape of indigenous women without consequence, and naturally the perpetuation of slavery through a duplicitous modification of English common law.
If you listen to him, what he's standing on a ground that it was the white man that did it. Okay, we'll see. It was only the white man, and then there's these black children. They were not our people, but then he mentions that the only people that were being sold as slaves, in a sense, where you can actually rape them, and then to the slave owner's children, it's not hers necessarily. If you believe in the Bible, then they go into slavery. So they were enslaving their own children.
Children born of a white mother and black father were considered free.
Remember that. Children born of a white mother and a white father were considered free in this particular year of 1600. Remember? He's mentioning the topic of partis sequitur ventrum. Okay? Just remember that. So in this time, if you're black and you had a child with a white woman, that black child was not a slave. We were told the other way. This is coming from a so-called educated black man who is, I'm assuming he's part of this masonry. I'm assuming, I don't know, man. But, again, this is his material. I don't claim it. YouTube, that's him. I don't profit from this, so please don't block me. But anyways, I appreciate the information, though. I really do. It helps us out to know who you guys are.
And we're counted among free people of color.
So then at that point, it says we're counted upon free people of color, meaning that this was happening often, right? In order for them free people of color to be free, they would have to have been through a mother that was white, correct? That's my understanding.
White men were freely allowed to abandon or kill their children without recourse.
Again, that's an opinion because there's no facts to say that. But if you look at a nation historically, the spirit doesn't change. Which nation of people are actually doing that? You got to ask yourself. You know what I'm saying? We can't be naive, and we cannot be emotional, sensitive, or even so-called empathetic. I'm tired of that because all I ever see is our gente being stepped on. That's like that song from Kid Frost. It says, "Hey, I'm getting tired of these vatos getting over la raza." You know, that's deep in my spirit, man. Because as I've mentioned before, at least I know, since the so-called white man and the so-called black man have been in this continent, nothing has been the same for our people, especially our lovely, beautiful women, our mothers. And I mean that like in a mother sense. I don't mean that in a sexual sense, because I have respect for our sisters. That's a Hebrew thing, by the way, in case somebody don't understand that.
Solidifying their position as the first deadbeat dads in American history.
Who's actually manifesting that? I'm just asking, you know what I'm saying? Because we went through slavery, and it's not something that we typically practice as so-called Hispanics for the most part. I know we have a few deadbeat losers, good portion, but for the most part, that's not who we are. Then or now.
To the point that many of the most notable so-called black men in history, like Frederick Douglass and Booker T. Washington, never even knew who their white fathers were. But in some cases, the white father actually did remain in their child's life, but used their whiteness to accelerate the social status of their mixed children.
So, see, he says that in some cases, and then they would use their status to elevate their children. And we continue to see that. But why isn't he saying anything about them? They were black men having children with white women, and those children were free. Remember that, okay?
One such example of...
Let's skip this. I'm going to go to... Let me see here, because I just want to get through this. Oh, here it goes right here. Give me a second. I think it's right here.
And Prince all Freemason made it in instance, all of us Negroes were the privileged children of white slave masters.
So they say, okay.
all of a sudden turned champion for black rights. The air of insincerity permeated this bunch. With all this being said, there were some who made it into politics without completely alienating themselves from the average person, seen as privileged or elite. Who weren't seen as privileged or elite.
Mother Bethel AME Church, founded on ground purchased by Richard Allen in 1791. This congregation is the mother church of the African Methodist Episcopal denomination. The present structure, erected in 1889, replaced three earlier churches on this. Okay, you guys read that. It's telling you something.
For most so-called Negroes, an elite education or even a college education was out of the question, unless you could pass for white. And this complexional complication coupled with education represented the foundational differences between a Prince Hall Mason and a Boule during the early 20th century. The Prince Hall faction, along with their Baptist and Methodist leadership within the church, recruited more of the common man into their ranks.
This is a very old picture. Okay, look at how they dressed. That has to be in the 1600s, 1700s.
Few and far between men who ascended into politics were more the exception than.
Yeah, he should. And you know, it's very interesting how he references so-called black folks, but doesn't say it in that sense. He uses words like planters. Yeah, this is why I said Prince Hall. Yeah, for sure. These guys are, man. When I heard this guy talk, and I knew I did a research on them, I knew that he's onto something, and they're revealing some things. At the same time, tricking our people, making it seem as if, yeah, you guys struggled and suffered. No, man. After the Civil War is when all the problems began for the so-called black man. That's why when you see a lot of anti-slavery movies, it's always after the Civil War. Only a few you see that it's related to some kind of like Amistad. But those guys were supposedly African. But then you see the movie, there's black men that are free. So you got to wonder. Again, guys, this isn't hate. This is real, grown men and women talk. The things that were going through our minds that we question. If you guys are our gente, not a problem. Prove it. And so far, y'all are doing pretty well for yourselves, while we are not. And you'll see as the class goes on, again, we're comparing manzanas a manzanas, apples to apples. Are we the same people? Because if we are, then all praises to the Most High. Let's go and fight for the struggle. But if we're not, then we need to know who our enemies truly are. That's all I'm saying, guys. I think that's a fair statement and a fair question. Grown men have grown questions. We're not children.
During these times, barbering was a trade that provided opportunities for black men to facilitate respectable positions within their communities. In some cases, developing clienteles with wealthy men, which led to other work for family and friends.
Let's skip this real quick. Let me get to this point. Uh, 18. There's some stuff I'd like to show you, but nah, I'm kind of want to get through this. Listen, guys. Remember, we're doing a comparable, okay? We're doing a comparable to see if our struggles have been very similar, because they say that that we're tied to the hip because the 12 tribe chart said so. Okay, let's find out. Pay attention to these pictures. They're trying to tell us something. Until I hear a riding on his saxophone. Or could you call on Lady Day? Could you call on John Coltrane? Now, cause they'll watch your troubles away. Remember this picture. Look at the fur. That's buffalo fur. These guys are buffalo. They were buffalo soldiers between 1870 and 1876. And that's around the time where the Buffalo Massacre happened. Those are facts. I'm not saying anything. I'm just comparing the timeline. That's called debutante, okay? In case for some of y'all that don't know, that's what it is. And that's something that the French did. And these are the French. And I've showed you guys pictures of this. And whether you guys believe me or not, it's up to you. The French were black, were black, because now that you see a lot of white folks, but a lot of them are actually black. And a lot of you black folks are actually white. This is the funny part. Because the mixing didn't just happen with black on white in regards to men and women. It happened both ways. Look, you see this? This is a picture of men and women, right? But don't you think, what, you think he's going to be, like, not interested? Come on, man. See this? Look at how they dress. This is not in the 1900s, guys. This is like in the 1600s, okay? The pilgrims. This is how the pilgrims dressed. And look at you guys. You're in the back. Look, having a conversation. Look, you even have fancy glasses. That's your French guy. He's not white. He's black, okay? What, those guys back there? Those guys aren't black people. They look kind of white. That's what debutante, and basically it's just like elitists or people that introduce themselves like, okay, this is so and so, you know, he's so and so and so and so. It's kind of
Nobility family, right? We were black nobility, right? Black nobility.
Wait a minute. Who are you?
like what they do in the IOIC camps. That, you know what? That's actually, I didn't think of that. You guys do the exact same thing, debutante concept. And that's not in the Bible. Where does the Bible say that you're supposed to do that? Present themselves as like steak and meat. That is technically debutante concept. And then you tell the so-called Hispanics not to burst a piñata on just because they want to celebrate it, because it's a heathen custom. And you guys are doing a heathen custom too, if you're not them.
Hey, you know, I forgot. And I was going to do a class on this too. What about quinceañeras? Quinceañeras is basically the same thing. You present the daughter as a young woman ready for, you know, that's actually a French thing. I'm going to do a class on it because, and as I compared them, I'm like, wow, man, that was pretty heavy. And I'm glad that it was reminded, because this was something I was thinking about yesterday, I believe, about maybe, I don't know, early in the morning, man. Anyhow, let me continue.
As mentioned earlier, the forced migration of slaves in the Upper South is a tale untold.
Now, this is what they say, okay? But if you look at timeline, it begs to differ. He says that
slavery and forced migration.
Fast forward it. So he says these people were pushed forward in slavery and this and that, right? Why are these guys painted white anyways? I'm just curious. Remember they said First Maccabees 3:48, the heathen changed the image. Why are you guys taking off this color? Why not leave it? I don't know. Listen, I don't know how this picture is, to be quite frank. I just find it awkward. Okay. So, anyways, this guy's saying that this was slavery and forced migration in the antebellum South. Antebellum. Here, let me do this just so you guys can find out. Antebellum period. So antebellum basically means, like it says, before the war, okay? Refers to the years of the war development, blah, 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 blah. There was a lot of this going on, supposedly with blacks, right, being enslaved. But I don't know, man. They look like they're really trying. I mean, I'm just saying, you know. I see our people busting our butts in the field, bro. Anyways, I'm not here to like make comments about that. I wasn't really necessarily trying to show you guys this picture, but antebellum period is, it's just like a history of the South period before the war, supposedly. Okay. In reality, look, I'm just going to tell you what it is. You guys can find out on your own. Antebellum is just when the so-called blacks and the so-called black man, the so-called white black woman had it good way prior to antebellum. Okay. But again, you guys could consider that my opinion. So let's continue. He's showing this stuff here.
Importers.
He's saying that they were pushed down. But here's what I want to show you.
207 to more than 500.
So they were all pushed from the north to the south, okay? Between, they call them domestic slave trade. Between 1808 and 1865, remember that year, those years, 1808 and 1865, all of a sudden now they're being pushed down, okay? Remember that.
1800 to all.
So I think at this point, I think this is all what we need to see. Because, yeah, I think this is all we need to see. Perfect. Okay, good. All right, let's move on from this. Let me take this off here. All right, I'm gonna change the video now because we're gonna watch a different one. And give me a second. Let me at least set it up.
Yes.
Okay, hold on a second here. Give me a second, guys. All right. Person, and I want to do this. This is, nah, you know what? Nah, I'll show it later. Okay, so anyways, here's what they're saying. Okay. So we heard all of that. And then now we're hearing that the so-called Judah ruled Europe, okay? Black Africans who ruled Europe between 711 AD, 1789 AD. And that's true. Historically, I know that the African Phoenicians have been trying to conquer that area for quite some time. They finally did it in around 700 AD, okay? All right, so now let's pay attention that these guys are 480 circa Germany. Remember they said that the Germans and the French are Swarthy, and the Spanish and Italians are more Swarthy, meaning more black. Well, this guy's black. This guy, literally 1740 circa, 1520 circa. Look at this guy, right? Basically 1599. So it means it was painted around that time. 1524, 1589, 1500. Look, check this out. This guy. This is why I was curious about that law. Remember that law that talked about partus, what is it called? Partus sequetum ventrum. It was in 1662, colonial, right? British owned these lands, and they passed that law. Well, look at this. This guy is an actual king of England. He was a prince of England, son of King James. He was a king of England, English, Scottish, and Irish. So his father, who was alive at that time in the 1600s, was the one that had to pass that law. These guys are not kings because they applied to, because they applied for a job. It's passed down from parents. So since you guys are saying that this black man passed that law, I mean, that's what I'm finding. It says, upon the death of the father, 1701, he was recognized as king. Succeeded the son Charles. All right, so obviously lineage passes through. All right, So he passed that law in 1662 to rape our sisters, based on what I'm finding. That law that didn't bother to pass the law against black people. No, the law that said if you have a child with that native woman, right, that what they call nigger, okay, then that child could be a slave, whether that child would be from a black father or a white father. Those are facts. You guys are saying you rule Russia. You guys are saying you rule Europe. I'm only showing what you guys showed us. You know what I mean? I'm not putting words in anybody's mouth. That's more of a newer picture, I think, which is actually a nice picture, to be quite frank with you, man. I like the color scheme. Anyways, and listen, guys, I make comments like that because I appreciate history, man. I could sit back and actually look at it. I know exactly what happened to our people, but I have undeniable faith in the Most High that he will, like Wisdom of Solomon 18, vengeance upon the enemy. So no sweat. As long as we keep teaching our brothers and sisters who we are according to the Bible, man, that's what's being commanded of us. All right, we just got to stick to the script, guys. Remember, man, just stick to the script, dude. Focus on the end. The end is what matters. All right, not now. We'll get our chance. Anyways, so that's who that guy is. And then I find this interesting. This is from, matter of fact, here, I'll just put it here because it keeps popping on this note. This is from a book called Africa's Gift to America. Okay. And watch what these guys say. I'm not saying it. They're saying it. This is written in 1880. What page is that? 58. Africa's Gift to America. All right, page 58. Let me go to that now. It's an interesting book. It's a really interesting book, to be quite frank with you. A lot of history, and then a lot of it is actually I say this in connection with what I have. This right here, well, that's not my topic, so I don't care. But if you can see, I mean, these are slaves, basically. They're selling slave women, white women. They were selling white women. That's what they were doing. But that's not my topic. It's part of it. Look at First American Slave, page 59, I believe, okay? 58, my bad. Strong documentary proof that the first Africans in America were not slaves, and that chattel slavery of them did not start until about 1659 or 1682. Remember the Partum Sequetu Ventrum, the black king who passed that law in 1662? Well, that's why. Okay. So after that law is when so-called black people were being enslaved. Well, it was black people who were enslaving their children, and white people who were, I guess, enslaving their children too, because they were just using our sister's funnel for your pleasures. Russell, in this chapter, Origin of the Free Negro Class, calls a brief that the first Negroes were slaves. A popular error maintained and supported by a large number of writers. The evidence clearly points to the customary indentured for Virginia. Archive shows that throughout that indentured, it's very true. Watch this. Throughout the that's right. They did it to me last time. Give me a second. Who's this for? That throughout the second quarter, throughout the second quarter of the 17th century, Negroes were being released at the end of their period of indenture. Look up the book Virginia, the Old Dominion. Okay, I have it, but I haven't looked through it, so I didn't want to bother it. Let's say the common belief that all Negroes brought to Virginia in the early period were slaves is an error. Virginia's first century. It says judicial cases concerning American slavery and the Negro. They're talking about one particular person that I guess she was a slave, Lady Yardy. They didn't want to pay a slave, and they were forced to pay the slave. In 1661 occurs the first reference of the state in Virginia to Negroes and the inequality of slaves. You guys can find all this stuff out, okay? Watch this real quick. I wasn't able to download it on my page for whatever reason. It was giving me a hard time. But I have it on my Facebook account, and I'm gonna show you guys what I have. Okay, let's see. I think this is it. No, that's not it. Oh, I think it is. My bad. This is from a book called This is from a book called "Let the Blood That the Blood Stay Pure." Page 67. The year 1619 has been earmarked as the earliest date of arrival for Negroes to the English colony. Yet they accompanied Spanish North American expeditions almost as a century before the English arrived in Virginia. That means, but in 1492, there were black folks coming with the so-called white people too, right, to destroy our people and take our lands. There's also evidence that they cohabited with the Aborigines in the early 17th century. So here's exactly where the hijacking begins. So let me just share something with you, so-called Aboriginals, okay? What this guy's actually saying is that you African people came here first when they came here, okay? Both of y'all, basically. It took both of you guys to take us down, okay? And then after that happened, a lot of you Africans stayed here. And you were mixing with our sisters, which then became the concept of Aborigines. Exactly that, all right? So, but anyways, you're not going to believe me, so it doesn't matter. Let me continue. In 1603, 7 Negroes escaped St. Augustine, with some maintaining their freedom and marrying Indian women. Franciscans found Negroes. Now, these Franciscans, what? They weren't white, because watch what he says. Franciscans found Negroes, meaning the Africans, and Indians, our sisters, or maybe some of our men, cohabiting together in Florida, and repeatedly admonished the Aborigines that it was an unclean thing to keep Negro mistresses, meaning what? That the Africans shouldn't be mixing with the natives because it was unclean. They looked at us like pigs, like swine. That's exactly what the statement is. I don't know what other interpretation you want me to give you. This is from a book that they, meaning the other camps, actually no, the one camp, which is IOIC, loves to bring this book out, man. And you know, I find it so interesting because they love to bring this book out, but they don't show you guys everything of this book. Watch. They only read this part. This is from the a treatise on physical geography. They love to hide it. This is the funny part. They like to hide books, but you know what, guys? Whether you show it or not, the price goes up or down. And you want to know why I know this? Because I buy books. I collect books. I buy them, okay? I buy them. And I've been lucky and fortunate to buy some books at like $100 that they're cost like $1,000 now, all right? So don't tell me that, oh, all of a sudden you shared it in. No, nobody ever shared the book I got, and that thing's costing expensive. So don't believe the hype, man. All they want to do is make it seem like, oh, they're so secretive. Watch this. The Jews are people who ever, according to, they read this and like, look, they're black, brother. They're black, brother. But yeah, the page before, watch what the page before says. The rapidity with which the color changes is seen in the English colonies of North America. It is not 250 years since the very first colonists arrived in Britain, and much shorter time since the ancestors of most of the present New Englanders across the ocean. And yet they have lost the clear complexion of their kindred beyond the waters and acquired much of the hue of the southern French and northern Spaniards. Remember this. Remember that? The more Spaniards, Italians are more swarthy than the French. Here it's saying that they acquired much of the hue of the southern French and northern Spaniards, meaning dark, dark or brown, brown. So that if an assemblage of each nation were placed side by side, there could be no difficulty whatever is distinguishing them by their complexion. Now watch this. With respect to the intermixture with the Indians, we know as a matter of fact that it never took place. Why? Because those children were considered slaves. The Aborigines of America are another instance. I explained that already. Why? Because they were Africans. They never wanted to mix with our people, and if they did, they sure as hell did not have any respect. I'm just reading to you guys what I'm finding. Now, if I make statements, I have the right to make the statement because obviously I study this, so I have a little more knowledge to sit back on what I mean. It says here, Judaic scholar Paul Wessler, however, maintains that the majority of the Sephardic Jews was of North African Berber origin and converted to Judaism sometime before 711 CE. I don't know about that. Anyways, For normal, they actually, I'm sorry, explained as a form of North African Gothic. That was you guys. That's why when you see Gothic and it's black, that's the whole point. That's the whole point. You guys need to know your history, man. Why you guys have a Latino telling y'all, or so-called Latino, telling you guys your history? I mean, quite frankly, look, man. It's I don't know. Anyways, watch this. Puerto Rico located Caribbeans. You guys can read this too. Taínos established themselves in Puerto Rico, blah, blah, blah. Natives were forced into servitude and hunted down and killed, resulting in the devastating collapse of local population. It's basically saying that a lot of the so-called Caribbeans, Puerto Ricans, Islanders, that you guys have a lot of African blood in you. A lot of it. And that's why you have a lot of surnames like this, because they were converso moriscos. They were Sephardic or Moorish Jews, a lot of them. So a lot of people in Puerto Rico are Phoenician Canaanites. Wow. That's a heavy thing. But you know what, guys? We know already in Mexico that in South America and Central that there's a lot of Edomites. They look just like us. Put your emotions aside, whoever's listening to this, okay? See, that's the best part about living in that where I come from. We already know that people that look like us were the ones taking advantage of us, just like the white man. And you'll see it in the video I'm going to show you. Anyways, let me go ahead and show you guys one more thing here. Watch this. This is interesting. Where are you? Let me see. Show you guys this. So they say, right? And like the other material that we found, that the slave trade or none of that was really happening. Because look, in 1630, almost 80,000 people left England. And who was ruling England? A black man. Left England, Chesapeake, and New England, and the Caribbeans. Most of them indentured servants. This is from, again, White Cargo. You guys can get the book. 1,200 newcomers. Those guys died because they couldn't handle it. Our people killed them, and also there's a story behind it. These guys they didn't know how to field or anything, and apparently they were just too lazy and expected our people to feed them. Our people said, "Hell no!" They left them to be. These guys ended up eating each other. They weren't white, and if they were, they weren't only white. Let's see. Chapter 7 is what he's talking about. But look at this. Watch this. There were several people. New plantations, indentured servitude, British colonialism. Watch this. Were people, both men and women, who had been forcibly transported, which is because they wanted to get rid of their dirty, criminals, and free willers who had voluntarily mortgaged their freedom, right? Basically, 200 men, women, and children from the British Isles would have been transplanted to British America. The vast majority of these British colonies would be indentured servants. Black people, indentured servants. Okay? Unless you want to say they're white people, but then that goes against your doctrine, One West, so you're going to have to swallow this pill. The second episode occurred within a year. Large group of indentured servants from, well, you can see it. And then these guys were Puritans. Oh, man. The Puritans were the ones that gave our native brothers and sisters the turkey. So was it white people then? Yeah, the rabbit hole gets deeper. 1634, total number of servant ships from Britain, 790 males. Total was this. English convicts arrived in 1642. You see that? Worked on the new sugar crops. So basically, a lot of these convicts were also convicted, right? Like here, if you commit a crime, they go and they send you to some jails where you're actually doing this. So some of these black people were convicts and they were serving their time. So if you see those guys being treated like crap, well, they're convicts. Don't they do that now here? Let's see what else. Okay, I think you guys get the point. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to close this and make a mistake. So now, let me show you guys this real quick. I thought I had the book, but let me see. Let me see the. I think this is it. So in this book, watch what it's called. Free Negro Owners of Slaves in 1830. Okay. So it's showing you guys that black people did have slaves, and it was recorded even up to 1830. From 1650 to 1850 is when there was a lot of slavery going on. And as you know, that from what we see, the partus equitum was more applicable towards our sisters. And the black people were mostly indentured servants because their family members were the ones helping them out. There's something called right start, I think, head right, something like that. You have a, let's say you have you want to purchase land, and I have a family member, and I'm here, and you're over there in Europe. I would then say he wants to come here as an indentured servant. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to use that bill as a consideration. That's a word that they use in Black's law. I'm going to use that bill as a consideration to purchase this land. He is like, in a sense, his down payment, because that indentured servant is going to work that land or help him work that land, right? And he gets an acre. So for every indentured servant, you get like an acreage. It's a head right program, something like that. Anyways, you see this here? All these names are not white people. And by the way, these last names that so-called white people said, so-called black people said that they were through slavery, that's a lie. They already had these last names. And this is facts. Look, all these guys, the slaves, they're not black. And if they are, it's their children. I know, that's the sad part. A lot of them are our people, but a lot of them are their children. You know what I'm saying? Because if they trap our people, they enslave them. If they trap our women, they enslave them and force upon them. And through them, they basically have children. And they look at our children or their children as litter. Now, you so-called, well, you Indian people, you black folks, you Phoenician blacks that think that you're natives and all that crap. And like, oh, yeah, look at me. I got feathers. Well, listen, dummies. No Latino and no native will ever turn their back on their child, even if it was from another nation. That is something that I know for a fact we don't do. Any Hispanic or Latino will attest to that. I have a daughter. She's 19. It would hurt me so much to even think that I would do that. Don't you think that would be a test in my faith? Of course it would. But that's not something that we do. Okay? That's a fact. So if these sisters get raped by you and they take this child, black child, with them, they teach them their ways because your ways didn't work. And so that's why you guys have feathers and you have customs and you look black. Know your history. Why does a Hispanic have to tell you guys? I thought you guys make fun of Northern Kingdom all the time. Hey, Northern Kingdom, you guys better, Judah's getting tired of, helping you guys out. Okay, well, listen, I'm not getting tired of it, by the way. I'll never get tired. I'm just going to show you all the truth. Negroes, meaning black people, right, own slaves too. Blacks own slaves too. Blacks and whites own slaves too. Not just white people. Look, y'all own slaves all over. So what I wonder is, why does this guy say this?
That the blacks who were colonized and enslaved are indeed the 12 tribes of Israel, according to the biblical text. There's the 12 tribes and enslaved are indeed blacks who were colonized, and enslaved are indeed the 12 tribes of Israel, according to the biblical text. There's no biblical text that can prove the Jews in the Bible were Caucasians or are Caucasian.
And no, at least where we stand, we don't believe that either.
There's no biblical text that says or proves Jesus Christ is a Caucasian or white man. All the biblical texts prove that Christ is black, Moses was black, the Apostle Paul was black, and the 12 tribes of Israel are 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 black.
So he says that the people that were enslaved were the 12 tribes of Israel, and they says that they're black. Okay, that's what he says. All right, we're gonna look at this real quick. This is from let's see if I have it here. Give me a second, guys. I'm trying to find history. Here it goes, right here. This is a book called Golden Age. Okay, by Ivan Sertima. Ivan Sertima is a so-called African. Okay. Listen to what he says himself. It says here, for all Negroes are black Moors, page 331, I believe. For all Negroes are black Moors, for all the Negroes or black Moors are descendants of Cush, the son of Ham, who was the son of Noah. But whatever difference there is between the Negroes and the Tawny Moors it is a fact that they are all of the same ancestry. This Leo Africanus is a black man. Okay, so there's two things I want to mention. First of all, he was actually born in Grenada. Okay, so he was there when he makes this comment. And the whole thing about some African white man name in Africa, that's a lie. He was an Afriki. So I can't remember his name. But this guy, Leo Africanus, he would let a white man name him when you guys are in power? Come on, man. Come on. Then it says here, again, but Dr. Chancellor Williams hits the nail on the head once and for all when he's asked the question. Now, again, just who are the Moors? Who were the Moors? The answer is very easy. The original Moors, like the original Egyptians, were black Africans. As amalgamation became more and more widespread, only the Berber Arabs and coloreds in the Moroccan territories were called Moors, while the darkest and black-skinned Africans were called Blackamoor. Eventually, black was dropped from the Blackamoor, meaning Moor, in North Africa and Morocco in particular. All Muslim Arabs, mixed breeds, and Berbers have readily regarded as Moors. The African blacks, having had even this name taken from them, must contend for their recognition as Moors. You see that? Now, this guy, Leo Africanus, okay? So you're going to tell me, Nate, you're going to tell me that you know more than him? This guy was born there, okay? This is from his book called The Geographical History of Africa. So I don't hide stuff. And there's no need for it, because you know what? You can either get it in archive, or you can either buy it, or you just can't buy it. It's that simple. If it's meant for you to have, it's meant for you to have. It says here, for all the Negroes are black Moors. Okay, hold on. Let me go back a little bit. All which opinions and reports are to be understood only of the original of the Tawny people, that is to say, of the Nubians and barbarians. For all the Negroes are black Moors, take the descent from Cush, the son of Cam or Ham, who was the son of Noah. But whatsoever difference between the Negroes and the Tawny Moors, certain it is that they had all one beginning. For the Negroes are descendants of the Philistines, and the Philistines of the Mesraims, and the son of Cush. But the Tawny Moors fetched their pedigree from Sabians, and evident that Saba was begotten of Rama, which was the eldest son of Cush. Listen to this. Diverse other opinions there be as touching this matter. Okay, watch what he means by that. Meaning that there's a list of things he stands behind on, which because they seem not so necessary, right? So we saw it, and we realized that they're not valid. We have purposely omitted. So because it's not valid, we don't agree with it. So we took it off. This man was born in that time. Let me see if I can get the page. Look. Written in Arabic and Italian by Ion Leo Moore, born in Granada, brought up in Barbie. This man was there, okay? And this crest is a crest that does not mean what you guys think it means. 1600. So you know more than this guy? Watch this here real quick. It says here, Judaic scholar Paul Wexler, however, maintains that the majority of Sephardic Jews of North Africa, Berber origin, converted to Judaism. And oh, I read that, I believe. My bad. Let's see. Okay, now another thing. I'm gonna show you guys this too. They're saying that you know, we suffer together and we're the same people. Look, I'm gonna brush through this real quick. This guy here, Louis Wetzel, you guys got to get this book, right? It's called The Great West, containing narratives of the most important, interesting events. So this guy, Louis Wetzel, among the earliest times, he was let's see. Louis Wetzel perhaps was the most indefatigable, can't read that, indefatigable Indian hunter of the frontier. His complexion was dark and swarthy, as in Indians, and his face pitted with smallpox, so he looked like us. His hair, of which he was very careful, reached and combed out to the calves of his legs. See, that's why you guys put those damn feathers on and act like you're our people, because you were already mixing way before. And these guys here, the so-called blacks, Africans, they were killing our people. Look at his sons. At the Wetzel grew up Ben Frontier Boys. Here, watch out. You guys can't see that. They grew large enough to handle a rifle, considered themselves such, and took a solemn oath never to make peace with the Indians. Y'all could read that yourselves. Watch. Yeah, well, you guys can see it. This is from another guy. This demon, man. Guys, man. You guys. They're right here. James Beckwourth also married Indian women, sometimes in dazzling rapid succession. Flame-tempered and loved to battle. They called him Cow Crow and Blackfoot, okay? The greatest Indian fighter of his generation. He was not an Indian. He was a black trapper, he was a black trapper or a trapper as a black man. Black slave with Native American heritage. And his wife. This is funny. Beckwourth was born in 1788 to a black slave with Native American lineage and her white master. So we see this. The only way this would happen is if a black person had children with that Native woman, had then this Beckwourth, and he was a what? Servant to this woman, this master, right? That's what it seems like. Or else, how else would he know about Native? So this sister of ours didn't want to put her back against him. Of course, I mean, turn her back on him. Especially at that time, they were going through destruction. She didn't understand. The Bible wasn't with us. Oh, by the way, we haven't had the Bible since 1492 at this point too. Then it says here, look at this demon. Indian wives, it says here, on trails he fought or made friends with Native American Blackfeet, Sacs, snakes, and crows. His Indian wives inevitably were loyalty wives. Chief, sounds like one West, multiple wives. Once again, he said Beckwourth did some good. You guys can read this book. I guess he like look when he had asked this woman to dance, and he refused on the wedding night. So then he clobbers her with an axe. Then he turns and tells the father they must maintain discipline. And then so they give her a new wife, and then that other one he whips on, comes back, and then I guess he has sex with both of them and he leaves. You guys might think it's funny, you know, you so-called black men. I might be laughing, man, but you gotta pay for all this. You know what I'm saying? So it's all good, man. Enjoy your time now. You can see this, man, and this guy's he's just a plain traitor. Because what ends up happening here is this guy Shevington, right, tells him, "Hey, come with me. I need to destroy these Indians." But he doesn't want to go at first. He threatened him, so he saddles up. Then when you see he saw people shot dead as they held up their hands. Read the page. It explains it himself. So what do our people do? They feed his ass, excuse my language, and then poison him. That's what he deserves. And you guys probably don't know what that means, but that's basically you can even see it in the with the narcos, man. You don't do that. You're a traitor. I mean, come on, bro. Seriously? And this guy's glorified. Look, in the Mississippi, glorified for killing our people. And then remember about the Buffalo Soldiers? What a coincidence. Between 1870 and 1876, they were here. And then the slaughter of the buffalo is around that time. Yeah, they show pictures of this white kid. Look at that. The Buffalo Massacre. And remember this here? They're very proud of it, man. Proud legacy of the Buffalo Soldiers. Why they call them Buffalo Soldiers? There's no need to call somebody a Buffalo Soldier. Why? Wouldn't you be calling them a Indian soldier or Indian fighter? Buffalo Soldiers regiment were commanded by whites, and African American troops often faced extremely residual. Yeah, right. Whatever. Let me see, man. Maybe it's time to bring some scriptures. Yeah, let me read something. By the way, I have this Bible called Scriptures. The Institute for Scripture Search is who's publishing it, and I want to read it this time or today. So if you guys don't mind, I'm not going to be really showing them. I'll only show the ones that are in the Apocrypha on the computer. Okay, so follow me, guys. Deuteronomy chapter 28, verse 43. Okay, and it reads, "The sojourner who is among you rises higher and higher above you, but you come down lower and lower." Okay, verse 44. "He lends to you, but you do not lend to him. He is the head, you are the tail." You hear that? He is the head, you are the tail. Let me read you guys something in Malachi, which I found rather interesting. Give me a second, because this Bible is kind of upside down in a sense, and I don't mean that in a disrespectful manner, because it's just put together different. So it says again, "He is the head and you are the tail." Malachi 2:3, and it reads, "Therefore thus say Yahweh, see, against this clan I am planning evil, from which you do not remove your necks nor walk proudly, for this is a time of evil." Okay, this is the time of evil. All right, remember that, guys. So now let's go to Hosea chapter 9 and verse 13 and 14, and it reads, "I have seen Ephraim like Tyre, planted in a pleasant place, but Ephraim shall bring out his children to the killer." Listen, verse 14. "Give them, O Yahweh, give what? Give them a miscarrying womb and dry breasts." Verse 15. "All their evil is in Gilgal, for there I have hated them because of the evil of their deeds. I drive them from my house. No more do I love them, for other rulers are rebels. Ephraim has been stricken. Their root has dried up. They yield no fruit. Even if they bear children, I shall put to death the precious ones of their womb." Okay, so this happened to obviously our children and as well as their children. All right, let me show you guys this real quick. I think I have that. I think I have it. And actually, you know what? I wasn't able to load it up. Let me see if I could read it from here real quick. Give me a second, guys. This is from that the blood stay pure. Okay, page 70. It reads, "Many American Indians imported to or exported from the colonies were listed as Negroes." Let me read it again. "Many American Indians imported to or exported from colonies were listed as Negroes. Approximately 69 Indians were included among a list of Negroes brought to Virginia from North Carolina from 1710 to 1718. Okay, then it says, "The number of the studies have shown that many slaves of probable or stated American Indian ancestry imported into this colony from Campeche, Jamaica, Honduras, the Carolinas, and Virginia were listed as Negroes. People of Indian or part Indian ancestry were listed as Negroes well into the colonial and antebellum period. As 1786 runaway slaves advertisement for an East Indian Negro man called Jean, a slave born demonstrates the broad use term Negro in Virginia. The Negro was not synonymous with African. Okay, that's why you have this term. And you silly Negro doves. Yes, I'm calling you that. You African silly Negro doves. And a matter of fact, all of you guys, because quite frankly, you're missing the point. You're completely missing the point. Look what this means. Look what I'm going to show y'all something. Watch. The Negro term, okay? This was in 1854. It was a law. It says the word black may include all Negroes, but the term Negro does not include all black persons. Why is that? Remember, it says that a white woman can have a child with a black man and he won't be a slave, right? Well, just same goes for the white man. If he has a child with a black woman of African descent or Phoenician descent, that child won't be a slave. Only if that child was of a native, or if you slept with a. Actually, that's an interesting point. If you were a father Indian and you were, I don't think y'all were really mixing with black women. I don't think y'all would let it. And if they did, it was basically by chance. Not a lot of stories are heard about that. But then again, that's something that that would have to be explored. So now, again, all of these things are occurring, right? Why all of a sudden conclude all that? Well, for voting purposes, guys. Trust me, it's all about power. Think about their whole history, okay? In 1829, no, man, I'm just gonna leave this over here because it keeps popping over here. Let me move this over out of the way. Let me close this. 1829, there were some riots, all right? Some black folks were mad at white people, and I think it has to do with a lot of outvoting. They were moving into their areas, and white folks were getting tired of being outvoted, man. Y'all were outvoting them 5-1 at that time. Okay. And anyways, you guys were basically considering advocate for equality and civil rights. Okay. But at the same time, that same following year, you guys ordered the Indian Removal Act, 1830. And if you guys recall, between 1808 and 1865, what that guy said is they were migrating down from north to south, right? I wonder why. And you look at these things. These are the images of the debutantes. Okay. So as you guys are progressing and having these banquets and parties and gathering together for so-called equality for the brown people, no, you were looking for equality just for yourself. I have this here. I don't know why I got this for. Oh, Color Convention Project recognizes humanity. See? In the 1900s. In 1830. The Negro Convention movement. I'm not lying. But at the same time, we're going through Indian Removal Act of 1830. Okay. Now, let me show you guys this one more thing. This is interesting. This is what caught my attention out of all of this, man. Let's go back. A second. These guys, right? Remember I said earlier, they got look black. That's a Phoenician trait, by the way, based on what I have in the records and documents and books. You guys were mixing with white people already, so a lot of you guys have dark skin and gray eyes or light color eyes. So all of you guys that have that trait, you guys need to check your DNA. This guy, that's what caught my attention. I was wondering about that. Maybe he's really mixed, but if he was really mixed, maybe he looked like that. These two guys do not look like these guys. Remember the books that I read, Sephardic and Morse came? Okay. So we do know, I have some material that shows the material that they like to use, the treaties of all that, the treaties, the one I read, it actually shows that there were so-called white Jews and black Jews and brown Jews, right? But they don't like to share that. So anyways, watch what he says. Oh wait. As a matter of fact.
Hey, family, real quick. Regarding the chatting and all that, this Bor Rasta. Listen, you're on this chat, man, and it's all good if you're listening. But for the rest of you brothers and sisters that are here to actually learn, don't bother with these chats. If anybody starts going crazy, I'm gonna block y'all. And I don't know why somebody would post something regarding like any sexual things or anything. If y'all do that, man, I'm gonna block it again. Again, this isn't a channel regarding education. In this channel, if you're emotional, you might as well like just change it. If you don't believe in facts, then if you believe in alternative facts, then you need to go to another channel. This is not entertainment. This is not entertainment. Listen, I don't get super chats. I don't require money. That's the scriptures for the real true Israelite or the true Hebrews should not cost you a damn thing. Even the Messiah said it himself. Give that to what is to Caesar, meaning money. Why would, and then I'll tell you one last just side point, guys. If you guys who are from camps are here listening, whatever, or if you guys are part of a camp, tell your camp to distribute the funds that they make because they sell merchandise, they make money. And the scripture said that all Israel was equal regarding in possessions or substance. I don't see them distributing anything. It's all profitable. If you guys want to keep it real, let's keep it real. There's a way to take alms, and it right now is this institution, in this society, in this system. I don't know if it's a good idea to be giving men money because we've shown it's just clear they're not transparent and they don't follow it all to the T. You take it, you need to distribute. Oh, you Israelites that are part of these camps, you should definitely, okay? Tell them, listen, the scripture says that we should be distributing all the income that you receive evenly. I wonder why not? Anyways, let's continue, man. I'll shut up and just continue with the topic. All right, let me let this dude talk.
All right, hold on. Let me do this. Let me do this. There's two things that I want to touch on, okay? Let me go back to my page. Give me a second. Okay. Two things I want to touch on now that I have the topic. I don't want to go back and forth with it. Okay. Watch. First, I'm going to have this there. Okay. Now watch this.
They forced us to convert to Christianity, this new form of Christianity, wherein they were God, they were Christ. Okay.
I'm going to repeat it so we can see, okay?
Okay. The angels were white, and that the Jews who had converted, the white man who had converted to being a Jew, they also had to, they were on top of us. This white man that we had used from the Caucasus Mountains to help us in our military, they also turned against us.
That looks like the Immaculate Conception. Virgin Mary. Black Madonna with Christ in the middle. This is them. Look at the cross. That's not a white person. The whole Madonna, Virgin Mary. You know, it's funny because you guys always say, oh, the Virgen Maria, that's devil worship. But then you show Russian icons and you show these pictures. It's pretty stupid, to be quite frank with you. I don't know any other way to say it. Look, watch this, okay?
They forced us to...
And again, this is not my content. All right? YouTube is not my content. This is theirs. I'm only using it for educational purposes.
Convert to Christianity, this new form of Christianity, wherein they were God, they were Christ. Okay, the angels were white, and that the Jews who had converted, the white man who had converted to being a Jew, they also had to, they were on top of us.
So here's my point. All right, this is my point. Another one. Watch this real quick. Watch what he says, which really caught my attention.
This white man that we had used from the Caucasus Mountains to help us in our military, they also turned against us. Never trust your enemies, brothers and sisters. We said these are our allies. And the very same allies turned against us. So again, this white man that we had.
See, that's what's weird, because I look at this picture and he says that allies. When has Idumea been an ally like that to where you can trust him? And by the way, this statement doesn't sound historical. Its statement sounds like it's pretty recent.
Used from the Caucasus Mountains.
Remember the other brother, the other guy about the whole Mason concept? I'm not saying that any of these guys are. I'm just saying, ironically, they make comments, and if you pay attention, they expose themselves.
Help us in our military. They also turned against us. Never trust your enemies, brothers and sisters. We said these are our allies. And the very same allies turned against us. So again,
that's what really was weird to me, that he would say something like that. You know what I'm saying? Like that he would say something like that. Because based on the colors and all that, I mean the pictures, it basically speaks 1,000 words. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know. Let's go back to the Bible. All right, I'm gonna go to Psalms. Let's go to Psalms real quick. Psalms 49. Give me a second. We're gonna go back to this Bible. I'm gonna read all this one, and then I'll read the King James as well. Psalms 49, verse 4, and it reads, I inclined my ear to a parable. I expounded my riddle on the lyre. Okay. Verse 11. The inner thoughts are their houses. The inner thoughts are their houses forever. Their dwelling places to all their generations. They call their lands after their own names. Understand that? This is basically what they're trying to achieve, guys. They ain't trying to help us, man. Not from what I'm finding. You know what I'm saying? Psalm 64, verse 3. Who sharpen their tongue like a sword and aim their arrows a bitter word, to shoot an ambush at someone blameless. Okay? Verse 5. They arm themselves with an evil sword. They talk of hiding snares. They have said, who sees them? Was he not over there in Africa saying all of that? Is he not saying they were our allies? Who sees us? Is he not giving us a hint? I'm not putting words in anybody's mouth, man. I'm just looking at what people are saying. Sirach, chapter 12, verse 10. And it reads, never trust thine enemy, for like as Ryan rusted, so is his wickedness. Though he humble himself and go crouching, though he humble himself and go crouching. Yeah, brother, we're the same people. Look at this. We're the 12 tribes, bro. Yeah. Take good heed and beware of him, and thou shalt be unto him as thou had wiped a looking glass, and thou shalt know that his rust had not been altogether wiped away. So that's just saying, be careful, be mindful, because if you realize who he is, you're gonna basically clean that window, that glass, right? And you're gonna see right through the fact that his rust hasn't left him. Okay, so verse 16. Let me go to it real quick. Verse 16. And an enemy speaketh sweetly with his lips, but in his heart he imagined how to throw thee in the pit. He will weep his eyes. Yeah, brother, we're the 12 tribes, we're Hispanics here in America. But if he find opportunity, he will not be satisfied with blood. Okay, verse 17. If adversity come upon thee, thou shalt find him there. And though he'll pretend to help thee, shall he undermine thee. Here's the point. He shall make his head and clap his hands and whisper much and change his countenance. Which one is it?
It's that the blacks who were colonized and enslaved are indeed the 12 tribes of Israel, according to the biblical text. There's no biblical text that can prove the Jews in the Bible were Caucasians or are Caucasians. There's no biblical text that says or proves Jesus Christ is a Caucasian or white man. All the biblical texts prove that Christ is black, Moses was black, the Apostle Paul was black, and the 12 tribes of Israel are black. The Apostle Paul was black.
He will shake his head and clap his hands and whisper much and change his countenance.
And the 12 tribes of Israel are black.
I don't know what to tell you, brothers. You know what I mean? Let me get through this, man. I got a class to show y'all. Let's move on from this. Let's move on from this here. This is from the storm that swept Mexico. Again, copyright disclaimer. This content did not belong to me, YouTube. Okay, please don't block me. I'm not making any money off of this.
By the way, just in case, if they do start giving me a warning, I'm gonna move the video over, so then they don't block me. Because, man, YouTube, I don't know, man. I'm a little. This is like a little smart channel, man, and YouTube's messing with me so much that I can't even believe they even got their time to waste on me. But anyway, just giving y'all a heads up. All right, let it play.
In 1876. In 1876, reeling from nearly a century of conflict, Mexico elects Porfirio Diaz president.
So now let's compare what we've been through. Okay?
For more than 30 years, he will rule Mexico with an iron fist in what will become known as the Porfiriato. To some, he is the benevolent father, the peacemaker, but to others, the traitor, the man who gave Mexico away to the foreigners.
The Porfiriato is in some ways the beginning of that peculiar relationship between Mexico and the United States. The Porfiristas believed, given the economic thinking of that time, that the way to move ahead was to open the gates to foreign investment. Mexico was right next to the United States, so Mexico was largely an economic colony of the United States by 1900.
Did you guys hear that? We were an economic state by 1900. There were already Sigma Pi Phi and all these things, institutions. What else? They had Black Wall Street. They had banks. They had a lot more, and they also had the Americas. Remember, after 1848? Okay. Again, apples to apples. All we're doing is we're just comparing to see if we are the same people, if our struggles are the same, and if the period and timeline doesn't differ. Because if it differs, then the scriptures may have to be in question now. Let's continue.
The center of power during the Porfiriato is Mexico City. Here, Diaz surrounds himself by a group of technocrats known as the Científicos. This circle of power controls much of the nation's wealth, with little regard for anyone outside their circle.
The Científicos were the people who implemented his economic policies. These were the people who wrote the legislation for the passage of laws. These were the people who put together the contracts between the Mexican government and foreign companies and so on. They were elitist. Some of them were racist. That is, they believed in the notion that the biggest problem that Mexico faced was its backward Indian population.
Backward Indian population. Here, I just thought up a scripture. My bad. It wasn't part of it. Deuteronomy chapter 28, verse, I believe it's 36. Watch this. Yahweh, it says, Yahweh brings you and the sovereign whom you set over you to a nation which neither you nor your fathers have known, and there you shall serve other mighty ones, wood and stone. I read this because as we see these Científicos didn't give a damn about our people. So were they our people? The Spirit bear witness. Let me move forward to right here.
Bueno, fundamentalmente durante el Porfiriato,
la expresión artística siempre estuvo viendo, o sea, con los ojos hacia Europa. Esto nos hace ver que siempre México, no obstante de ser un país que se ha independizado, que está buscando su identidad, sigue con los ojos puestos siempre en Europa.
Deuteronomy chapter 28, verse 28. It reads, Yahweh shall strike you with madness and blindness and bewilderment of the heart or mind. Madness. The madness of you guys. You want to be like the other nations, the other heathens that enslaved our people, right? Blind to the fact that you don't know who you are because you're listening to this garbage of the past and even now. And it says here, and you shall be groping at noon as a blind man gropeth in darkness. It's daylight, guys, and you have no clue who you are according to the Bible, and not prosper in your ways. Have we prospered since 1492? And you shall be only oppressed, plundered all days with no one to save you. You know damn well that's been happening to us since 1492 and even till this day. Our children are separated at the border. You don't think I have the same fear? Oh yeah, I got family members that go through the same thing. Same damn thing. Isaiah chapter 1, verse 3. An ox knoweth his owner, and a donkey his master's crib. Israel does not know, my people have not understood. Why? Because you're looking upon the eyes of Europe. Really? The same people that enslaved us?
Modernidad de las urbes. Por otra parte, tenemos a todo este pueblo.
Listen, I didn't bring any bridles up for those guys because honestly, I was just showing who they are. But you guys are our people, our gente. I know what struggle we've been through. So you damn right I'm going to bring scriptures out because that Bible belongs to us. 500 years since we haven't had it. And they were introduced to white man as God. Now all of a sudden, in the last 20 years, supposedly we are Hebrews, and another nation tells us, and they bring another image. About 20 years ago, nobody wanted to be a native. Nobody wanted to be an Aboriginal. No, man. When hip-hop was strong, when NWA was strong, nobody cared about the so-called Hispanic heritage or Native Indian heritage. Nobody. We were spics, beaners, wetbags, and then, dumb Indians that are in reservations, that are a bunch of alcoholics, and you guys, whatever. You get free money. How is it fair? That's what we hear. Okay, so all of a sudden now, they care for this heritage. Like now we have all of this agenda. Y'all gotta pay attention, man. I've read to y'all, brothers and sisters, a book on propaganda. I'll read it again today once I'm kind of done with my majority of my notes. I'm almost done. Remember, I was doing a comparable, and for the brother that says, "Oh, knowledge, every information, everything," and that's in Romans, by the way. Okay, what was written aforetime was written for our learning. Through patience of the scripture, we might have hope. Okay, so obviously you cannot learn the Bible, nor can you study the Bible, nor can you understand the Bible without historical facts. If you believe only by DNA or Bible, and then you don't actually look at the historical facts, then I don't know I can't help you. You got to look at everything, historical facts. If you care for DNA, sure, why not? Do it. But at the end of the day, the Bible holds precedent to everything. And we have proven it that we fit all the scriptures. We fit all the curses. Our food matches. Our clothing matches. Our culture matches. Our ways match. And, I mean, literally, we are still being told nothing about who we are. But yet you have the so-called white man, the so-called black man, propagandizing yay or ye or whatever his name is. And then some basketball player. Y'all have it so good. Where's your struggle? Where is your struggle? All I'm saying is, hey, because whenever our people, our gentes getting shot, dying, because that's the class that I'm having in the evening today. I had to do this class. It was a spiritual thing. But the class in the evening is exactly that. While we hear all this news about everything else, guess what? Our sisters are getting shot, killed, murdered, and raped. Let's continue.
A este pueblo campesino que está marginado, que no se le atiende, en donde se va a encontrar el descontento.
Porfirio Diaz was a strong ruler, and he held Mexico.
Look at that picture right there, right? They're all drinking and having a blast at the expenses of our people. Isaiah 56, verse 9. Again, I don't know if there are people or not, but I'm gonna read it anyways, because if they are, man, may the Lord have mercy on you. Verse 9, Isaiah 56, verse 9. All you beasts of the field come to devour, and you beasts in the forest. Verse 10, it reads, his watchmen are blind, all of them have not known, just like Deuteronomy 28:28. All of them are dumb dogs, unable to bark, dreaming lying down, loving to slumber. Are these guys not slumbering? Right? And the dogs have a strong appetite. They never have enough. They are shepherds. They have not known understanding. And they are shepherds, meaning these guys are supposed to be our leaders. And look what they're doing. They have not known understanding. We haven't had the Bible in 500. I mean, even in this time, the Bible was prohibited. All of them look to their own ways, everyone for his own gain, for their own end, saying, come, let me bring wine and fill ourselves with strong drink. And tomorrow shall be as today, even much greater. Is he not looking upon the much greater land? You see this field? And now they're expanding that way. Drinking, saying, let's go ahead and expand the land. The pleasures of what? A prophet, right?
Let's go together with the help of the military of Hacendados and with American backing.
An American backing. Who was in power at this time? Yeah, I think I've been proving it. So let's continue. It wasn't just a white man, guys.
The unrest was there because of the nature of that economy and the society of that time. Rural Mexico was poor. The hacienda system was a tragedy for Mexico.
It was. It was a heavy tragedy for our people. It was the worst thing that could have happened, because they made it seem as if it was very attractive and, just the way to go. And quite frankly, it was not. Okay. Let me start it here.
The haciendas were large estates. Some originated from Spanish land grants, while others were made up of lands the owners had bought or stolen. They were nearly totally self-sufficient enterprises that up until the revolution functioned in a semi-feudal system. The haciendas generated much of the wealth of the country, but most of it stayed in the hands of a few. The owner, called an hacendado, had nearly total power over the peones, the people who worked the land. The southern state of Morelos was home to some of the richest haciendas in all of Mexico. Many of them were sugar plantations, long known for horrendous conditions. After centuries of abuse, Morelos was ripe for a rebellion.
Un día en Cocoyoc, ahí en esa calle donde vivo, cuando anda un español, niño, ¿qué hace? Como así con ese parado orgulloso, ¿qué hace, niño? El niño se agacha, usted lo ve, señor, porque ya sabía que la opresión era grande. Por eso, los que nos lanzamos a la revolución en defensa de la patria, no fue una valentía, un orgullo, una necesidad.
Oppression makes a wise man mad.
Que querían que trabajáramos a punta de ciudadanos por 25 centavos, del amaneciendo hasta el tesoro. Andaban los alcapataces en las calles.
Sacapataces, they call them formants, right? But it's not technically formants. Exodus 1, verse 11. So they set slave masters over them to afflict them with their burdens, and they built for Pharaoh supply cities, Pythons, and Ramesses. Let me read King James, Exodus 1:11. Therefore, they did set over them taskmasters to afflict them with their burdens, and they built for Pharaoh treasure cities, Python and Ramesses. That's what zapatas means, this guy right here.
Andaban los alcapataces en las
Alcapataces, the taskmasters.
calles, que no hubiera ninguno en su casa sentado, ni acostados menos, y lo bien, vamos para afuera, ni permiso pedían los alcapaces. A punta de chicotazo, vamos a cargarse la caña, a cortar caña, por 25 centavitos. Centavitos, no pesos, como ahora. ¿Y quién iba a aguantar eso? Dígame, ¿quién va a aguantar eso?
Ecclesiastes chapter 7, verse 7. I have to read it, guys. For oppression makes a wise one mad, and a bribe destroys the heart. 25 centavos was nothing, guys. If you guys lived in over there, they terminated that. But there was a time where I remember where we had, you know, pesos and then centavos, the lowest of the lowest. Not even 1 peso a day. He needed 100 centavos to make 1 peso. That's like negative. It literally, if you look at mathematics, it's literally like -1 or -100, man. It's just so sad, bro.
Luego resultó esa la revolución.
And that's exactly what happened. Let me go back to the Bible, man. You guys need to start reading, guys. We have all the answers in our book, not some Phoenician, our book. And we're taking it back. Thus saith the Lord. Psalms 38, verse 11, and it reads, my loved ones and my friends stand back from my plague, and my neighbors stand far away. And those seeking my life lay a snare, and those seeking my evil have spoken of destruction and utter deceit all day long. Why am I reading this? Why am I reading this? Remember, guys, keep in mind, this guy ruled from 1876 to 1811, okay? Now, I find this very ironic. Remember the whole 1808 to 1865 movement from the so-called Phoenicians? Or not so-called, the Phoenicians, right? That they were in slavery. You guys realize in 1869 was when it was actually, they started drilling oil in Mexico for petroleum. And it was this guy that did it. Right? Well, check this out. Between 1521 and 1821, ranchers were telling these people, hey, man, we're running into tar and our animals are dying. Okay? In 1846, they were already looking to mine in Russia. This guy here, he opens up a lot of them all over the continent of Mexico, right? But I find it so funny. This colonial period of when reports ranchers having cattle lost. And then in 1821, right, between 1521 and 1821, then all of a sudden in 1823, James Monroe articulated the Monroe Doctrine, which was a very shady way of saying, hey, this law will protect us all, so foreign invaders don't come in. But then that law also stipulated in the small print, if you owe them money and you bring issues to our continent, then we would have to overrule you. That's exactly what it actually did. Because in 1850 is when it was actually officially coined, I guess, in a sense, right? And then if you look at the Mexican secession, it was in when? In 1848. The war started in 1846 through 1848. You know, there were white and black people fighting us. So as you can see, the expansion has a purpose. The Mexican War began in what? Oh, and by the way, we had independence. It became independent in 1821. And then 2 years later, the Monroe Doctrine. And they had already been told that there was tar pits. I mean, look, man, if you look at this, okay, look what we've been through. And it hasn't stopped. All right, when the Spaniards came, and they were black and white. Oh, what a coincidence! They put a black guy there. See, man, I swear. Independence, right? 1835, 1836, 1839, 1848, 1860, 1867, the French War, 1820, 1829. This was actually the period where we were starting to tell the so-called white people right here. See, It's funny because in 1917 they implement these fumigation like gas baths, right, to our people. But at the same time, there was already a president. I cannot remember his name. He was already trying to implement law which would stop the white man from taking massive gains of the petroleum, which they were not investing in Mexico. I wonder why. So they take it out on the people, right? Is that what y'all did? And guess who's in power at that time? Who's in power? Who has politicians? The black man and the white man. French colonization. You see this here? You Creoles, so-called Creoles, right? You people that are very proud of your Creolish, y'all are French. Means you're Phoenicians. So you can look as white as you want or look like we are people, but a lot of you guys are not our people. You're Phoenicians. This goes out to you, Chris. You know who I'm talking about. You're so proud of your what do you call it? Creole blood, right? Yeah, man. You're taking that person down with you. She may be our people. Andrew Jackson, removal of the Indians, 1830. And you guys were expanding. Black people are expanding from the East Coast all of a sudden. Oh, supposedly they're being enslaved. Really? What a coincidence. Why don't you keep them up north? First meeting, we saw that already. If you look at all the stuff that we've been through, right? And the secession and all of these things, it, literally, I don't see the similarity. I really don't. If you look at gas baths from 1917 to 1964, the fumigation, all of those things were practiced up until 1963, 1964. Matter of fact, the Nazis even praised America, the so-called white man and the black man, because it was you guys that both did this work, for what you did. And you know, about 90% of our people, right, in between 1900, like early 1900, 10 or 15% maybe, were literate. And 90 to 85% couldn't read or write. And we didn't have the Bible. And just this out, only on 1950, we actually started seeing a lot of increase in literacy. About 40% of the people were actually being able to read at that time now. Yeah. Okay. A lot of these things were going on. In 1929, 1936, you guys forget about this here in America? These guys have politicians in their table. Black people have politicians, but instead what? They decide to get us out of there. And then you see more black people coming into California. And then you got some black person over there saying that they're going to sue the white man because they took this land. They took his land, supposedly. Well, you know whose land that was, dummy? You guys, I'm sorry, man. You guys are a joke. Operation Wetback. You guys forget that? They didn't say Operation Negro. Operation Wetback. You guys were you guys had politicians. Even that guy said it. In 1800, in 1860 or 1850, you guys politicians way before, but I'm going to go by what you're saying. In 1850, 1860, you were getting politicians. I didn't see you guys fighting for our rights. You guys weren't saying we're the same people then. 1 million people were getting kicked out. Massive people were getting lynched from 1860, 1870 to all the way through 1810, 1820. Our people. Was that being told? Don't forget, since 1492, we haven't had the Bible. You guys need to read that. As a matter of fact, I'm going to post a link on Facebook when it's today or tomorrow. You guys will see the link that shows the Lutherans criticizing the Europeans. That supposedly we're not authorized to have the Bible. We can't print it. But what about the Monroe Doctrine? What the hell was the Monroe Doctrine about? I thought that was to protect us, but yet we were not allowed to have the Bible printed. Those are facts. And when it was available, 1831, 1833, the one that was, a few, were more than $200, which is like $8,000 now, 25 volume set. What damn peon's going to be able to carry that around? They don't even have a house. You saw how they were whooping their butts every time just to get up and work. Who the hell had energy to read, let alone Latin?
Being left behind.
Van a producir muchos latinos, van a producir.
Yeah, you know what, Salome? Yeah, my grandfather on my mom's side, because I didn't meet my father on my dad's side. He got shot when my dad was 1 year old at a cantina or in front. Her dad, my grandpa, he used to travel like maybe 2 hours every morning, get up early, like 3, and then go up to the city close to Guadalajara, because that's where I was born. And they were picking corn and all kinds of fruits. So this is recent. You know what I'm saying? Like in 1920, 1910, 1930. This is like recent. Not too far fetched. Like you would think, oh, okay, these are like from 1700. Nah, man, our struggle has not stopped. That's what I'm saying. Let me continue.
Muchos hombres libres que no están dispuestos a ser peones de Hacienda, y al momento que se viene la revolución, muchos de los que se integran a los grupos revolucionarios son esos.
Yeah, hey, listen, bro. I have family members that are not, like legal, and at any moment they, you know what I mean. They're petitioning, they're asking for permission for residency, but they're fearful, man, because they've had neighbors where ICE came in and took took the parents and left the children alone in the house. Man, come on, bro. Don't try to say we're the same people at the same time. When we know how media works, we know how the enemy functions. We know these psychological attacks that principalities and powers is what we're dealing with. Let's not fall for this again. We already went through it once. Let's be now prudent people. All I'm saying is, brothers and sisters, you need to study the scriptures and study your history, and don't let foreigners tell us who we are according to the Bible. We are the Hebrews. Now you just got to study and pick up the book.
Que fueron despojados, o los hijos de esos que fueron despojados.
In the late Porfiriato, Americans had huge stakes in Mexico. The beginnings of petroleum, mining especially. The railroads were built by Americans. Many Americans owned land in Mexico. These were economic interests, and the Americans wanted to protect these interests.
You know where I'm going. You know where I'm going. You know where I'm going. You that are studying the scriptures and really take it to their heart that this is our book. Deuteronomy. You know where I'm going. Deuteronomy chapter 28 and verse 30. Where are you at? Verse 33. A people whom you have not known, eat the fruit of your land and all your labors, and you shall be only oppressed and crushed all the days. See that? Yahweh will bring you and the sovereign whom you set over you to a nation which neither you and your fathers have known. We didn't know these guys. Do we know them? Verse 38. You take much seed out of the field, but gather little in, for the locusts consume it. You plant vineyards and shall labor, but you neither drink of the wine nor gather, for the worms eats it.
American investments in Mexico were enormous in the early part of the 20th century. Some authorities say they were greater in value than all of the investments in property owned by Mexicans in Mexico.
While this close relationship with the U.S. benefits the científicos, Diaz is keenly aware that it places Mexico in a precarious and potentially dangerous position.
So as you can see, you have people that didn't give a damn about our well-being. Ezekiel 25:25. Thus say the Master Yahweh, because the Philistines have acted in vengeance and took extreme vengeance and scorns in their being, to destroy with lasting enmity. Okay? Therefore, thus said Yahweh, see, I am stretching out my hand against the Philistines, and I shall cut off the Cherethites and destroy the remnant of the seacoast, and execute great vengeance on them with raging reproof. And they shall know that I am Yahweh when I lay my vengeance upon them. I read this chapter because it's going to be applying to the so-called black man and black woman of Phoenician, and the so-called white man. Okay? Where are you at? Obadiah 1:3. The pride of your heart have deceived thee, you who dwell in the cliffs of the rock, whose dwelling is high, who say in your heart, who shall bring me down to the ground? Thou you rise as the eagle, and though you set your nest among the stars, you mean them, from there I shall bring you down, declares Yahweh. Because it was technically the so-called black man and black woman that was really over here initially. The white man needed their power. The white man couldn't have done it themselves. So this is a twofold situation that we're looking at, guys. And I'm not making this stuff up. The Bible speaks for itself. Watch this. I'm going to show you guys this real quick. They say it themselves. This is why they're here. This is why they're here. And this is why now all of a sudden they care to know or care to say that we are the same people. Really? Watch what he says. This is from a analytical and chronological table of the history of Ireland. The Phoenicians ran that place. And they went there because of this. Watch what it says. At how early a period this remarkable people began to spread themselves over the globe, the inscription legible for many ages, and the two pillars near the front of Maggie. And it says, we fly from the face of Joshua, the robber, bore striking testimony. This is from Phoenician Ireland. Watch what he reads. I'll start here. Let's see. But the name of the city with Militum itself would appear to have been given by its Phoenicians from Milit to escape to be liberated, which accords with the history of the first tribe of the Canaanites who fled before the face of Joshua, the Israelite. The Israelite. Now let's go to here real quick again. All right. Watch what it says in this page here. I think it's this page. Oh, this is funny. Well, look what it says here. The proximity of the borders of Europe and Africa and the evidence of the African phenotype among Southern Europeans led Napoleon to remark that Africa begins at Pyrenees. He said it. Okay, I'm going to show you guys something real quick because I'm about to finish up. Let me see if I can find it. It goes to show, man, when you look at doctrine for what it is, if it's solid, it stands ground and it doesn't depend on one scripture or color scriptures. It really is the Bible itself. You cannot knock the Bible if it's a solid and true doctrine. Watch this, guys. Remember that whole thing that he says, oh yeah, we were enslaved and we ruled Europe and we ruled Europe. And then they were scattered in Africa. Okay? Watch what it says here. This is what they say, that they ruled Europe and then they went to Africa. Right? And you go into verse 49 and say, Yahweh shall bring a nation against you from far, from the end of the earth, as swift as the eagle flieth, a nation whose language you shall not understand. Look what this guy said, an African person. The fact that the Africans from the north have been intruding into southern Europe from the very early time should not come as a great surprise, for the straits that separate the two continents can be crossed by the simplest boats in the matter of hours. It's a skip and a hop, man. Europe is literally a skip and a hop to Africa. How in the hell are you using verse 49? Yahweh shall bring a nation against you from far, from the end of the earth. From far. It's not on a boat ride. Oh, simple boats, meaning I could even get an inflatable boat and probably make it across. As swift as the eagle flieth, a nation whose language I shall not understand. You guys spoke English, Spanish, Dutch, German, French, Russian, Prussian, what else? This Czechoslovakian. Come on, guys. Really? Let me share you guys some prophecy real quick. You guys think I'm full of it. share this to your people, because what's coming to you, I pray the Lord that what's coming to you is done to you 3 times, 4 times, 15 times worse than what y'all did to our people. And I mean that with every sense of the word. It's called righteous hate. Y'all say that to the white man. I already know what the white man did. And you know what? At least they don't hide from it. You know what I'm saying? Like Trump, at least he's admitting it. Like you guys, hey, at least he's admitting it. Yeah. And you guys never admitted any of this. You guys own slaves too. Habakkuk chapter 1, verse 5. Watch what it says. Look among the nations and see. He's telling us. And be amazed. Be amazed. He says it with an exclamation point. For a work is being wrought in your days. For a work is being wrought in your days. You hear that? For a work is being wrought in your days. Let me repeat that again. If not, I'm going to go back to this book. Yeah, I'm going to have to go back to this book. Okay? Give me a second here. Where are you? I'm going to pause that real quick. Hold on. Because I don't want to make them lose this. Give me a second, guys. My bad. Hold on. I'll make it quick. Come on. All right, let me show you guys something real quick, all right? This is from my Facebook page, and whoever has me or knows me, you guys can find me. I'm always posting everything I find on my page, all right? I disclose everything. I don't hide anything. And by the way, for you that know my channel, right, you guys know that on Saturday, my computer just went nuts. So on Friday night, my computer went nuts, okay? So I couldn't use it anymore. So Saturday morning, I was literally like bouncing around how to make it work. I use my son's laptop. So I'm limited with my links. I have a new computer now, and all praises to the Most High that it's much better and there's more I can do, but I have to transfer my links. What I'm saying is this. That guy, Diodorus Siculus, I've showed you guys one of my channels. I'll see if I could reference it today so then you guys can see what I'm talking about. But I actually read the link and show you that they knew this. This is from the Jew, a Negro, their book, which they present to us, and it reads: did the Negroes know of America? This goes for you, the what's his name, Borasta. Watch it. Let's see. Diodorus Siculus tells us that the Phoenicians in early times sailed beyond Hercules Pillars along the African coast, and there, meeting with storm and tempest, were carried to the remotest part of the ocean. And after many days came to a vast island at a great distance from Libya, and lying very far west, the Phoenicians, and lying very far west. Then it says, the Phoenicians informed the Carthaginians of this place. The Carthaginians prohibited other nations from settling in it, they reserving it for themselves as a place of retirement if they should ever be driven from their native soil, which is why I had read earlier regarding how Canaanites always flee from Joshua. They hate Joshua, meaning they hate our people. All right. Now, Diodorus Siculus, in his link, where he basically mentions all kinds of historical facts, mentions how they, Phoenicians, had already seen us from a distance, which then references this book here that I have, because they said the same exact thing in his link. And they were saying of how great and wonderful the city that they had seen. I don't know why it's so small here. The city that they had seen, and how they were amazed, the aqueducts and sweet water, and then the inhabitants there, that you could see why they were living and lived so healthy, because the water was so delicious and blah, blah, blah. And he's really getting into detail with that, right? So then you actually find out that, yeah, you're right. You guys did travel these areas, but you weren't here first. Then you would go against the scripture, then that means that you don't believe in the Bible. So whichever way you want to slice it, either way, man, you either believe it or you don't. It's like either you're pregnant or you're not. You're not half pregnant. All right. So let me go back to I can't find the page. But anyways, you guys who know me, obviously you're welcome to Emmanuel Israel. All right. I have the same logo as here. All right. That's my logo. Okay. So if you guys find me, go ahead and link up. I provide everything for y'all. I even show you guys like my so-called DNA. If everybody's so hyped up about it, okay, fine. Just so you can see that I'm not. The Bible speaks who I am, and even the so-called white man says who I am. All right, but all praises to the Most High that at least He's given me the honor of even having an opportunity to
Forgive me for all the crap I did, man, because at the end of the day, that's what it's about. It's nothing more, nothing less than just that. Letting go of all the crap and all who you used to be. So then hope, Lord willing, you can make it into the kingdom, because this flesh ain't going to make it. And that disciplined spirit, if you don't do it, it ain't going to make it either. Any bitterness in you, you ain't going to make it.
I don't want to. I got to trim this time. Here it goes, the golden age. All right, so watch this. Habakkuk 1:5. Look among the nations and see and be amazed. Be amazed, for a work is being wrought in your days. Okay? What's he talking about? A work is being wrought in your days. This is what he's talking about right here, okay? See, this was actually prophesied in about 600 BC, right? About 600 BC. This statement was made by another man in 700 AD. And now we see it again 1,300 years exactly later. 1,300 years from 600 BC to 700 AD is 1,300 years. 700 AD to 2022 or 2020, right? Or 2022 is basically 1,300 years. Watch what it says. Look among the nations and see, be amazed, be amazed. For a work is being wrought in your days, which you would not believe if it were told. Meaning he told us that, right? That this was going to happen. Verse 8. Their horses shall be swifter than leopards and more fierce than an evening wolf. And their horsemen shall charge ahead, and their horsemen come from afar. They fly as the eagle rushing to eat. Remember, their horse shall be swifter than leopards and more fierce than an evening wolf. This is from a statement of an African who had sympathy or empathy for the white man, because the Africans just completely slaughtered them. Here's what he said. The reins of the Moors or horses were as fire, their faces black as pitch, like the black Jesus. Their eyes shone like burning candles, like their red eyes, black Jesus, red eyes, right? Their horses were swift as leopards. What? And their riders fiercer than a wolf in the sheepfold at night. The noble gods, remember, they took the name from them, were broken in an hour, quicker than tongue can tell, oh, luckless Spain. Are they not trying to do that now? Are they not trying to say that they're the Israelites? And now they're not trying to say that they're the aboriginals? This is their spirit. Once again, we see it. And they shall fly as the eagle. All right, so let's see. What is that? And they shall fly as the eagle. This guy felt bad for the white man because these guys just slaughtered them. I wonder what they did. Yahweh, verse 40, Deuteronomy 28:49. Yahweh shall bring a nation against you from far, from the end of the earth, as swift as the eagle flieth. Is this not the eagle? Is this not the eagle? Is that not the eagle? Is that not the eagle? Is this wicked ass man not the eagle? A nation whose language you shall not understand, a fierce nation which shall not show no regard for the elder, no show favor to the young. Did they not pass that law? Sequetus per term, whatever, in 1660, an African king? Did he not allow that law to rape our women and enslave our children, even enslave their own children, for that matter? Did they not do that? Was that not done? Got one more to see, and that's it.
El crecimiento y la afirmación.
Wait. Hold up. Watch this. This is a book I got, Black Conquistadors, the story of the first black men in America. Chaos when the 600-man Narvaez expedition invades 16th century Florida. And y'all know, we talked about this, and some of you brothers and sisters about Narvaez, right? Watch this. Oh, let's see. Hold up. That was from my other. And see, that's the thing about, the Most High, how he works. This new computer allows me now to work on thumbnails. See, man, the Most High has magic, man. I'm telling you. I wasn't sweating it. It was stressful just because I lost a lot of my information, a lot of my classes for years since 2018. But it's all good, man. I have it all in my mind. Look at what it says here. June 17th, 1527, 5 creaking ships carrying 600 inexperienced soldiers under the command of ruthless, one-eyed Pamphilo de Narvaez slipped out of the Spanish port of Sanlúcar. A grand and passionate conquest is about to begin. Destination, Florida. Desire gold, lots of it. Destiny, the deadliest nightmare of their lives. The impenetrable alligator infests the swamps of the coast of Florida, cut off the civilized world. They began to encounter flipped-tipped arrows, disease, hunger, and narvaez. Their failure, you see that. Look at here. All right, let's continue over here. You see that here? I just got the book. I'm going to start reading it. Look at this. Barrel Girl, the compassionate Teobagan Indian girl who thinks her only problem is keeping her fishermen out of the manchi, the she-man hut late at night. Then 600 gold-hungry Spaniards land on her village shore, and she is caught in a whirlwind adventure as she is forced to guide them around Tampa Bay to the horror that awaits the other side. Look, Estebancico, and a slave as a Spanish captain about to make the biggest mistake of his life in dark jungle of the swamps. The first black man in America will stop at nothing until he becomes el conquistador negro, the black conquistador. Listen, guys, these things here are no joke. They're no joke. Let's continue. Let's go.
Si vemos al porfiriato desde el punto de vista del crecimiento y la afirmación de una economía mexicana, de una clase emergente, una cultura, vamos a ver un espectáculo. Si lo vemos desde el punto de vista de la opresión de los indígenas, de los campesinos mexicanos, los trabajadores urbanos, en que esto se basaba, vamos a ver otra visión. Si combinamos las dos visiones, lo que nos va a aparecer en el medio es una gran injusticia. Esto es el porfiriato.
And that's pretty much like what I had in mind the whole entire time. Now, let me show y'all something real quick. Okay. Let's see. Where's the class at? Where's the class? Hey guys. Okay, fam. All right. So I am gonna go ahead and clear this up real quick. I want to show you something before I move forward. Scriptures talk about something very important, okay? And we need to be mindful. See, you understand who we are if you really pay attention as to who we are. Just logic, common sense, looking at our families, the way we handle ourselves, the way we are towards our mothers, fathers, or our kids are towards us, cousins, whatever. You understand that we are based off family. That in our nature is to build a family. There's absolutely no other way to explain it. It is statistically studied. Like they actually studied us, I guess, in a way. I'll show you something. This is from, I don't know, InsideParamount.com. Family togetherness is the core value of Hispanics. Okay? That is the core value of Hispanics. We explored the meaning of Hispanic 4 key cultural values: family, faith, family, faith, food, and music. Let me say that again: family, faith, food, and music. And it kind of goes that way. Because I'm sure, remember, you walk into a house and when you feel your family's all there, you hear people talking and they're having fun. Mom's cooking, tortillas are, flipping over. Let me see that real quick. So yeah, I didn't get that, bro. You know what I'm saying? So we, you have, you come in and you have a family and, you share good times and you hear that noise and it's like, that's first family, man. And hey, this is going to bring us together. And next, it's food and then music. That's common. Family is the most important, is more important than friends. 6 out of 10 of us, I think it's more than that. But then again, it's friends that you grow up with since you're a child. So, I can see even that should probably be an 8, to be honest with you, because those friends are like family. I know, speaking from experience. It says here, say that they would choose to have a big family over a large group of friends. This preference is as strong among teens as it is for adults 35 to 49. Wow, isn't that a fact? Spanish is the language at home. Blah, blah, blah. They want to pass along family traditions to their kids while putting their own spin on things. Most Hispanics, 83%, want children to continue family tradition. 71% want to raise their kids the way they were raised. At the same time, they'd like to leave behind dated approaches that didn't work for them when they were growing up. Basically, what it means is like we would like to give our children the right tools. Like, don't raise me to be a plumber and I end up becoming a electrician, so to speak. Or you're prepping me to be an electrician, but you give me all the plumbing tools. Take care of each other under any circumstance. I'm going to tell you this right now. Nearly all Hispanics surveyed, 86%, believe that family takes care of each other no matter what. You hear that? No matter what. Similar percentage expects to support their parents, which is true, at 86%. And it feels it's important to give money to family members, 87%. Their support is loyal, with 86% agreeing that they may not always like their family, but they will never turn their family on them. That doesn't require a horn family. That requires like a hug. You should go there. Yeah, I see you, bro. Don't trip. You should go there and hug your kids, man. Because look, the next video I'm going to continue with, because technically I said my wife is with her grandma, her brother's at the hospital. I don't want to get too much info, but I guess he wasn't doing well. So I don't know. Lord willing, he's doing well. So the reason I'm sharing this with you guys is because sometimes you guys forget what you have in you. You forget what's important. Today, you forget that there are priorities. I get it. You know, we don't have the spirit of hate, the spirit of bitterness. Any brother or sister that's bitter, towards these nations, you need to check yourself, man, because you're not bitter about them. You're bitter about yourself. Get rid of any bitterness. Learn to not forget, but forgive. Put this on the Most High. You cannot wish upon, man, I'm not wishing evilness on them. That was when I was a little bit more, younger in this whole thing last year, because I've grown a lot. And one thing I've learned is bitterness, man. Because if I was exploring these things, there was a bitterness coming in me, and I didn't like that. So now, remember what family is, all right? Let's stick to the point. Remember family and remember migration. So remember earlier, it says, how do you determine where you're from? You follow the migration. So let's transition to family migration first. Let's go. Because that's what the Most High is requiring of us. The Most High is not requiring anything else but a family coming together. That's what it's requiring. The scriptures even say it. I'll show you real quick and then we'll move on. What is it? Jeremiah 26, I think. Is it Jeremiah 26? I'll show 5. Is it 24? 22? Something like that. Let me see. It says, thou shalt plant vineyards and all that stuff. It talks about that. Us being in actual slavery. Either way, it doesn't matter. Plant vineyards. Raise a family. Okay. Oh, I got it. Is that it? Yeah, I got it. Sorry. My bad, man. My bad. Jeremiah 29. Watch this real quick. It says here, let's see, Jeremiah 29, build ye houses and dwell in them and plant gardens and eat the fruit of them. Take ye wives and beget sons and daughters. Take wives for your sons and give your daughters to husbands, that they may bear sons and daughters, that they may be increased there, and not diminish. And seek peace, and seek the peace of thy city, whither I have caused you to be carried away as captives. And pray unto the Lord for it is in the peace thereof shall ye have peace. It's not their fault, fam. It's our fault. There's no need to point the finger. Ain't nobody else's fault but ours. Let's go.
Today is a good day. Today is a great day. I hope everyone have a blessed day. I just came to realize, I see all these videos saying browns and blacks need to come together. Browns and blacks need to come together. And it's a lot of my people that keep saying, let's come together with the blacks. But before you even say that, why we can't just come together? Us browns with browns. Why we can't come together first? How you gonna say let's come together with these people and you guys don't even want to come together? Make it make sense. Make it make sense. I always push for my browns with browns. It's always Mexicans united together. But we can never even do that. So, before you try to keep saying browns and blacks come together, unite, you need to make the browns and browns come together first. And then we could talk about that. Until then, y'all need to stop spreading that brown and black bullshit, okay?
¿Qué es el peor enemigo de un mexicano? Otro mexicano, ni madres. ¿Qué es el peor enemigo de un mexicano? Otro mexicano, ni madres. Hay que cambiar esa actitud. ¿Te va bien? Ah, es narco. ¿Te va bien? Lava dinero. Señores, latinos, los invito a ser más unidos. Hay que llevárnosla bien, hay que echarnos la mano, no romper esa tradición del cangrejo.
Generalmente los latinos nos tenemos catalogados como cangrejos. El que sube lo jalamos para abajo para poder subir. Y Jorge está haciendo alguna cosa diferente. Jorge abraza, te envuelve, te mete y ahora crecemos todos juntos.
Hay que ayudarnos unos con otros. Esta fiesta es para eso. Invitar a latinos, empresarios chingones que vinieron a Estados Unidos sin nada y se la están partiendo y miren lo que logramos. De eso se trata. Mis amistades son de buen corazón. Si estás en esta fiesta es porque te considero una persona de bien, una persona de familia.
Jorge está acostumbrando, educando a la gente a decir, así se hace.
Entre todos, imagínate el networking que podemos hacer todos juntos y ver en qué necesita hacer una como asociación de latinos empresarios chingones junto con mis empleados y ver cómo nos podemos echar la mano. Por eso lo quiero estar haciendo cada mes, que sea una tradición. Primer miércoles de cada mes sea una tradición Fuerza Latina. Por latinos chingones. ¡Vámonos! Una vez al mes. Yes. Imagínense lo que podemos hacer como latinos. 67 millones de latinos en este país. Hay que unirnos. Déjense de envidias, puñaladas por la espalda. Déjense de mamadas. Latinos unidos. A las 3, ya todos saben, más chingón, a las 3. 1, 2, 3. ¡Más chingón!
He got that opportunity, that means that I'm never going to get it, you know, and I think that's something that impacts the community in the larger scale when we're trying to compete with one another rather than come in solidarity and help each other, especially when starting businesses. Entrepreneurship is very important, but people gatekeep certain information because they're like, oh no, like he's gonna then become my competition. But it's like, nah, like you need community, bro, to build each other. You get me? So I think having that individualistic mindset is almost like a cognitive dissonance for me, because like growing up Mexican American, my parents, how they raised us, they were very collectivistic, but that doesn't mean that like the individualistic mindset doesn't exist in my own community, you know. But then when it's in the US, it's like hyper fixated. It's all about the individual. Oh, it's all merit based. You just didn't work hard enough. Pull yourself up by the bootstraps. And some of those elements exist within our own culture that just get thrown into the forefront. Oh, you just didn't work hard enough, bro. Stop complaining. You're assimilating into what you can't do to exploit other people as long as it's not you. And I think that's what it boils down to. And I'm like, nah, like you're just upset you don't have the whip right now.
Right, that's why I hate California. Number 2 Mexican population. So you want to talk about the Hispanic population in California? Let's do it. Latinos are actually the majority in California and make up 39% of the population. But Barry, why should I care? I'm glad you asked. Latino men are more likely than anybody else to participate in the labor force and make up over 77% of it. And Latinas are second at 59%. I can say growing up here, I love all Hispanics and I've had amazing experiences with them. And here's a bunch of other reasons to like them. Half of all fruits and vegetables are grown in California. 99% of almonds come from California. 46% of fruit and nuts, and 62% of the national value of fruit and nut crops in our country. Why is that important, Barry? Because Hispanics make up 96% of everybody doing that work. So the next time you eat any fruits, nuts, vegetables, anything that has anything to do with agriculture, I want you to think about those Hispanics that you're speaking bad on. You know, stuff like this right here. So you can feel however you want about Hispanics. I know how I feel, but the facts and the numbers do not lie. And without Hispanics in the state of California or in this country, every single thing that we have, own, love, enjoy, eat, buy would come to a screeching halt. So thank a Hispanic today.
And I want to say this too, okay? In case any of you guys misunderstand me. We come in all colors. This younger brother of ours, he has a great point. So whatever mentality you think you have, you were the same, we're people, and then you want to go and judge one of us because we're a little darker or lighter, but we show the spirit, then you need to question yourself. Because this is beautiful, bro. I appreciate you, man. Listen.
Se cree mexicano el guatemalteco. Carnal, 100% mexicano, directamente del estado de Guerrero para toda la raza. Soy de la Costa Chica, un pueblo que se llama Coajinicuilapa. Si no lo conoces, ve. Para que conozcas mi pueblo y toda la raza de allá. Carnal, yo estoy orgulloso de ser mexicano, carnal. Tal vez por mi piel dicen que no soy mexicano. A mí no me importa con que yo sepa allá, carnal. Si me entiendes, y me siento orgulloso de representar a mi tierra en cada canción que saco, para que sepan que somos la mera vena, representar mi patria, el color de mi bandera, verde, blanco y rojo. Pero si yo fuera de Guatemala, también me sentiría orgulloso, carnal. Y respeto para toda la gente de Guatemala, mucho amor, mucho cariño. Gente de Guatemala son trabajadoras, bien humildes y bien respetuosas. Pero este tipo de personas son las que valen verga. Así de simple. Este tipo de personas son los que valen pa' pura verga, la neta. Y ahí discúlpenme por la grosería. Pero es que así somos los mexicanos, qué tranza. Bueno, no todo va, pero pues... Ella, ¿dónde soy yo? Dicen careverga. Así mero, pero no te quiero decir así, carnal, porque tú no entiendes. Tú eres un vato, pues, que no tiene mente, no tiene cerebro, carnal. Pero yo te mando un abrazo, carnalito. Muchas bendiciones, mucho respeto para ti. Y bendiciones para tu familia, que yo creo que se han de sentir mal contigo. Es lo que pienso yo, no sé. Porque si yo tuviera un familiar, un amigo, que comentara este tipo de cosas, carnal, lo agarra cachetadas y le digo, ey, compa, esa mamada no se hace. Y respeto para toda la gente de Honduras, la mera pija. El Salvador, la mera verga, como dicen ellos. Para la gente de Puerto Rico, República Dominicana, Nicaragua, de todos lados, todos somos iguales. El que me conoce sabe que yo soy bien respetuoso. Aquí hay amor, aquí hay paz, aquí no es para andar peleando ni nada, pero este tipo de personas vienen a cagar el palo, wiri wiri, guaraguar, y no saben ni qué trance con la balanza, digo doña Panza, y qué rollo con el pollo, dijo el mollo. ¿Sí me entienden? Entonces, bueno, mi raza, yo nada más le vine a contestar a este compa aquí, y pues soy siempre 100% mexicano, nacido y criado en el estado de Guerrero. Mi papá es el Prieto, pues de ahí salí yo. Mi mamá no está tan morena, pero pues no está tan así como yo, pues si me entienden. De parte de mi jefe, que es mexicano, es de mi color. Mi mamá no es tan morena, pero pues aquí andamos rifando y me siento orgulloso de ser prieto y mexicano, carnal, para que vean qué trance con la raza. En México hay de todos los colores y de todos los sabores. Como dicen por ahí, un mexicano nace donde se le dé su chingada gana, compa. Ahí estamos, mucho amor, raza. Respeto para todos y pues aquí andamos. Escuchen mi música en todas las plataformas, El Moreno Mexicano, que en mi canal de YouTube, El Moreno Mexicano. Suscríbanse y apóyenme macizo, mi raza. Estamos, cuídense mucho.
This is what we do when we come together, even for something so simple. Okay, if you guys ever heard of this, check this out. Apparently, the earth shook when that happened. That's funny, man. Anyhow, so listen, it's what time is it? Not damn cool. Sounds good. Sorry, let me do this one real quick. You guys obviously stick around, man. It's a good point to bring up. Now we're talking about migration. What is God asking for us to do? So the migration is taking place. That's what's going on. If you guys never seen this class, It'll be the last one. Let's see how long it is. Let me see if I can get you a shorter one. Hold on a second. This is a prolonged one. Let me see if I can get the first one. I did on that. And again, that's the purpose of the migration. Give me a second. This one. This one should be good. This is an hour. This is Arthur. Oh, no, this is in Spanish. My bad. No wonder. Hold on. Let me go back. All right. So as you can see, we have it in Spanish. So by all means, check it out. Let me pull it up real quick. Hold on. Kind of want to stay in the same vein. Let's see. The Great Migration. Yeah, this will work. Perfect. In case you guys don't know, people were pretty much not sure about whether to touch this topic. I don't know why. But finally we did. And I'm glad that there's more brothers watching it. All right. So it's not that long. It's going to be about an hour. All right. Let's just stick around at that point. And if I won't say much, I'll just close it out and, shalom and all that stuff. All right, fam? So just keep that in mind. All right. Let's continue. Okay. All right. Let's get started, fam. Let's get started. You brothers and sisters know, I don't know if you're watching live or not. I can't tell with the system, honestly. I can tell sometimes it tells me 0, sometimes it tells me 1, sometimes it tells me 5, then it says none. Who knows? So if you're watching, just keep in mind that I don't watch chatter. I made it an effort not to, especially on certain classes. So let me remind you guys what I'm going to do, okay? Monday through Friday, I'm going to do classes on milk. Every now and then, I'll throw something different, okay? Depending on how the Spirit is moving me. But on the weekends, whether it be yesterday, more likely it'll be Saturdays, right? I'll be doing these classes regarding history. So we're not going to touch on part 2 again of part 4, which I had talked about. I did part 2, and it wasn't to my liking, family. I was very sloppy compared to the type of work that I typically put for the Most High. I try to become a specialist in whatever I do. That's just the way I roll. So anyhow, shalom to everybody or anybody or nobody. All right. If I'm preaching to the wind, well, even better. At least I can concentrate. Anyhow, today's topic is called the Great Migration. Now, I've done classes regarding Arthur, and one of the important things that I want to tell y'all is I'm not trying to debunk anybody's quote theory. No, all I'm doing right now, fam, is I'm basically showing the path that has led me to believe that what I'm finding is as strong and legitimate as anything other than what we've been taught. Because as you know, looking at the world, we were told that we came from Israel. Then we got to captivity in Syria. They took us over there by Mesopotamia. Then we decided to go all the way around the Euphrates River, back to Africa, all around Africa, right? And give me a second. Anyhow, all around. So now let's just say that is true, but you can't confirm that. There's absolutely no way to track anybody passing through the ocean. I mean, you tell me who can track that. That'd be amazing. Then we're told that we went all the way here. And we cannot confirm that sincerely. We can only go by the Spirit, huh?
tell you guys. Put some background music. I know you guys want to hear my breathing. Really gentle. Huh. Can't even hear it. Oh, there it goes. Anyhow, all right, that'll help me out at least with my ears, so I don't have to hear myself too much. Anyhow, all right, so again, I'm just going to show y'all what I found. And you guys decide. You know what I mean? Everything needs to be confirmed, obviously, man. Nobody has 100% the truth, family. Nobody does. Everything's in part. Obviously, we have a solid foundation. Well, let me rephrase that. I came out of, I could say, regardless of what I could say, regardless of what experiences I've had with particular camps, I can say that I had a freaking solid foundation, fam. That I was rigorously studying the foundation, the basic milk of the scriptures. That is important. I forgot about that. I totally just ignored all of those minutes. I mean, I'm talking about nonstop, 24/7 at work, and then internal for that matter too. Double whammy. I'm telling you, family, this Bible, and I'm going to say this. You know, I always wonder why people say this, man. And then this just goes out to you old folks that are not of my tribe. I mean, maybe you are, but again, I don't believe in that unless you prove me otherwise. You guys have not, okay? You come and say and make videos on, and I know you guys are watching me. I know now for a fact. Supposedly, I can go deep, or some of us go deep into some things. Listen, I don't choose to go deep. I don't like, oh, let me sound deep. No. I ask questions. So I search for the answers. That's why the Bible says search diligently. It didn't say, oh, you know, hey, when you feel like it. Matter of fact, watch this. Not even part of my class thing. It says here, Nehemiah 9:3, and they stood up in their place and read in the book of the law of the Lord, their God, 1/4 part of the day. In another 4th part, they confessed and worshiped the Lord, their God. So look at how it's broken down in regards to how you're supposed to treat this Bible. You're supposed to treat this Bible as if it's the apple of thine eye. And because the brain is such a deep, deep ocean, you need the Bible to really give understanding. Not no simple ass, just wear fringes out and don't sin. That is a simpleton. People have issues in their mind, family. We have issues in our mind. Okay? There is a legitimate schizophrenia, a legitimate suicidal mentality, a legitimate addictive personality mentality, because all of those thoughts are spirits. There's autism that destroys the child. I know, I live with my son. So and they stood up in their place and read in the book of the law of the Lord, their God, 1/4 part of the day. Okay, Mr. Deacons. Okay, guys, show me the process of elimination. You have no idea what that means. Show me what Paul meant when he was in Romans 7. You guys can't figure it out. Your students can't figure out Hebrews 10:4. And they come out of your camp. You got them confused. Listen, for you guys that, I don't even know how you can wrap your mind around choosing to be deep. How do you even do that? It's like I'm choosing to be a man. For God's sakes, I was born a man. I'm not choosing to be anything. It's the way my mind works. I'm sorry if you have a simple mind. Yeah, maybe that's what it is. Maybe you're just a dumbass. This isn't my class, by the way, but it reminded me of it. You know, and I keep noticing, and I keep hinting, and I keep getting this hint, this nuance,
this connotation of anybody that speaks of the Bible that is outside a particular nationality, y'all are stupid. You're reaching too far. Oh, you're going too deep. What's that scripture? In Sirach. Don't search the things that are too hard for you, something like that. But how do you know when it is or when it isn't? Oh, someone got to tell you. Oh, really? Okay. Well, I asked that question one time. Hey, man, I'm just curious. It's just me, because, I'm reading the Bible and I'm talking about Galatians 5 and all that. And, slashing the demon, slashing the dragon, and all that stuff, right? You know what I mean? It's just a personal conversation. I'm not, like, in class or anything. And I'm like, I just want to know, bro. Because, the thoughts become actions, right? So, like, we come to the thought of us and we manifest it, right? So, it's like, okay. So, do you think that, spirits are thoughts, man? And he's like, oh, he brings me a Bible scripture like, oh, you're going too far. You're going too deep. Like, just an insult, really, honestly, man. In a very condescending way, brings up the scripture to tell me, bro, you're trying to be too deep. You're too dumb to figure that out. So you so-called black convert Israelites, because I'm calling you that. What is too deep? Huh? What does that even mean? I don't even think it's deep, man. For God's sakes, I'm barely scratching the surface of the Bible. If you guys think it's deep, then you must confirm that I know what I'm talking about. Woo! Hold on. Hold on a second. I just thought about that. All right, so let's begin, family. Let's begin. I have a very important topic today. We're going to go into the lost 10 tribes of Israel. Okay? The lost 10 tribes of Israel. Let me check to see that the connection is good. Okay. Give me a second. All right. Hold up a second here. All right. Here we go. Okay. Let's begin, family. Now, I'm going to use this map throughout the class, okay? And I want you guys to be mindful. It's called David Ramsey's map collection. It's an old map from 1587. And it gives you, it identifies particular locations, you know what I'm saying? Countries, blah, blah, blah. It's an old map. I love it, man. I think it's great. It's a great map. Look at this. Look at that. You can move it around like a little real sphere in front of you, brothers. So we're going to be in this thing pretty good. Pretty good amount of time. You'll see it spin around, okay? So just don't be afraid. It's not a ghost. Anyways, let me go ahead and do this. Let me go do this, okay? What we got? All right. So here we are. All right. Remember, we're going to be on this map quite often. So let's go ahead and start. I'm going to show you a video I found. Very interesting. Interesting video, I think. I don't know who it is, quite frankly. You know what I'm saying? But let's watch it. It's about 4 minutes, man. It ain't too bad, but you can already tell where it's going, right? Yeah, you can already tell where it's going. Okay, my familia. And but again, I'm going to tell you this. Bible Chronicles is for you so-called Hispanics and Native Indians. All right? You are the people of the book. Now, why do I say it? Because this is a continent where I'm from. I'm only going to talk about the people of this continent. Do I have other brothers and sisters that are everywhere else? You damn right. So if you guys can hear this message and can see past color, then maybe you might actually confirm what I'm going to share with y'all. Because I'm going to tell you something. Some people are really out there to steal your heritage. They want to take it from us. Well, let's prove it with facts, who we are, what our migration is, and I'm also going to bring out a beautiful material, something from the 1500s, right? This particular writer who was going to debunk us and saying we are not the people of the book. And he wrote a book on it. He was vehemently against the fact that the 10 tribes could be in America. Yeah. So we're going to show you. We're going to show you. Lord willing, man, my angel's here with me as well. You know what I mean? A witness as well. We're going to show you that the same argument that says, you guys are not the 10 tribes of Israel, is the same argument that puts us in the as the tribes of Abraham. This is beautiful stuff. So anyhow, again, we're gonna watch these guys. I don't even know who it is. Israelite scribes, something like that. I don't know. You can already tell where they're gonna go with this. Okay, so let's watch and learn. And again, I'm not gonna debunk nobody or nothing. This is just what I found, what the Most High has put in my spirit, and due to my research and all praises to the Most High gift that was given to me when He woke me up on reading. It's funny, huh? I actually read now. I never did it before, and I can't stop reading now. It's a beautiful thing, fam. All right, let's go. Because it's 4 minutes. It's short. It's just 4. I don't even think they sound anything. All right, so let's go explain. Let's understand their explanation. Here we go.
Those are the 10 tribes which were carried away prisoners out of their own land. In the time of Hoshea the king, whom Shalmaneser the king of Assyria led away captive, and he carried them over the waters. So came they into another land. But they took this counsel amongst themselves, that they would leave the multitude of the heathen, and go forth into further country, where never mankind dwelt. And they entered into Euphrates by the narrow places of the river. And they entered into Euphrates by the narrow places of the river. For the Most High then showed signs for them, and held still the flood, till they were passed over. For through that country there was a great way to go, namely 1.5 years. And the same region is called Asaroth. Asaroth, Newfoundland.
Okay, so apparently that's their theory. And you see all these pictures, family. Again, I'm not here to, this is not my topic.
of today, but I got enough classes to show y'all that these are debunked pictures. All right, these are so-called pictures, right? I'm gonna tell you something, man. This is trickery. All right, these are supposedly the Aboriginals, right? You guys got to understand that a lot happened in 1492 and beyond. We weren't just conquered by one particular nation of people, like the white people. You guys think that? No, we weren't. There was other nation, a couple. Psalms 83. You guys ignore one particular one, but we determined who they are, and this is a part of them. So, anyways, that's not my class. Just want you to know. Don't get confused or get it twisted. This is not what I believe in. En contraire, mon frère. ¿Cómo le dicen así? Oh, yeah, this is a bilingual channel. Keep that in mind, family. Aquí se habla español. También hablamos español. ¿Cómo creen que no? Okay, let's go to Sirach 125. Let's begin, family. Let's begin. Now, you know what? There is a book I got, and I bought it, and I kind of like it, man. It's called the New Oxford Annotated Apocrypha, New Revised Standard Version. I like it because it's like the red book, but it gives you even additional information and possible precepts and blah 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 blah. Right? So it's pretty cool. So today I'm gonna read it. I'm gonna show you on the screen, but I'm gonna read it from this book when we're in the Apocrypha. I want to just read it again. It's called the New Oxford 5th edition, fully revised and explained. The New Oxford Annotated Apocrypha. Again, I don't subscribe to this, but I bought it and I've just been kind of looking at it. I haven't really touched it, man. So I'm going to slowly start bringing things out that I've been reserving for years. And, some that are recent too. So let's go to Sirach, capítulo 1, versículo 25. Sirach, chapter 1, verse 25, okay? It says here real quick. Let me bring it out the book. Let me bring it out. Bring it out, Let them know, Here you go. So look, I'm not joking, fam. I'm just messing around. It's not time for games right now. Let's see. Sirach 125. Oh, that's right. So with the background, man, I want to hear my nostrils breathing. Okie dokie. Here we go, family. Here we go. And again, in case y'all are new to my channel, my name is Brother Joshua, a.k.a. Emmanuel Israel. Y'all know me probably more for Emmanuel. There's a purpose why I changed my name, family. I ain't going to get into it, but, Anyhow, there's no confusion. Just a purpose. Sirach 1 and 25, it says, in the treasuries of wisdom are wise sayings. Let me read that again. In the treasuries of wisdom are wise sayings. The parables of knowledge are in the treasures of wisdom. But godliness is an abomination to the sinner. To a sinner, right? That's right. It's the same thing here, but godliness is an abomination to a sinner. And it says here, if you desire wisdom, brothers and sisters, si tú deseas conocimiento, keep the commandments, and the Lord shall give her unto thee. You see how the Most High is translating for us to translate the understanding of wisdom as a female. The Most High is dealing with men. And when you men love a woman, you'll do anything for that woman when you are so-called in love. You go out of your way for her. You cherish her. The romancing thing. We're in the world, right? Those are facts, man. Those are emotions. They're real stuff. Well, the way that you will go about it with her, the wife that you married, sincerely, without with lust, is the same way you go about it with the Bible. Wisdom, you treat her as a female. That's why you have to desire her, which is the whole concept of what I say classes in the weekday. Milk. Desire the breast of her. Wisdom. The beginning of wisdom is true understanding. Psalms 1:11 and 10. I hope y'all don't lose y'all. Oh, I'm sorry. They think I'm going deep. It's basic stuff, man. Anyhow, what can you tell them? What can you do? Matter of fact, my wife sent me a picture. It was interesting. Wow, she did. I thought she sent it to me. Anyhow, this interesting picture. It has like four individuals, right? Or 4 pictures of the individuals, and it's like You know, in every single one, it's like a situation where you're not pleasing the individual. Like, I guess they're sitting on a donkey. Oh, how can you sit on a donkey? Both of you, poor donkey. Okay, fine. The wife gets off the donkey. How can you make the wife walk on the donkey? The man gets off the donkey and the wife rides the donkey. How can you be such a weak man? Okay, fine. Then all of a sudden, they just walk with the donkey on its own. And how can you be a waste of time not making that donkey work? You see, fam, you could never make people happy. Ever, ever, ever. The parables of knowledge are in the treasures of wisdom, but godliness is an abomination to a sinner. If thou desire wisdom, keep the commandments, and the Lord shall give her unto thee. Now, I'm going to tell you something about you so-called Hispanics. I'm also going to call you out on this, because you guys all want to be kings. You guys all want to be chiefs. Yeah, we're kings, huh? But you can't be servants. You can't even, like, put mind to things that are coming to your information. No, matter of fact, I can't even call it out. I'm sorry to tell you. I'm sorry to tell you. I am so happy that I'm part of a particular group. But then, you know, like we all get in, right? I guess. And all of a sudden, somebody's like, I'm like, bro, this, like, damn, dude, I just came in, your neighbor, bro. You know what I mean? Now you're knocking on my door like, hey, get that sign off my wall. I'm like, come, chill, bro. I don't know you. You see what I mean, fam? And it's everybody with that mentality of a child. I'm sorry to tell y'all. Those are boys. What you need to do is shut up. Everybody, for God's sakes, you Hispanics, you natives, you hard-headed dumbasses, shut up. You don't know everything. None of us do. We all want to be kings, and none of us want to be servants. We all want to teach, and none of us want to learn. Oh, I know the Bible. What's your foundation? What you mean? What you mean, foundation? I pray to the Most High. The parables of knowledge are in the treasures of wisdom, but godliness is an abomination to a sinner. Why? Why? Because guess why? Verse 23, a patient man will tear for a time. A patient man. Verse 22, a furious man cannot be justified, for the sway of his fury shall be his destruction. You so-called Hispanics are all angry people, man. Y'all are all angry. I can't deal with you guys, man. Even trying to talk to some of you, man. The brothers that I've been dealing with, I appreciate y'all. You know what I'm saying? But a lot of you guys, man, y'all want it your way or your way, my way or the highway. Bro, I'm trying to build with you, man. Nah. Bro, you know what I'm saying? We're the same people, bro. Nah. It's my way. I'm the king. I'm the prophet. Okay. You could have it. Yeah, have it. Have the riches, fam. I'll stick with the faith, man. I walk with the Most High, and I walk with my father Abraham. That's who I walk with. Because through him came Isaac and Jacob. If thou desire wisdom, keep the commandments, meaning study the book, and the Lord shall give thee unto her. Watch this. For the fear of the Lord is wisdom and instruction. Faith and meekness are his delight. Okay? See that, fam? The fear of the Lord. The fear of the Lord is wisdom and instructions. I'm going to show you something that you guys don't do. Something that you Hispanics have such a hard time doing. I don't know why. I really don't understand y'all. Sometimes I wonder if you guys are even Israel, to be honest with you. Malachi 3:16 says, then they that fear the Lord spake often one to another. Not because you want to, hey, man, I don't like that guy, so I don't want to talk to him. No, dummies, man. They that fear the Lord spake often one to another. And the Lord hearkened and heard it. So basically, the Lord is driving. Wait a minute. Y'all talking about me? Oh, damn. So what happens? And a book of remembrance was written before him. For them that fear the Lord. So what did they do that fear the Lord? They spake often one to another. This is not deep stuff, man. This is basic. But apparently some people think it's deep. You know why it's so deep? Because y'all suckers can't do it. Oh, I'm repenting. You guys can't even like get. Hey, let me tell you something. I'm gonna tell you something. Okay, I'll put it like this. Because I came out of IUIC. I was there with them for 4 years, fam. All right. Even with my struggles in that body, man, I still did what I could to fight through it. I appreciate brothers in there. Not all of them. Because some of you guys are fake as hell. Act like you're my brother, but yet we like the line in Tijuana. And you know who I'm talking about. You look at my gente, my little brother, El Mexicanito or Oaxacanito, right? You look at him with disgust. You so-called Benjamite. I saw your face. That's not brotherhood. Here I am seeing him with inner tears. You are like, ugh, can't stand looking at this rat. Yeah, man, I saw you. So not everybody is of Israel, family. But again, they that fear the Lord spake often one to another. There is absolutely not one camp that is so-called Northern Kingdom. Not one. Not one time have I been to a Passover. Not one time has it even been possible. You know why? Because you dumbasses are so hard-headed, you don't want to be a brother. No, you want to be a ruler. And by the way, this is not the class. Because y'all, maybe the Most High is just telling me, you know what, man, forget it, bro. They don't deserve to know. Y'all don't deserve to know what, man, you know what? I just thought about it. You guys don't deserve to know these things. Why? You can't even do the basic ones. Here, I'll give you one. I'll give you one, man. I'll give you one right now, just to show you how simple y'all are, okay? And I'm also Rasa too, so don't get me wrong. I know some of y'all call me a poor.
Hey, family, I'm paying attention, and this is actually pretty funny. I titled it The Great Migration, and apparently I didn't go that route. I must have gotten pissed about something, man. I'm not sure what something was going on at that time. That's funny, man. And I'm, that's old school, man, stuff. I ain't here to yell at y'all. I'm sure you don't want to sit here and listen to that either. This is all educational. So let me get you that class. If not, I mean, I'll just show you where is it, man? Come on. It's one of my first ones. I mean, not first ones, but here it goes right here. Yeah, I know. Hey, I'm listening to it and I go, wait a minute, man. Where am I going with this? I hear you, Rick. I'm like, where am I going with this? And then I'm thinking, okay, are you gonna eventually start, excuse my language, fucking class, or what's the deal, bro? And then I realized, it was that one where I just kind of took a left turn, man. So yeah, we get all those moments, all right? So this one's still short. And again, I appreciate you guys being here, man. I got a text, and my family will be back in about an hour and a half. So perfect. All right. We'll be ending together. All right, man. I appreciate you sticking around, Rick, man. All praise to the Most High, bro. Because, this is not, I know you're doing it for me, brother. You're doing it for the Most High. This is food. I can't stop thinking of the word of God, bro. Honestly, I just can't. I sleep, wake up, drink, and it just doesn't leave me ever. I mean, unless I really mess up, then, he punishes me and I can feel it. But other than that, okay, let me shut up. To him in the breach, discern spirit. If you are in the thing that dealing with a new system, so as you can see, okay, that's good. Sounds good. Okay, all right, cool. Bad. All right, perfect. All right, shalom, fam. All right, let's see. Hey, shalom, estudiante. All praises, brother. Good to have you here, man. Good to have you here. Let's kind of wait around a little bit, see if somebody else shows up. I'm not one to really wait on people, man. There's a couple people, man. It's all good for me. Just to let you know, brother, the class today is basically a deep dive in Arsarit. Okay, now the reason I'm doing this is because this has been a subject that's been mentioned, or at least been asked of me in the last couple of days. Okay, now there's absolutely nobody else teaching how we got here the way that I'm showing it. Now, am I 100% correct? Oh, yes. Yahweh Barakatah, call halal. No, I can't tell you all that. I can only tell you that the research has led me to that direction because I'm a logical man and I try to find reason because the scriptures talk about that. find reason in the thing that you study. Make sense out of it. Now, this goes to all of you so-called teachers out there. Because I find it so ironic that some teachers now all of a sudden want to talk about, oh, yeah, the black man and the Hispanic man were not the same people, which is what I had suggested to certain people, and they hated me for it. Now all of a sudden it's being taught. Okay, so I'm going to ask you who say you don't believe in the 12-tribe chart. How the hell did we get here then? You Old Testament dummies, how did we get here? Because you don't believe in second Esdras. What do you think? We just like floated in the air? I'm asking, how did we get here? Because all of you guys that are against the so-called One West doctrine still believe we got on ships. Every single one of you who is teaching this crap, who is saying, oh, well, you know, we're not the same people. We have Jews, Jewish, in Europe. You believe the first doctrine that comes to mind. Okay, how did we get here? The question to me is, how did we get here? If you are teaching that it's something different, how did we get here? Right? So that's my question today. I'm going to go over a class to find out how we got here. Nobody should be the one telling y'all, yeah, I got 100% truth. No, man, nobody can tell y'all that because we see in part. Hey, shalom, Eastside. So again, I'm going deep dive in the Arsarit path because right now we have people that are teaching the quote unquote Northern Kingdom. And see, this is so funny, man. I'm stressing the fact that nobody really knows what tribe you are from if you're a Hebrew. First of all, none of y'all can really guarantee that you are Hebrews. None of us can. It's been so long because the real Israelites would keep records of the birth in order to keep the birth right. That's why scriptures talk about have everything in writing. So the best thing that we can do is discern spiritually if you are an Israelite, and then are you keeping the laws of God sincerely? All of them, not just the ones you feel like, oh, well, you know, let's just move on. No, man, there are laws that are taught to us Hebrews on how to conduct ourselves with our brethren. You don't just move on things. The scriptures talk about deal on every single matter because that's how the mind works. The mind deals on every single matter, whether you want to admit it or not. So the class again is Arsarit, a deep dive. Okay. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to show y'all why the Spirit has led me to believe that we took this path. Okay. That we took this path. Now, this is a short breakdown of what I did for a brethren. I'm going to call him a brother, man, because you know what? He asked me sincerely. And you asked me sincerely. I'm going to answer you sincerely. And if you are, again, the Spirit bear witness, the brother asked, hey, man, so you guys are saying this, and that. And, you know, well, I mean, I'm, you know, I thought I was a Judah. So, like, what am I? Am I Judah or what? I don't know if the brother was being sarcastic or not in his questioning, but you know what? I didn't take it like that. I give man benefit of the doubt. So this is what I explained to him in a brief sense, okay? Just letting y'all know. And then I'm going to get real deep into the actual process or walk and why I know that we went that way and not through Africa, because nothing proves that we've been through Africa. Everything proves that we went the other way. All right? Just listen real quick. Yeah. All right, brother. All right, shalom, fam. Hey, listen, I'm going to answer this way because I know that, you know, the rest of the brothers and sisters are going to probably watch it and listen. So I'm going to start at 2nd Esdras 13:44, okay? And then so I can try to trim this to like maybe 5 minutes. Okay, so it says, I'm going to show you maps too, all right? So it says, I'm going to start at verse 44. For the Most High then showed signs for them and held still the flood till they were passed over. For through that country there was a great way to go, namely a year and a half, and the same region was called Arsaret. Now we typically stop there, right? But you continue, then says, then dwelt they there until the latter times, and now when they shall begin to come, the highest shall stay the springs of the stream again, that they may go through. All right. So now it says it's going to happen twice. That's what I'm reading, and that's what makes sense. Now, if you look at and consider this map here, which is from a website I have, which I believe here. Let me show you real quick. Let me just show you guys. This is from Barry Lawrence Ruderman. I guess they collect old maps. This is the one black and white. It shows Cuatro Esdras, capítulo 13, means Second Esdras chapter 13, at the tip of Russia, right? In the Stretto di Anain. So what that basically means in the Straits of Anain, all right? This is a colorful one, so you guys can see more clearly. And it's the same thing, Arsaret. Capítulo 13, capítulo 4, versículo 13. And it talks about the 10 tribes, okay? Now, that's in Russia. So let me continue here. It says, for the Most High then showed signs for them. So now, why do I say that we went that way? Because if you look at the actual Persian Empire, when they were free to go from King Cyrus, the Persian Empire was basically across the east, towards the east. It wasn't towards Africa. Now, it makes perfect sense to stay within the Persian Empire, because then they wouldn't have to be subject to some other nation trying to oppress them. Okay? So now, when you look at all the similarities in the customs that we could have picked up, it makes perfect sense going this way. I'm in California. I got family in New York. I got family in Florida. I got family in Colorado. I got family in Mexico. I got family further down south. You understand what I'm saying? Migrations is very common for our gente. For us, we are, right? And it's very common. It's repetitive. As you can see, us right now, we're migrating from the south up to here. It happens all the time. All right? Past, present, future. Joktan, as you know, it's a relative or a grandson, I think, of Eber, if I'm not mistaken. I'm going kind of fast right now. And by the way, fam, for some reason, I didn't follow through with that. So let me just show y'all this real quick, why I mentioned it. Joktan is I believe, a grandson of Eber. Joktan is very similar to Yucatan. Yucatan. Joktan. Juktan. Jukatan. Okay? So that's why I brought up Joktan. I'm going to bring it up again. I'm saying the customs that we have now are customs that were here in this region. So let's continue. And by the way, you that claim you don't believe in One West doctrine, but you still believe that we came on boats here, show me how we got here then. Because you don't believe in the Old Testament anymore, brothers. There's people teaching this stuff that don't believe in, in the New Testament. Matter of fact, can two and two walk together? Can a lion walk with a sheep? If you don't agree? How can you say you believe in the Messiah, deal with a man that don't believe in the New Testament, deal with a man that don't believe in Second Esdras, but yet you say that we got here somehow? Make it make sense, man. This is why it's confusing, family. Y'all need to watch out who your leaders are, especially now. Want to take time? So it says here, for the Most High then showed signs for them, right? So more likely showed signs for them going this way, right? And then it says, showed signs for them and held still the flood. So that to me tells me, if you go back to this right here, it would hold still the floods there. Let me show y'all something. I think this is the link. Oh, no. Hold it. Where is that? I have it on these notes right here. Give me a second. This is the globe of 1596 map, if I'm not mistaken. And 1587. Now, I'm sure you guys have seen it, right? Here's Israel. 10 tribes. Why would we go this way? We're not men, we're not seamen. We're men of the tent. We cattle. We herd sheep, cattle. Sailors, we weren't. The Canaanites are sailors, not us. So it would only make sense to migrate this way, especially after all the customs that we picked up from these people. If you look at this, watch, I'm gonna show you something. I wish I would have had it up. It's my same page. Y'all are welcome to check it out, man. I'm almost done, family. I'm almost done, brother. Let me just show you real quick something. Real quick. All right, here it goes. If you look at some of the customs that we picked up from going that route, voladores, in case y'all don't know that, that's actually something that they picked up from India. See, that's in India. Voladores in India. This is something that they said from the same Mexican government. General outline of the history of Mexico. I could put the link of the book there if you want to know for real. What is called the discovery of America is a meeting of two great current races of people who, after separation extending over many centuries, would again join going right around the earth. You see a lot of Raramuri of Chihuahua. There's a god called Raramuri of Shivava. You can look it up, man. Look, Raramuri of Shivava. Very similar. You see that? Are we saying we're Hindu? No, I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is that we migrated and we picked up customs as the way to go. Mayas and Nahuas of Yucatan and Mexico were immigrants of Maga and Nashu tribes. You can read it there. It says supposedly they were related to the Phoenicians. We all know that we were in the Canaanite area, right? But there's a lot of similarities in India and Mexico. And if you look at this picture here, this is from, look, voladores again in India, right? Watch this, voladores again. You see this here? This is from the mysteries of the Mexican pyramids. Look at that guy sitting up with his legs crossed. Look at the snake. Look at the arms. That's Hindu. Meaning what? We migrated that way. And if you look at the maps, if you look at this here, Ayaman is right there in this section. Okay? Look at that, where Ayaman is, Arabia. Ayaman is an actual tribe in Venezuela. So again, now, when you look at the actual scripture, it says, then they dwelt there until the latter times. And now when they shall begin to come again, well, then shall begin to come. That's one thing. Verse 45 gives it away. It says, for through that country was a great way to go, namely a year and a half. So this means that they were already in that country after they passed the flood. Because in verse 44 it says, for the Most High then showed signs for them and held still the flood. So they were passed over. For through that country, there was a great way to go, namely a year and a half in the same region. It's not Arsarit. It's a region of Arsarit, meaning the entrance of Arsarit is in the streets of Anaim, and the same region is called Arsarit, meaning in the Americas. Because later that says, then dwelt they there until the latter time. And now when they shall begin to come. Now, am I saying, do I know the prophecy of if we're going to come again this way? I don't know. I mean, scriptures say that the Messiah is going to make the return. But do we know what's going to happen after? We know about the wilderness. The high shall stay the springs of streams again that they may go through. So if you look at all historically, where the actual Arsarit entrance is, the region, same region. Arsarit is not America. Arsarit is in America is a region of Arsarit. You understand what I'm saying? So anyway, hopefully that was clear. Okay, fam. So that's a summary. Okay, that's a summary basically of what I was trying to answer, brother, because I guess they didn't want to watch the whole class. So I'm like, all right, cool, that's fine, man. I don't mind. So, excuse me, you gotta answer, right? You gotta answer. So now let's get out of here real quick. Give me a second.
And the Nubians established a unified kingdom with Napata as
that stuff. Again, I'm not arguing of when, who. No, man, you have no idea that I plant these, that I dig through this dirt and plant this root right now so we can make sure that we answer any maybe pending questions as we follow through this path, okay? Because what you need to understand, the Bible talks about about us. That's it. They don't mention other nations, right? Of course it will, but that relates to it. But we also have to understand that there's a bigger, platform that we have to study. Not everything that goes around the world is in the Bible. Hello. So let's find out. Now, this isn't a knock on anybody from the kingdom of Cush. You brothers that believe who you are, know that you are actually from the kingdom of Cush. I'm just bringing up an example of what went on at a period of time because I'm trying to establish an understanding of my class. All right. So let's go. All right. We're going to go to about the 2 minute or something. I'm going to pause it. I'm going to say something and we'll continue. I just want to make sure that we understand who they are, the kingdom of Cush, right? When they established their pharaoh leadership, that stuff. Again, I'm not arguing of when, who, what they look like. I don't care. What I'm talking about is who was there at that time of these years. All right, let's go.
The ancient Egyptians built one of the greatest empires in history, and despite facing many difficulties, managed to maintain their sovereignty over almost the entire Nile River Valley. But Africa has always been a gigantic continent, inhabited by many different peoples. Some wanted to conquer the fertile lands of Egypt. Kingdoms and tribes with origins in Libya, Syria, and Turkey were constantly fighting against Egypt. But there were people whose tenacity and courage frightened even the powerful Egyptians. The Nubians were an African people.
Now, I want to point out this map, okay? Remember this map, what he's talking about. See, you see Egypt, you see Nubia, right? You see this river. Okay, let's continue.
Who lived in the Nubia region in
Thank you, brother.
today's Sudan. The Nubian people have been living in that region for a long time. By 3100 BC, there would be Nubian villages along the River Nile.
3100 BC, okay? Let's go.
During much of their history, the Nubians did not develop any writing.
All right, and again, I'm not here to argue imagery, but you guys can tell for yourselves. You decide who those people are. All right, let's go. Because I don't think these guys are Egyptians. Not these guys right now. All right, let's go.
Much of what we know about them is in the records left by the Egyptians.
And this is, he said, about 300 BC, if I'm not mistaken, or a little bit way before that. Let's go.
Egyptians. The Nubia was a region rich in gold veins, semi-precious stones, ebony wood, incense, and ivory. This wide range of resources encouraged the Egyptians to invade that region in search of extremely useful raw materials. The Nubians resisted the Egyptian invasions as much as possible.
You guys heard that. The Nubians resisted the invasion. So there was battle between them going on at this time. Okay, let's continue.
But they were militarily inferior and were progressively pushed south. Due to the various periods of instability in Egypt, the Nubians were able to organize more effective defenses. During periods of peace, Nubians and Egyptians traded and shared different forms of knowledge. During the reign of Pharaoh Thutmose I, the Nubians were part of the Egyptian Empire, but that
the Nubians were part of the Egyptian Empire. So remember how it says that Egypt was north, Nubia was south, right? Okay, so it was a pretty vast, expansive space, or expansive land, yeah, I know what I mean. Let's go.
Dominion quickly collapsed, and the Nubians established a unified kingdom, with Napata as its capital. The Nubians thus founded the Kingdom of Cush.
See right there? Okay, Kingdom of Cush, Egypt. So we see what's going on here. Let's go.
Which would become a respected African power. The term Kushite Kingdom comes from the Egyptians, who called the Nubian Cush. The founder of this new kingdom was a tribal leader named Alara, who became king of all the Nubians. With the Kushite kingdom established, the next step was to ensure its defense and economy. For this, Alara's successors reigned successfully, strengthening the kingdom and expanding their domains. The Kushites began to trade with Egypt through the Nile. They also established contact with the Arab kingdoms such as Nabatea and Sheba. The riches of the Kushites were extremely popular. Their leaders, priests, and even farm animals, like horses, were always embellished with pieces of gold and rubies. Over time, and due to the periods of instability in Egypt, the Kushites started to conquer Egyptian cities, including the city of Thebes. At the height of their power...
Okay, so what I'm trying to show here is you can see the relationship between them two. Back and forth, Egypt and Nubia. From my understanding, and it's very clear, it's very unstable. Correct? Very unstable. You know what I mean? Okay, just I want to make a point. Now, remember what he said, Nabatea and Sheba. Just don't forget that. I'll touch it later. But I want to show this too as well. Give me a second. Remember, I'm trying to establish something here. I'm not saying I'm an expert of this, not at all. And I'm not trying to change anybody's history. I'm not saying this is our people. All I'm trying to point out is this period of time. Right here. Okay? So we're looking at Sate period or Sate period. I don't know how you say it. Excuse me if I get it wrong. When the Assyrians withdrew, this is from metmuseum.org. Okay, right there, the metmuseum.org. Says, when the Assyrians withdrew after their final invasion, 664, Egypt was left in the hands of Sate kings, though it was actually only 656 BC. That Sate ruler Santik I, or the first, was able to resort control over the southern area of the country. Okay, so now we're just kind of pointing this, I'm just kind of pointing this out, but I want to get to my point here real quick. Here goes. Egypt's new Persian overlords adopted the traditional title of pharaoh, but unlike the Libyans and Nubians before them, they ruled as foreigners rather than Egyptians. For the first time in 2,500 years, a nation, Egypt, was no longer independent. Though recognized as an Egyptian dynasty, Dynasty 27, I'm sorry, the Persians ruled through a resident governor called satrap, helped by local native chiefs. Persian-dominated actually benefited Egypt under Darius, who built temples, publics, okay? So why am I bringing this up? All right? Remember, I'm showing you something. Give me a second here real quick. Wait, is this it? Or is this the same one? Oh, no, it's the same one. So as you can see, after Darius took over, that's when Egypt began to what? Grow. So it's telling me that that's when Persia started governing or taking over the area of Egypt. Prior to that, they weren't there yet. All right. So now I'm going to point this out. Oh, sorry. Wrong one. And I'm trying to point this out, fam, because this is around the year 5. Well, when the 10 tribes were carried away, or not only carried away, but when they were basically left. So for about 538 BC, around this time, okay? The Kushite civilization continued several centuries throughout the Sate, Persian, Ptolemaic, and Roman periods. Okay? So as you can see, where are we at? What am I looking for? Where is it at, man? How come I always lose it when I look for it? Give me a second, family. What am I looking for? Hold on. Just a second. Kingdom of Kush, 26th dynasty. Let's see. 52 BC, therefore. Okay. All right. Now, I'm going to show you this real quick. Where you at? I didn't send it to myself. Give me a second, family. I got a picture to show you guys. I thought I did. I guess I didn't. Yeah, I did. Oh, here it goes there. All right. This is from the Conscience Dictionary of Ancient History. Give me a second. And I'm going to show you what it says about Cyrus. Okay. This is from this book, fam. Conscious Dictionary of Ancient History, all right? This is regarding the definition of Cyrus, or who he is. It says here, and I hope you guys can see it. Let me make that bigger. It reads, the elder surnamed the great king of Persia, the founder of Persian Empire. According to his own statement in an inscription on the cylinder discovered in the ruins of Babylon, he was the son of Cambyses, the son of Cyrus, the son of Taipis, the son of Achaemenes, I guess. Cyrus overthrew Astyages in 549 BC, okay? United Media and Persia. Remember that. Transferring the capital from Ecbatana to Susa. Afraid of his growing power, Clovis of Lydia and Nabonidus of Babylon and Amasis of Egypt combined against him. Cyrus overthrew Croesus in 546 BC, making himself master of the coast of Asia Minor. Babylon fell to him in 539 BC without a blow. He was killed in 529 BC while fighting nomads. Then it says the younger second son Darius, king of Persia, plotted against his brother, the reigning monarch, Artaxerxes Menemon, who forgave him, restoring as a trap the coast of Asia Minor. But in the spring of 401 BC, he raised an army against Artaxerxes and was killed in the battle of Kunasha. The point is, between this time and this time, 546 to 529, to see King Cyrus, right? We're starting to kind of get a picture here, right? In about 539 BC, Babylon falls to Media-Persia Empire. 529 BC, Egypt falls to the Media-Persian Empire. So technically, the Persian Empire was only in Egypt after we left those lands. Okay? I want you to keep mindful of that. Now, this is important to understand, because in case you guys don't really know history or the way that, wars, are I guess, how people deal with each other with war. It's clear to me that if there's some kind of friction still going on, well, I'd be cautious, especially if I'm not from that region. So now, this region here, this map, all right? Let me see if I can magnify it. You don't need to magnify it. So this is Cyrus Empire, Persia Mede, okay? From all the way up here, India, all across. Now, if you read Josephus, is it Josephus? No. Yeah, I think so. I can't remember which one. But it talks about how much he conquered. Okay, but as you can see, he's still here. All right, keep that in mind. He's still there. I have the map. Why am I looking at it like that? Let's see. Hold on. Okay. All right, I'm going to show you that one. And you guys see the other one. So you see the one before. That used to be when Cyrus was ruling. This is when Darius was ruling. Okay? So when Cyrus was ruling is when we became free. All right? Keep that in mind. Let me close this real quick. I want you guys to keep that in mind. Don't forget the points that I'm bringing. The nations that were ruling or the nations that were against each other at that time. Let me see if this is another picture. Okay, check this out. This was the kingdom of Persia and Persian Medes, the Persian Medes. King Cyrus. Remember, Egypt and the Nubians. At this time, they were still going back and forth with each other. If I'm not mistaken, Nubia was around 600. I think we read it 600 BC, somewhere around that time. Then we went into Egypt. Not that many years from the point that I'm trying to make, because you guys know where I'm going. But before we move forward, I just want to show you some verses, okay? because I think you guys are starting to see the picture. Hopefully you're following me, because remember, we need to use maps, we need to use history, and especially the Bible, because without it, there's no truth. Anybody could lie to you and give you any kind of history. They tell you enough, you'll believe it. Damn it. Damn it. You guys are not sex.
A ver, que alguien me explique.
Psalm 72:8 says, he shall have dominion also from sea to sea, and from the river unto the ends of the earth, that they that dwell in the wilderness shall bow before him, and his enemies shall lick the, what am I supposed to read? Where am I at? And the enemies, and his enemies shall lick the dust. The kings of Tarshish and of the isles shall bring presents, and the kings of Sheba and shall offer gifts. Now, kings of Sheba and Seba shall offer gifts. Now, why am I bringing this up? Because I told you about these two people, this name, Sheba. And you see, a lot of times people try to say, oh, because of Sheba or Ethiopia. So which one is this one? Is it Sheba Ethiopia or Sheba Africa? Who's going to bring gifts? I'm reading this because check this out. 2 Chronicles 14:9. It says, and there came out against them Zerah the Ethiopian with a host of 1,000 and thousands and 300 chariots, and came unto Meshiacha. Okay? This was around when? 900 BC, I believe. But again, why am I bringing this up? Watch this. Let's continue reading. Then Asaph went out against him, and they set in the battle array in the valley of Zephathath at Meshiacha. And Asaph cried unto the Lord his God, and said, Lord, it is nothing with thee to help, whether with many or with them that have no power. Help us, O Lord our God, for we rest on thee. In thy name we go against this multitude, O Lord. Thou art our God. Let no man prevail against thee. Okay? You guys follow? Let's go to read 13. So Lord smote the Ethiopians before Asaph and before Judah. And the Ethiopians fled. And Asa and the people that were there, that were with him, pursued them unto Gerar. And the Ethiopians were overthrown, and they that could not recover themselves, for they were destroyed before the Lord and before his host, and they carried away very much spoils. So we see here that at one point we were also against them too, and they came against us. We're starting to see some clarity here. So much of goodly neighbors, right? They don't seem friendly to me. Verse 14, and they smote all the cities about Gerar, for the fear of the Lord came upon them, and they spoiled all the cities, for there were exceeding much spoils in them. As you can see, they spoiled all the cattle and all that. But they were against us. And you'd have Egypt, Ethiopia, or Nubia, or Africa, but they were against you want to, or Northeast Africa. But we see now that Persia wasn't necessarily friends with them. Now, this is from Geography Rectified, or a description of the world in all its kingdoms, provinces, and countries. As it's a very long name, fam. And I'm only going to bring this up for the purpose of again, I'm trying to establish something here, and it's basically order, right? We do things in decently and in order. It says here on page 5, according to the greater integrating parts thereof, the ancients divided the whole earth into 3 great parts: Europe, Asia, and Africa. So now this brings me to the other point that I'm basically trying to make. Why do we have people that want to use the book of our father only to for a narrative? You see, there's certain people that claim to believe in Jubilees, and they ignore what Jubilees actually says, that they were divided in threes. Okay? But yet now they want to twist the scriptures. So let's continue reading. It says, Asian divided the whole earth into three parts: Europe, Asia, and Africa, to which is now added a fourth. America, there are again divided in provinces. So as you can see, America is the fourth part. The fourth part. Okay? So then now, again, Revelation. This is easy, family. You should know this, I think. Revelation 6 and 8. It says, and I looked, and behold, the pale horse, and his name that sat on him was Death. And hell followed with him. And power was given unto them over the fourth part of the earth, to kill with a sword, and with hunger, and with death, and with the beasts of the earth. So we know now that these people, this death, was going to be in this land. You see, it's all prophetic, family. So let's continue. Okay? Now that I have a better idea, now that you guys understand what I'm talking about, hopefully. So let me make it clear one last time. Let me just make it clear one last time, because I don't want nobody to get confused here. Let's be frank, man. There was a time where you guys all knew that this was the way it was. Right? Shem, Japhet, Europe. Hey, you know, I want to say something. I don't think we really paid attention to that. I'll show you this real quick. Coming out of these camps, it's broken down a certain way. Okay? A certain way. But I don't think it means that way. Give me a second. Go back to this here real quick. See something. 6, 7. Six, 7. Please come and see that course. Power. Where did I see it? Give me a second. Here it goes. Revelation 6, 7. Okay. Let's pay attention to this. It says, and when he had opened the fourth seal, I heard a voice of the fourth beast say, come and see. And I looked, and behold, a pale horse. And his name that sat on him was Death. So this is a pair of people. And hell followed with him with power. A pair of nations. The pale horse shows strength, and death brings plagues. Okay? And power was given unto them over the fourth part of the earth. At this point, not the entire part of the earth just yet. Over the fourth part of the earth. 1492, I've talked about it. It took 2 nations of people. 3 technically at the end, but it took first 2 heads, right? The third head didn't lift himself up. These people were not given the entire world just yet. They were given the fourth part of the earth to kill with a sword, and with hunger, and with death, and with the beast of the field. We know how and what happened in 1492. So this right here, stop letting them tell you that, oh yeah, you know, here, like this is, we took over. No, this is saying that these people would be the first ones that would take over the fourth part of the earth. And there was a pair. Try to interpret the meaning of a horse and death and hell. Horse, death, hell. Google it. You're going to find something very interesting. I just gave you a hint. Let's continue. Okay, I'll shut up now. And behold, the pale horse, and his name that sat on him was Death. And hell followed with him. and power was given unto them over the fourth part of the earth to kill with a sword and with hunger and with death and with the beasts of the earth. So we know now that these people, this death, was going to be in this land. You see, it's all prophetic, family. So let's continue, okay? Now that I have a better idea, now that you guys understand what I'm talking about, hopefully. So let me make it clear one last time. Let me just make it clear one last time, because I don't want nobody to get confused here. Let's be frank, man. There was a time where you guys all knew that this was the way it was, right? Shem, Japhet, Europe, Africa, Ethiopia. These are old maps. These are old maps. Look, this is, they even want to use this one. I'll show it. I'm not afraid. Right? They have Japhet, Shem, Africa, Edom, but yet Edom is with Ham. You read Jubilees, but that you ignore that Canaan wasn't supposed to be in Jerusalem. So how do you argue that? His ass should have been over here. So you can't pick and choose scriptures at all. Just like you can't say. You see how sneaky this is, family? It says, put Libya and Mizraim, okay? Let me show you something real quick. Let's see. And I think it's in chapter 9 in Jubilees. Yes, it is. Oh, praises. Thank you, Father. Thank you very much. It's not on my own doing. Chapter 9, it says, and Ham divided among his sons, and his first portion came for Cush towards the east. Kind of like Mizraim type. And to the west of him was Mizraim. And to the west of him was Put. And to the west of him was, to the west thereof, right? And to the west of him and to the west thereof, on the sea for Canaan. Meaning, Put to the west of him. Where's Canaan? You guys don't notice that, right? What the hell is Canaan? They sure just don't name Ham. Ham? And then 2 sons? Ham didn't have 2 sons, did he? Let's continue. Deuteronomy 28 applies to you when you can only apply 50% of the scriptures. Because as far as I know, well, I don't want to get to that point because that's not our topic. But look, why are we ignoring this? Third parts. This is Asia, India. This is Africa. This is Europe. All of a sudden, they want to twist it around and say, here, this is over here and we're over there. Or now America is Egypt. Come on, man. Are we going to be silly now? All of a sudden, we have big books in history that tell us. So the reason I'm bringing Cyrus and all these maps here to show y'all something, okay? Look at Shem, Ham, all that. Because this wasn't belonging to his ass. Canaan, you shouldn't have never been there, okay? That's clear. That's why did the Most High only move your ass? The reason I'm not trying to get off topic. The reason I'm showing these maps, fam, is because I want you to know where you at. Come on, man. Give it to me. Give me. No, not this one. I'll give you this one. I'm going to use this as we go further. Hold on. I'll use this. Okay. If you guys recall, Egypt was here. Okay. Or Egypt is here. Nubia is here. Right? The Cush, kingdom of Cush. All of this territory. When King Cyrus was king, he was king of not this territory, but this territory. Okay? Remember that. Now we're going to get into, of course, Second Esdras. And I'm going to explain it. Pretty much this is the way that many people do, but I'm going to clear it up a little more. Give you guys some scripture to write it down. But let's watch this real quick. I like this video, man. It never gets old. I like it. It never gets old for me. I think it's interesting. Let's go.
Why do you wish to sail west?
To open a new route to Asia.
Territory.
Asia is the richest kingdom, the land of spices and gold. At the moment, there are only two ways of reaching it. By sea, sailing around the African continent. The journey takes a year. Or by land. But the Turks have closed this route to all Christians. There is a third way. By sailing west across the ocean sea.
The distance is unknown. It's said to be infinite.
Superstition. I believe the Indies are no more than 750 leagues west of the Canary Islands.
How can you be so certain?
The calculations of Toscanelli, Marin de Tir, Esdras.
Esdras is a Jew.
So what's worse?
2 minutes, and already you're a dead man.
For telling the truth?
Yes. We are burning people for less. The men you're about to confront.
Well, we know that part. That's like, yeah. We are first like somebody telling us, "Oh my God, I didn't know that. Man, that's so cool." Yeah. That's cool. It's a good memory to come up on every now and then. Anyhow, Deuteronomy 33:17, fam. I want to make sure that we establish and don't pass anything up. Deuteronomy 33:17. My mouth is dry. Give me a second. Deuteronomy 33:17 says, his glory is like the firstlings of his bullock, and his horns are like the horns of unicorns. With them, he shall push the people together to the ends of the earth. And they are the 10,000 of Ephraim and the 10,000 of Manasseh. And as you can continue reading, Zebulun, Gad, mentions Dan. But it's talking about pushing us to the end of the earth, right? Now, check this out. Baruch 4:6. I want you to pay attention why these things are in this book, or in our book, I should say that. Forgive me, Father, for saying that. Baruch 4:36. Watch what it reads, okay? It says, O Jerusalem, look about thee towards the east. Behold the joy that cometh unto thee from God. So I'm going to tell you something. Where's the east, fam? Look towards the east, right? Behold. See, Jerusalem is a people before a city. Get that straight. Oh, people, mi gente, mira hacia el este. Behold the joy that cometh unto thee from God. Lo, thy sons come, whom thou sentest away. What? They came gathered together from the east to the west by the word of the Holy One, rejoicing in the glory of God. And you want to know something, family? Well, actually, I don't want to know, because that's driving me another topic. So as you can see here, we gather us. But he says, oh, gente, look to the east. Baruch 5:5. Watch what it says here. Next chapter. We'll continue. We'll keep going. It says, arise, O Jerusalem, and stand on high and look about towards the east. Behold, thy children gathered from the west unto the east by the word of the Holy One, rejoicing in the remembrance of God. You see, it is the word of God that's going to bring us back together. And I'm going to tell you something, fam. I've been reaching out to people from those areas, and they've been reaching out to me. People that really want to keep the laws of God, that can legitimately say, yeah, we've been through that. They've been conquered. They've gone through this. They've gone through that. Okay, cool. Whatever. But hey, at the end of the day, I'm not God. I can't tell people. I speak your fucking... Man, want to keep them crazy. Because at least we want a civil world. I'm tired of this damn wicked ass life, man. Josh, if you could just keep all the laws of God, we'd be in such a better place. Anyhow, I just want to point out the fact from the east, he's going to gather us. He's going to gather us, right? And by the word of the Holy One, he is going to bring us to remembrance of God. So then this is why we have to look towards these directions. That's why I presented these classes. To me, this is one of my favorite classes, fam. So first of all, let's go to here. I'm going to establish this real quick. So let me show you guys this real quick so you can understand that I'm not kidding. Okay. There's a brother of ours from, as you can see, Ethiopia. He's a East African, so-called East African, or they call Afro-Asiatic. Check this out. This brother's been banging hard for us, family. It's not about color or features, or it's not about that, man. It's about the Rick. Thank you. It's about the word. That's it. It's not that you Black Americans it has nothing to do with how you look, or white people. It has nothing to do with how you look. It's the dominating spirit that we notice right off the bat. You see, the reason I showed a family gathering and family migration is because if there's any nation of people, if some shit went down and we had to take care of ourselves, let's say there was no fighting, right? And we all had to fend for ourselves, I will guarantee you that based on example, that the Hispanic nation will be much, much equipped to make it than any other nation in the entire world. Because like it said, 86%, 89%, 85%. And at the end of the day, 86% said, I may not get along with my family, but at the end of the day, they're my family. I'll never turn my back on them. And I'm going to tell you something, fam. That's one thing that we have that no one can take from you. Make sure everybody knows that. So what brings us together? The word. See, this is the one thing about One West. They think this is some racial shit. It's not. You guys have no idea what's been brewing behind these doors. There's more than 300 and some people watching this channel, family. I'll tell you that right now. Listen in.
I just cannot go away. That East African OG, I just cannot go away. What I am showing you here, I am showing you the true, original Native American Indians of the U.S. These people are not only indigenous to the U.S., but they are indigenous to the entire North, Central, and South Americas. You see, there's absolutely nothing Black American about them. There's absolutely nothing West African about them. And there's absolutely nothing you will do about it. These are beautiful people, male and female. Even at an old age, these are beautiful. Look at this guy. You know, if this guy had that type of mindset, this guy would have beaches everywhere. This man could have your life. You see, look at them. They are rich in culture. They are their own people. Wow, this one even looks Ethiopian, this one here. She looks like a Habesha. But imagine if we Ethiopians were that dumb and ignorant and self-hating to sit there and try to claim a people, culture, and history, knowing these people have already had everything pretty much taken from them. How dare you? So you know, I had a Black American tell me that these people are not the true American Indians because they are from Asia, Serbia. My friend, you know, when these Black Americans learn something, you can tell when they just now learned something because it spreads amongst their community like a wildfire. You know, in Ethiopia, in the 90s, we learned that the Native American Indian, they are Mongoloid by race. So if you are Mongoloid by race, it means Asia is your origin. However, it does not change the fact that these people that you are looking at now were in the Americas before you're sold and stolen West Africa.
Keep in mind, he's mentioning Asiatic, okay? We're all limited in some form. Just consider Asiatic. Because remember, we don't all look like that. But he knows what he means. Let's continue.
Freaking ass. Can I get an amen in here today? Okay, so when you hit them with that fact, they start saying, the entire world was black. Okay, I can stomach that. But let's switch to the different page. Okay. Yes, I agree to a certain degree that there was a point in time in this world that everyone was dark. You see? But that shit does not make everyone a black American, you silly POSs. It does not make everyone black American. So you're telling me that the aboriginals of Australia are black Americans too? You see? So if the first people in the Americas were black and aboriginal, they were of this group. They were like these people here. You see? There are people in Australia, the aboriginals, that look just like the natives I just showed you. You see? With a culture similar to theirs, you see? I even saw this documentary about Hawaii, before it was taken. They had people look just like these people here, you see? And these people are not black Americans, you see? They have blonde hair even. These people can even develop blue eyes. I have seen it. You black Americans can't do that. To prove my point, black Americans are so West African that when they meet someone who has features like this in their community, they glorify them. You know why they glorify them? Because these type of features are not common amongst them. That's why black Americans love light skin. That's why they love good hair, because that is not common amongst them. You see?
I think people go out of their way to buy straight hair. They go out of the way to buy straight hair, fam. You see, this is a brother out here that he's from the other side of the continent. He's doing more work than some of you so-called Hispanics. That's sad, man. I actually talked to him on the phone. I got his cell phone and everything. This brother's putting more work in than some of you Hispanics, bro. Like, damn, it's embarrassing. And he does it out of the spirit of the Most High, because there's no such thing as, look, Israel's going to look like Afro-Asiatic. They're going to look like that, family. You need to understand it and wrap that around your mind. And we're going to have Arabic in them and some so-called Asian-looking two people. That's going to happen. Y'all need to get that out of your heads. Get it out of your heads. Start washing that 12-tribe bullshit out of your head or out of your spirit, because that's not what's actually stopping you from getting rooted. Look, the first nation, the first print of Jesus, so-called, taught us to love everybody, but could never explain why things were only happening to us. And then someone else said, oh, we know the answer because they're doing it to both of us. And see, since we don't know any better because, we're illiterate and ignorant, that's not offensive. It just means we didn't know. We fell for it. But then the Most High started waking up some real Hebrews, I guess. And we try to kind of like, wait a minute, hold up a second. We haven't had the Bible that long. I still remember the last Mass in Latin. I was born in around the 70s. I still remember the last Mass in Latin because I asked my mom, what is he saying? I was little. I have a good memory since I was 2 years old. I remember a lot of shit. I think I was like 3 or 4 years old, and I asked my mom, what's he saying? I'm a little, they call me chicharo and shit, like, ¿qué dijo mamá? What, ¿qué dijo mamá? Oh, está hablando latín. That's all she could say. Step it up, brothers. Come on, man.
East African OG bringing you that hidden truth, because LeBron James and Jesse Jackson will not give it to you like this, you see. Mr. Spook Lee will never make movies about this, and I wonder why. So I'm here learning about the Buffalo Soldiers, Geronimo, and the Wounded Knee Massacre. And I must say, the more I learn about these Black Americans and their history, the more I understand why things are happening the way they are now in the USA. Just look at the type of things these people were doing to the Native Americans, all the while crying about, the Black Wall Street Massacre, the Rosewood Massacre, boo-hoo-hoo, But look at the nonsense they were doing to the Native Americans. They will not tell you that these Black Americans massacred over 200 innocent men, women, and children for absolutely no reason. And they are here proud afterwards. To make matters even worse,
Is he speaking with hate? No. He's being logical. And this is someone from the continent of Africa. That's why I showed the video earlier regarding the brother that was letting you guys know, like, yo, listen, man, you guys have nothing to do with those people. Leave them alone. He's like, leave them alone. Here, I'll show you real quick. He's being truthful, bro. And see, that's what I'm telling you what, man, truth just brings brothers together. Him and me and Oro, I cannot pronounce his name that well. I apologize. I've mentioned some scriptures to him. And here, I'll show you something real quick so you can see what we're talking about, man. I'll play it back. But you can see this is not no showing. I don't like TikTok. But where was it at? I think I did this one, right? All praise to the Most High, man. No, that wasn't it. What did he post, man? He made a comment. All praise to the Most High, man. That wasn't it. Which one was it? It was my first one, I think. Hold on. Let's see. There's one. Okay, what is it at? What did he say, man? He made a funny comment, and I was like, damn, man, thank you, brother. Appreciate you. Oh God. Can't remember which one, fam, but he's like, you guys done messed up now. I think it's this one, maybe. Oh, this one. Hold on a second. Let's have a little fun. I find that very interesting, family, because I'm not trying to. Where is it at? Social interaction with our people resulted in a. No. Here, check this out. This gets interesting. Is it this one? For lo, thine enemy make a tumult. It goes right here. And they that hate thee have lifted up thy heads. They have taken crafty counsel against thy hidden ones, and consulted against thy hidden ones. They have said, come, let us cut them off from being a nation. From being a nation, that the name of Israel may be no more in remembrance. Now you would think, well, they're saying, nah, that's not, it's the white man, it's the white man, it's the Asian man, it's the Arab man. It's all of you guys. This is Theodorus the coolest. He wrote. See that brother right there? You saw him, right? It's not about color, fam. Don't misunderstand me, please. It's about love for our people. And it's a spiritual thing. Can't explain it.
East African OG bringing you that hidden truth. Because LeBron James, Black Wall Street Massacre, the Rosewood Massacre, boo-hoo-hoo, But look at the nonsense they were doing to the Native Americans. They will not tell you that these Black Americans massacred over 200 innocent men, women, and children for absolutely no reason. And they are here proud afterwards.
The white man told them.
To make matters even worse, these Black Americans have the nerve to claim to be the Native Americans in year 2023. What these Black Americans did to the natives is equivalent to going up to a person that you see choking, and then you sneak up behind them and you proceed to strangle them. You see, that is pure evil right there.
Who are you?
And there's no way you can get out of this. You cannot play the blame the white man card on this at all.
No more.
You see? all I know is I will say this and I will end this vid because if I keep talking, these Black Americans are going to report because they cannot handle the funk. But I know that if it was us Ethiopians that these Black Americans did this to, and then have the nerve to try to claim your identity. A lot of these Black Americans, they live in homes that sit on center blocks, meaning their homes sit on bricks. We Ethiopians are the type of people who would be under their house with a AK-47 or something with a 50-round drum or something like that. And when they walk out, let's just say Patti LaBelle would start singing those sad ballads. East African OG bringing you that hidden truth.
One more, fam. One more, man. He's so far he's an amazing brother, man, and he's a professional. He's not some loser type that you know what I mean? Like, nah, man. This guy's he's got a head on his shoulders. All praise to the Most High. Obviously, we have to still prove people, but it's a good feeling, man, because now we're starting to see the connection between, certain. Oh, that's right. I was going to show you this. Okay, so let me not forget. It's right here. This one. This is a little shorter one. Here's another brother right here.
You guys got to stop stealing other people's culture and be proud West Central Africans. And worry about your own shit. You're Black Americans now. You're African Americans now. But you're distant descendants of West Central African peoples. That's your bloodline. Focus on your shit a little more. And get out of everybody else's shit. Because on the world stage of academia, y'all making black folk look bad.
Yes, sir.
Destitute.
Yes, sir, they are.
Thirsty. Unhappy.
Which is very sad.
Low self-esteem of your own shit.
Hey, check it. I will even show you this, and that's it. They even told him, they called him a monkey. Okay, so watch this. Is this one? I see.
African OG. I do not call myself the OG for no reason. Okay, let's deal with it. This Black American responded with a video in response to this comment, saying that Black Americans are not Israelite because they have no DNA or scripture proof. And that is true, they have neither. So let's hope that this Black American is about to debunk my comment as well as every video that I have on here with this one vid. And before we click, I just want to make a bet. I bet this guy is using Wikipedia, the same Wikipedia that they tell me not to use. You see?
Well, check it, Rick. You know what's so funny? You say that, man. It's not about. Listen, I think people need to really understand that it's really time now to really start dissecting each other as into like tribes, because not all so-called Hispanics are Hispanics. And see, the thing about us being Hispanic, that we understand that, but you, I guess, so-called Africans or African Americans, I'll say that because I'm not just talking about West Africans. I'm talking about everybody that's considered a African American. You think that you guys are all one nation, and I'm sorry to tell you, you're not. You're not all one nation. You're a variety of tribes, a good portion of your tribe, and then you have an elite tribe, and then you have a crazy tribe. But you're not all this. I mean, you're of the continent, but you're not all the same. What I mean is, there are black folks that are white bloodline, and there are white folks that are so-called black or African American or whatever you want to call it, bloodline. But see, us so-called Hispanics, we understood that a long time ago. You guys are barely coming into that understanding. Unfortunately, it may just be too late. Because this was centuries of us having the understanding that, why do you look like me and you F me by the back? Right? You know, Rick, even in Puerto Rico. I mean, what happens? The politicians are letting all these foreigners come in there and buy land. We have that sister that has like a so-called Italian last name. Very beautiful sister, respectfully saying that. And she's man, she's putting more work than men. And she's light-skinned. You guys need to get this whole color thing out of your mind. I'm not saying, oh, it's for everybody. No, it still is, bro. But it's a spiritual thing. And if you don't get it at this point, then you're just not ever going to get it.
But I bet if it's Wikipedia, it's going to still prove my point. So let's see.
Continue with the class after this.
That looks like Wikipedia. Voila. What did I tell you? That's Wikipedia. You see, this is Wikipedia, and it still proves my point. You see, so in 60%, that is over 50%. You see, that means that the majority of Black Americans, as I've been saying all along, are E1B1A. You see, again, Wikipedia. What does this say? E1B1A. Places of possible origin: West or Central Africa, nowhere near East Africa. You see. So far, I like this guy. You see. So far, I like this guy. I cannot get mad at someone who's
That's how you got. Love we got from a whole world of nations, man.
This guy is
Wake
also
the
an
hell up.
OG for beating himself. It's almost as if I don't even know if this guy was trying to debate me or help me prove my point.
You took the knee, bro.
Now, this guy's entire argument in his defense is that Black Americans are Israelites because they are also from haplogroup E. You see, this guy does not understand what he just read.
By the way, he's a medical professional. Let's go.
Israelites are E1B1B. Black Americans are E1B1A. E1B1A developed, as you just read, in West or Central Africa, not East Africa, not North Africa, not South Africa. You see? So that is what I'm trying to get these people to see. Is yes, I said this in this exact video right here.
Hey, look what he said here. Their own people are not exposing them. I'm not saying it, fam. Let's go.
We are the same race, of course. That's a no-brainer. But there's ethnic groups to this ish. There's DNA to this ish. You see? So just because we are all haplogroup E does not make Black Americans Israelites. You see?
See, and this is all they say. I mean, we gonna see, huh? All that talking and hey, will someone be replaced with tears and lamenting? Okay.
And what is so funny about these people is if we're going to go by being haplogroup E, then that means the entire world can claim Israel. You see? Because at the end of the day, everyone comes from Africa, you see? But hey, that is not the Black American Hebrew doctrine, you see? So I tell you, I am making these Black Americans go against their very own doctrine and accept the truth. You see, there's no one better than anyone. Everyone is chosen by God. You see, if we're going to go by that, just because everyone is haplogroup E, then you see, there are white people who are haplogroup E.
John
so they are
3:16.
also the chosen people of Israel. And there's going to be a special place in heaven for them too. You see?
I had to debunk that.
So stop pushing your Black American Hebrew nonsense when you're not even related to Israel, and you see your people formed, your haplogroup formed in West and Central Africa. You see? So thank you, my brother, for proving my point.
People on the continent of Asia, they don't all claim each other as one people. It's not all Asia love. It's not like that with continental Africans. This is just a thing specifically for Black Americans. Because we have the identity crisis. We have the confusion. Ethiopians on the continent know goddamn well they have nothing to do with Nigerians, Angolans, South Africans, Zambians, or Kenyans. They know that they are different people. They know they have a different biological makeup. They know they have a different genetic structure. They know because they have a country. And this is they are countrymen. They know their culture is different from a neighboring country. We just the ones confused.
Promise family, this will be the last one because now it's connecting the dots as to where I'm going to go after this video because where the video we're on, this is going to connect the dots. Let me speed it up. Hopefully he doesn't talk too fast.
Having class today, family. Let's go. Let me turn the light on. Africa all in my house. Let me clean my screen. Africa all in my spot. Lions in Africa all in my spot. My whole motherfucking couch is an African village. You hear me? So don't listen to niggas talk about cheesesteaks. Okay, now here we go. Bam! You ever wonder why everything is centered right here? The Hebrew Israelites claim to be from here. The Egyptomaniacs claim to be from here. Everybody is fighting for this central area throughout history.
He said Egyptomaniacs.
What? So I said King Tut, and Queen T come from West Asia. This is considered West Asia. It's the western part of Asia. We consider this West Asia. 15,000 years ago was a fucking ice age called the Laurentine Ice Sheet. Look it up. You ain't gotta believe me. The Laurentine Ice Sheet. What? Nobody here. The Native Americans came in through the Bering Straits. These an East Asian type came in through the Bering Straits, which comes up over here into Alaska, into Canada, and on down into the United States. They migrated over the years and they populated Brazil, the Caribbeans, and all this. So it's no kinky haired, nappy black people ever originated from the Caribbean islands around here, from Brazil, from the Americas, or Canada, or Alaska. We never, ever, ever, ever in history came over here until the transatlantic slave trade. That's just a fact. Get over it. We were always here, and we didn't travel. We were like landlocked. You see anything around here? And we had canoes. We didn't have ships like that. Ship technology came up from the Portuguese. Advanced shipbuilding technology in the late 1300s. And then, and only then, did human trafficking began to cross large body oceans, because they developed ships that can cross large body oceans. Prior to that, you were sunk or drowned and died. So when you talk about migration and people populating, technically they're not talking about you sub-Saharan Africans. People migrated up out of here. Because North Africa has never been Black Africa. Ever. Ever. I'm from here, tropical Africa. My DNA says mainly Ghana and Nigeria. This is called tropical Africa. Even the Congo is tropical Africa. I'm a tropical African. These are desert Africans. I'm not a desert African. You're not a desert African, and you never have been. I'm a tropical African, and I'm a proud tropical African. We come from the Bantu expansion from here, and the Bantu expansion went out, and we ended up in Western Central Asia, Africa. Bantu expansion. Bantu expansion. I mean, like, you can like look up all this I'm talking. I'm just shitting this off the motherfucking head. And this is what we were. These people are not part of the Bantu expansion. Bruh. Algerians, Moroccans, Tunisians, Libyans, and Egyptians are not what we consider Black people. And never have been. The only reason these Nubians that came from down here, they were lucky because they lived close by the Nile, so they were able to sail up here to a certain point, which is the first cataract right here. They can't sail no further from here. They had to get off the goddamn boat where they was on and walk through the desert land. So once you start studying migration and evolution, history becomes more simple for you.
See what I mean? Let's continue.
And more understanding. Like, people, oh, we were already here. Straight 100% bullshit. You know how you can really prove it? Like, you have the Amazon jungle, which is huge. Bruh. And they have uncontacted tribes who've come out the Amazon jungle that weren't in contact with humanity. We didn't know they were fucking there. They all living up in the Amazon. And when they come up out that Amazon, and all 100% of uncontacted tribes that ever come up out any of these areas have had straight black hair, just like the Native Americans do. Bruh. There has never, ever, ever, ever in history been a nappy, kinky-headed people that came up out the Amazon jungle. You can't find an uncontacted tribe with nappy hair anywhere in the Western Hemisphere. They weren't there. You niggas did not go nowhere and populate a goddamn thing. You were always right here. You had canoes at best filled it in and populated it from the Bering Straits on down and populated the New World. There was never, ever, ever in history a nappy-headed black people in any of these lands until the Atlantic slave trade. Bruh. In the year 1490. You guys just got there in 1490 through the transatlantic slave trade. You didn't populate none of this. That ain't true. I'm sorry. And North Africa has never been black Africa. Ever. And we've proven that. But people just still in denial because they're into that old Afrocentric bullshit we've been debunked already. So Chief X goes hard for this reason. That comes from our identity crisis. And a lack of understanding of science. Come on back. Talk back to me. So, I've been having these heated discussions is because people are hard-headed. And they don't want to change. See, you're supposed to change with truth. I'm a sincere... I'm what you call a sincere truth seeker. So I roll with science, I roll with the truth. Most people are belief seekers. They're not truth seekers. They roll with a belief. Or they thought this, or somebody told them something, this is what they believe. See, I may believe something today and find out something different tomorrow. I'm throwing that belief in the motherfucking trash. I don't have what you call, and what I call a lot of people, is foolish pride.
We talked about the years of Persia, Mede, Cushites, Egyptians, and all that stuff, right? So remember, in 538 BC is when 538 BC is when the 10 tribes basically bounced, right around that time. Okay, so now let's go to 2 Kings first, real quick. I don't really want to read it. I kind of just want to give you the scriptures. 2 Kings 17, 5 and 6. As you can see here, Hosea reigns in Israel, and then the fall of Israel. Okay, so you can see that. So I'm going to summarize it because of time, and I want to make sure that you guys understand that. So remember this. I brought this up too regarding the Cushites and the Nubians because Assyria had actually conquered that part at that time, and then when Assyria fell, the Nubians gained power again, but not under Persia. Okay, so that's it. Verse 6 says, and in the 9th year, Hosea, king of Assyria, took Samaria and carried away Israel unto Assyria, and placed them in Halah, and in a harbor by name river of Gazan, and in the cities of the Medes. Okay. Now let's go to 2 Chronicles 36. It's pretty simple. Last chapter, verse 22 and 23. Proclamation of Cyrus. So here it says very clear. Now in the first year of Cyrus, king of Persia, the word of the Lord spoken by the mouth of Jeremiah might be accomplished. The Lord stirred up the spirit of Cyrus, king of Persia, that he made a proclamation throughout all his kingdom. Remember that? His kingdom, and put it also in writing, saying, thus saith King Cyrus of Persia, all the kingdom of the earth has the Lord God of heaven given me. No, we know that it's not true because Egypt and Nubia were their own kingdoms. But he obviously meant it like, kind of like the house here. Whosoever wants the little bit of that chicken, you can have it. But everybody ain't going to have it. So he's understanding the kingdom of the earth, his kingdom, all that region. He didn't care about Africa. The God of heaven had given to me, and he had charged me to build him a house in Jerusalem, which is in Judah, who is there among you of all his people. So here we see the proclamation of King Cyrus that throughout all this kingdom, y'all are free to roam. Yes, we see that here in Ezra's. Real quick. Chapter 1. Man, stop it, man. Ezra chapter 1, verse 2. Thus saith Cyrus, king of Persia, the Lord had given heaven, the Lord of heaven had given me all the kingdom of the earth. And he had charged me to build him a house in Jerusalem, which is in Judah. Who is there among you of all this people? His God be with you. Let him go up with Jerusalem, which is in Judah. and build the house of the Lord God of Israel. He is God, which is in Jerusalem. And it says, and whosoever remaineth in any place where he sojourn, let the man of his place help him with silver and with gold and with goods and with the beast, besides the free will offering for the house of God in Jerusalem. I'm sorry, for the house of God is in Jerusalem. Okay. So now we're seeing this like, oh, okay, that makes a lot of sense. All right. So now let me give you an example of what we're talking about. You see, so Persia, we saw the map of Persia, right? Hold on. Persian Empire. I'll just show you this one before. This was after Cyrus died with Darius, after Darius' reign. But Cyrus was in charge of all this territory here. So when Cyrus says, you are free to roam in my kingdom, and wherever you are in this kingdom, right? Let the people help you. Let them help you with gold and with silver and with food. So now let's paint the picture, fam. You had Egypt and you have the Nubians over here, still at war. There's nothing settled between them. If a king frees us, gives us freedom, like for example here in America, and Trump decides to give citizenship to all so-called illegal brothers and sisters of ours, right? Like, hey, what those locals forever? You can roam wherever you want. You think that we're gonna stay in one place, bro? We're gonna be free to go. But the last thing we're gonna do is go where? To a kingdom that we don't belong in. Why would we go this way when these guys are not really settled in power? The Nubians and the Egyptians, we already went through slavery with them. And then think about it. Mothers, fathers, grandfathers, children, all of that stuff. Do you really think we're going to want to come back from the Niles and then the mountains and all the way over here? When we knew that they took us out already, and we understood that there were people in Samaria that were not our people because they replaced us, like here. So then what would we do? Well, let's continue. Hey, fam, I want to ask you guys sincerely, if you can, Rick, or don't care, whoever's not listening or listening, is this making sense so far? Do you understand why I had to tackle the Cushite and Mizraim war between them, and why I had to explain those things, and how technically, if it wasn't for, had it happened after Darius, then I could see them making sense. But it happened prior to Darius that we left. And as you know, when it's territory like here, you migrate wherever you're protected. Is it making sense? Is it all making sense so far? Or are you guys still confused? I'm going to give you guys like a minute to answer, please. Wow, man, I guess you guys are still lost. Well, if you get it, you get it. You don't, you don't. This is now we'll be getting to Second Esdras. Okay? So now I don't lose you guys. Remember, this is why I was trying to show you guys that there were kingdoms at that time. Kingdoms that were not on our side. Kingdoms that were at war. Kingdoms that if we went into their territory, they'll slave your ass. Don't be stupid, yo. Don't be stupid. Come on, man. Let's be real. So now let's understand. It says, those are the 10 tribes which are carried away prisoners out of their own land. Great question. And you want to know something? Does it really matter to us right now? To be quite frank with you, does that concern us right now? I'll show you why. I'm gonna tell you this right now, bro. And I appreciate you, and that's why I ask these questions, bro. Because it's not just about me out here in the front, bro. I would love for you guys to do this. I'd rather sit back and watch you guys teach. Listen. When I came into this whole understanding, man, I wanted to be a reader. That's what my goal was. I wanted to be a reader. I didn't want to be anything else. That's what I wanted. But that, the Most High, I guess he had a different plan. So I just want to tell you this. I'll just say this, bro. And then this is with all due respect and mad love for you, bro. Because I think
Today's a good day.
We need to start correcting each other in that way. with love and compassion. You know what I'm saying? Like Galatians 6. Here, let me answer it with the scripture, just so you should know. Galatians 6:1, brethren, if a man be overtaken in a fault, not always, ye which are spiritual, that is important, restore such a man in the spirit of meekness, considering thyself, lest also be tempted. Nubians isn't from ham seed. That's why I was running. Well, I don't know, bro. Honestly, because I don't know their story. So I can't answer it. But I will tell you this, just so you can maybe. It's like the way I walk, don't care. I have visors in my eyes. Like I'm a horse right now, bro. Like I have visors. I hear you guys, but I'm like, I'm looking at the end, bro. I'm looking at the end. But I'm thinking of this every single time. Rick, you know this, bro. So if you want to put your fingers up, you know this is what I mean. You know this, bro. We met last year. So you know this is what I'm always about. No one else until further notice. This is how I fall.
Today's a good day. Today's a great day. I hope everyone have a blessed day. I just came to realize, I see all these videos saying browns and blacks need to come together. Browns and blacks need to come together. And it's a lot of my people that keep saying, let's come together with the blacks. But before you even say that, why we can't just come together? Us browns with browns. Why we can't come together first? How you gonna say let's come together with these people and you guys don't even want to come together? Bruh. Make it make sense. Make it make sense. I always push for my browns with browns. It's always Mexicans united together. But we can never even do that. Bruh. So before you try to keep saying browns and blacks come together, unite, you need to make the browns and browns come together first. Bruh. And then we could talk about that. Until then, y'all need to stop spreading that brown and black bullshit, okay?
With all due respect, that's what I meant, bro. Let's focus on us. And in the time I was there, king of people, bro. Whom Solomon energy, all your studies, you got other thoughts, write them down, man. Write them down and set them for later. Like I have a bunch of notes about stuff that I wanted to study, but I'm like, nah, I got to focus. At that time, it was just milk. And if you guys really want to know about what I'm talking about, if you guys really want to know what I mean by the milk, there's my email and there's a number. I'm not afraid to talk to anybody. Anybody. I don't care what camp you're from. I don't care if you don't believe in the Most High. I don't care if you want to call me about some addiction issues. I'm willing to talk to anybody. You know why? Because I've never been afraid of anybody. And I don't mean it like I'm some Mike Tyson. No, man. I'm not that big. I mean, I'm not that small either, you know what I mean? But I'm not concerned with that, man. I'm here to help because I had strangers help me. I had people that did this. Before we continue, I want to show this because we're about almost, well, I don't want to say we're almost done, but I'm sure some of you guys are going to go to sleep. I want to read this to you, okay? This is important. Here in this chapter, I'll read it quick and I'll just explain. Elijah is being called and he's being told by the Most High to go and hide and go to a brook, kind of like in a cave, right? It says here, verse 3, get thee hence and turn thee eastward and hide thyself by the brook Cherith that is before Jordan. And it shall be that thou should drink of the brook, and I have commanded the ravens to feed thee there. So he went and did according unto the word of the Lord, for he went and dwelt by the brook Cherith that is before Jordan. And the ravens brought him bread and flesh in the morning, and bread and flesh in the evening, and he drank of the brook. And it came to pass after a while, the brook dried up, because there had been no more rain, or no rain in the land, I'm sorry. And the word of the Lord came unto him, saying, arise, get thee to Zarephath, which belongeth to Zidon, and dwell there. Behold, I have commanded a woman there to sustain you. So first he sends you to the ravens. Then he sends you to a woman that hasn't had a man in a while. Think about that. So the ravens, animals that don't typically care about anyone else but themselves, thought about you for a while until the water ran out. And then he goes and sends you to another individual, an individual now, but it's going to demand of you maybe for your weeby to stretch itself for a little bit. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? So he first sends you around ravens, then he sends you to a widow. He sends you around people. That's what it means. Listen, if I'm a Raven fan, then maybe the Most High is using me just to give you what you need right now. And that's why we came out of these camps, and they were the ravens. They gave us what we needed. And then now we moved on to maybe a widow, because it's all about purity and in regards to cleansing. Not purity of like, purity of like blood. No, I'm talking about cleansing, fam. This is not about the flesh. You've been lied to. You got more work to do, because none of this is going to go with us. So that means everything about you has to be internal. Self-examination 24/7. Every day you die, meaning you die daily, that everything that every layer that you're working on, it dies every day. Every day it dies. So while we're over here being entertained by ravens, because ravens are they dead animals, they eat live animals, and widows, they're alone. And they may need a man. So now he's tempted again. Now the brook, that's the little water that someone else gave you while you were hanging around these ravens. It wasn't ravens giving you water. It was someone else giving you that. Hey, here's the Bible. Hey, don't smoke anymore. Hey, you shouldn't cheat on your wife. Hey, listen, come hang out with us, bro. I know you don't want to, you don't have family, and I know you're all by yourself. And even if it was Christmas, right? I know you're by yourself, bro, but come hang out with us, because you want to know depression can kill people. So the ravens will help you until then. And I kid you not, family. I don't know any of y'all, but I literally see you guys in my children and in my wife. I see you guys in all the things that I experience. So I'm asking you to walk with me so we could walk together. And I'm not saying I'm right, but what do we got to lose? We already know we've been lied to. And so far, what I'm showing, or what the Most High has allowed us to show, you can compare it. And you could read it for yourself and say, you know what, he's right or he's wrong. Or I don't know just yet. But see, the I don't know just yet is better than I don't care at all. Let's continue. The king of Assyria led away captive and carried them over the waters, and so they came to another land. So let me show you. And I apologize for keep closing this one on you. I should just keep it open. So this is what he's talking about. Assyria, right here, into another land. Here's the Euphrates River, right? So obviously it's small to us, but it's huge. And it goes like this. So somewhere over here, right? Look at all these mountainous ranges. Okay, so let's continue. Let's continue, because I think we're understanding. Then it says, here, I'm going to read it over here. You guys have a Bible? I'm going to read it, so I'm going to show you. It says, and carried them over the waters, and so they came into another land. So as we know, another land is what? Another territory? An unfamiliar region? Okay. But they took counsel among themselves. So now what happens here? This is when King Cyrus freed all Israel. So let me show you. You see, when it says another region, as we can see a color line here, right? In the sense that this is Assyria. Then now we passed through the Euphrates and they went to another region. Now this is color line or in yellow. Let's continue. So now after they freed us, right? Or let's just say they freed them. I'll separate myself. They freed them. They took counsel among themselves. This is where Ezra's 1, 2, and 4 come in. As after they were free, they're like, you know what? I don't know, man. But they took counsel among themselves that they would leave the multitude of the heathen. Why? Because listen, brothers and sisters, we got raza that's in California, raza that's in Florida, New York. Hey, Salome, you know what's up? Raza that's in Chicago, up in Oregon, in Texas. We're everywhere. Kansas, Wisconsin, Oregon, we're everywhere. Okay? So I know, and migration is typical like that. So it says here, but they took counsel among themselves that they would leave the multitude of the heathen and go forth to a further country where never mankind dwelled. So now, if they know that mankind was dwelling here because the Cushites and the Egyptians were fighting amongst themselves, and obviously we understood of the Egyptian, world, right? The slavery. So then where? A further country where? Where never mankind dwelt. That there they might keep their statutes. Because you know why? Because if you recall, in this era here, in this time, in this location, if you consider India and all that, they got a lot of different religions. So just because they said Assyria here, Assyria was everywhere. Assyria was all over here. So it wasn't just there. It could have been here. It could have been there. And then when they freed us, it didn't just go overnight. It takes time. It takes a couple of years to people to be like, you know what, let's get out of here. So how do you know they didn't migrate this way or that way? Because there was a lot of religions in this land here, tons of them. But at the same time, don't forget, family, that King Cyrus was king of all of this land. So Israel was free to roam. You wouldn't leave America if Trump said you could walk freely. Now you're not an illegal. Hello, come on, man. Come on, people, come on. Why are they saying that we would be dumb enough to say, oh, let me just go into the Egyptians and Nubians because they're at war? I mean, shoot, they're not really in our land, but hey, might as well. Hey, you guys look friendly. Why not? Or, hey, let's just learn how to sail a boat around Africa. Now, the other excuse is that, oh, well, there's a lot of sections where Africa wasn't, was not found, but there's several territories that shows. Anyhow, that's another topic. So as you can see, Second Ezra, right? Wake up, Israel. Let's go. Let's continue. All right, hold on. I'm not done. Hold on. I'm not done. Okay, see, there it goes. I was showing you right there. That was perfect, but I closed it. Oh, well, too bad. So now let's go back to this right here. I think we can follow now. It says there, so they took this counsel, verse 41. So they took this counsel among themselves that they would leave the multitude of the heathen and go forth into a further country where never mankind dwelt, that they might there keep their statutes, which they kept in their own land. And they entered into the Euphrates by the narrow place of the river. So now they're entering somewhere in a narrow place. So they're traveling somehow. Now, does it say they jumped on a boat? No. It says they just entered into the Euphrates river, the Euphrates by the narrow place of the river. The narrow places of the river? You mean like by the side, by the bank? Riding down the river? Why didn't you just say, enter Euphrates on a boat down the river? No, it doesn't work that way. Things have to make sense. And I'm going to show you why. So when you cross here, let me give you the map real quick. Hold up. I almost forgot the map, man. I'm sorry. Here, hold on. There's a map. No, that's not the map I'm looking for. Oh, sorry, my bad. Look. This right here. So we left in verse 44. And they entered into the Euphrates by the narrow places of the river. This is David Rumsey's map collection. As you can see, it's a pretty big river, It's right there. So then they entered the narrow passage of the river. Okay? And it says, for the Most High then showed signs for them. Okay? So if we pass here, we're already over here. Okay?
Can you?
Hold on. We're already over here. Coming across this way. They want to go to a further country where never mankind dwelt. Now we know that there was war, or at least some kind of rivalry going on here that would not make it easy for us to really feel comfortable crossing. So if never mankind dwelt man this way, because it seems like history is showing us as we work further in, we see these maps, we see these locations, we see these names, and then we find stuff out like this, Arsareth. Then it says, so for the Most High then showed them signs, meaning directions. Do you guys remember that when, let me see, where was it at? Let me see if I can remember it. Here, this one. Exodus 13:21. If you remember, it was something similar. Obviously, it doesn't say it there, but I'm going to bring some points. Exodus 13:21. And the Lord went before them by day in a pillar of a cloud to lead them the way, and by night in a pillar of fire to give them light, to go by day and night. So here we see that the Most High can deal with us like that. So if he says here in 2nd Ezra 13:40, 44. Hey family, I'm gonna share something with you guys that I've never have to anybody in the open line, and I'm sure that let me just share it. I've always had dreams growing up about, swimming in the water, or like sliding down water, or like swimming in like crystal clear water, or flying. Apparently I was able to fly at any moment that I wanted in my dreams. And I could, at first it was like I didn't know how to fly. And then like every other dream, I can't remember how many, but I was like kind of like start running and then I would fly. You that have dreams, you may understand what I'm talking about. And then eventually it wasn't like so many steps. It was like, and then, and then all of a sudden, just boom. And I was starting to hover in my dreams and all these things, right? So I've in my dream, I've had that ability. So I'm sharing this because it's not like I just let my mind go anywhere. Like I've been capable of trying to fly in my dream. It's weird. Anyways, one time I had this dream and I was like maybe 10 years old. And I remember I was like following this long line of people. And I will tell you that they look tribal. And we were walking at night, and a big older man. I can't tell you he was my father. It didn't seem like it, but he was holding my hand, and we were walking all together like people together. And I felt my feet wet. Now, it was wet with grass, but it wasn't grass like regular grass. It was a different type of plant. I wasn't aware of it. And in that dream, we're like, it's dark, but we're looking up. So I'm assuming we're looking at the moon, okay? And then all of a sudden, like, I see this shark, and then I see this auditorium, and then I wake up and blah, blah, blah. Okay, cool. Years later, I found out what that plant was. It wasn't grass. It was seaweed. See, because then I started living in Oceanside, and I figured out, like, wait a minute. There was seaweed that I was walking on. That don't mean anything, fam. But I look at things like what was written for time was written for our learning, and I'm telling you, if the Most High said that he talks about it in scriptures, he'll strengthen your memory. He'll strengthen your memory. So I'm not saying that, oh yeah, that's why. No, of course not. But it's something to think about. It's something to think. Nothing's a coincidence in this world. But don't dwell on your dreams. Don't say, oh, I saw the Messiah and he looks this. Or no, that's not what I'm saying. Just a thought. That's all. Let's continue. For the Most High then showed signs for them, directions, where to go, and helped still the flood. But see, they had already passed the river, right? So they were passed over. So what is he talking about? For through that country, there was a great way to go. Through that country. Namely, a year and a half. And that same region is called Arsareth. You see, region is not the actual country itself. It's a region of Arsareth. It's a region of Arsareth. So he leads us that way, shows us signs, then holds the floods, till we pass over, because this is a region of Arsareth. Arsareth is right here. Now, I don't want to use Deuteronomy 33:17 to talk about the unicorn pushing us to the ends of the earth, but I see a unicorn here, so it's like, that's kind of weird too. Okay? See, I'll show you what I'm talking about. In Deuteronomy 33:17 says this, and I'm not going to take it for what it is, but his glory is like the firstlings of the bullocks, and his horns are like the horns of a unicorn. With them he shall push them together to the ends of the earth. Funny that it says a unicorn and then Arsareth right there. Like, you gotta wonder, fam. You know what I'm saying? Now, here's another point. I'm not done yet. See, this is where other people stop. But let's continue. So then it says here, for through that country where great would go after they passed, namely a year and a half. And that same region is called Arsareth. I'm going to show you something real quick. I found this, and I found it because, hold on a second here real quick. Give me a second. Give me a second, fam. Let's see if I can pull it up. I took a picture. What? I didn't take a picture of it? I took a picture of a map that shows what he's talking about is like the migration. Here, let me see if I can send it. Hold on a second. Give me a second, fam. All right, here we go. Watch this. I sometimes don't like to bring stuff up because I don't want to cause more questions, but at the same time, you know, we got to face everything for what it is. And I'm not getting off topic either. So, you know, this is a book I found. A lot of interesting things in this book, but I find it very, very, hold on. It's downloading now. Okay, here it goes. Yeah, let me see if I can download it and flip it around. Can I flip it around now? Oh, yeah, I can. Watch this. See? The land of the Chesadine. You said Khazar. Talk about a possible route that we could have taken, right? That's the possible route they could have taken, supposedly. I'm going to show you a book that contradicts that too. And I believe we went this route more than that route. And I'm going to show you why. And as you can see, these guys know what's going on. They even call it the Mizraim, the bondage. The two great continents, North America, Etham, the wilderness, Baal Zephon, the land of the red man. The land of the red man. So be mindful of those things, family. Now, I'm going to show you this real quick. When you talk about verse 46, then dwelt they there until the latter times, and now when they shall begin to come, the high shall stay the springs of the stream again, that they may go, therefore, that they may go through. Therefore start thou the multitude with peace. So he says that we will come back and he's going to hold the floods again. You see, people want to say that it's the ice age or because the ice age, and there's no way you guys could walk over ice like that, dude. You'd freeze. If you're going to freeze the sea like that, like the entire sea, are you crazy? You'd freeze. It's like being up in the over there in Antarctica, bro. You got no boats and you don't have those type of tools to travel. I mean, they could barely travel. So verse 46 is telling us what? That the way that we came is the way that we're going to come back. Now, am I saying that's, it says here in the Bible. And it says here, but those that be left behind of thy people are they that are found within thy borders. Let me read that part again. Then dwelt they there until the latter time. And now when they shall begin to come, the highest shall stay the springs of the stream again, that they may go through. Therefore sawest thou the multitude of peace. What happened? Se muere. What did it say, bro? Hold on. ¿Qué dijiste, bro? Let me hear. Se muere todo mundo si se frisa. Yeah, it's straight up, dude. That's it's easier to track groups packed than individuals. Migrations have no ironclad paths. Some left the state, yep. Others split, others passed. Aslan was abandoned via Sia. Some left behind. See, that's what I'm talking about. So you can't really say, and that's a good point. You can't really say that people are going to stay in one location. And then, you know, like we will move around. But I'm going to tell you this right now. I'm a reasonable man. If I'm not legal in this country, so to speak, and I'm free to roam this country now, I'm not going to leave the country now. Because I'm free to roam freely here. I'm not going to go to another country where there's other laws. I'm not free there. I'm free here. That's my point. So why am I saying that we came to this route? So now I'm going to start showing you guys some of the stuff that I have found. Because this is to show you the most important thing, because a lot of us fell for this whole 12 tribe chart thing. That we went around Africa and, you know, it's like, Joe, listen, man, I'm starting to really see that both of those nations really want what you guys have, family. Because remember, keep in mind, like this whole time, like, I just want to make this clear. The Cushites, Egyptians, they ruled in Africa, but not in the land of Shem. Okay? I'll read this real quick just so you guys can see, because, you know, again, people cannot go and use the Bible, use the book, and then not bring up what it actually says. This is Jubilees chapter 9. It's giving you like the how he divided the nations. The verse 1 says, and Ham divided among his sons. The first portion came forth to Cush, for Cush towards the east, and to the west of him for Mizraim, and to the west of him for Put, and to the west of him, and to the west thereof, unto the sea for Canaan, meaning West Africa. And Shem also divided among his sons, and his first portion for Ham and his sons, to the east of Tigris River, till it approached the east, the whole land of India, and on the Red Sea, on its coast, and the waters of Dedum, and all the mountains of Mabri and Elah, and the lands of Susan, and all that is on the side of Fernach, to the Red Sea, and the rivers Tina. And you can see Ashur and Arphasad. You can see that. And the land of the region of the Chaldees, to the east of the Euphrates. Remember that. You see? Why is this ignored? So all of a sudden now we can use this book for certain things, but not this. I don't understand why people, even if you're not of my nation, why would you fall for that? Really? The Israelites were free to roam here. They wouldn't go this way. Egypt and Nubia were at war. You guys got to really, really do your history. And you can't just base it off, oh, I saw a YouTube video. You got to read it. Remember the video, right? With, Christopher Columbus, right? So remember, one thing I forgot, and I just saw the link now. I don't know why I forgot that. Keep in mind that he needed interpreters. And some of us know this already, right? 1492, this is from some random linguistic education online.com. It's pretty random, pretty general information. You guys should know this by now. Several books say this. In 1492, Christopher Columbus landing in Bahamas changed the world forever. It helped establish trades between North America and Europe and ushered a new age of voyage and discovery. Columbus brought Luis de Torres, an interpreter, with him during his first voyage. De Torres spoke Hebrew, Aramaic, Spanish, Portuguese, French, Latin, and some Arabic because he expected it to encounter Asians. So now I want to remember that too. Asians. You see people here like, oh, Asians, like Philip, like Asian people, like just remember. Columbus felt de Torres' proficiency in Hebrew and Aramaic would be particularly useful. Why would Asians speak Aramaic? Don't be fooled, family. You see what I'm saying? So now I'm going to bring up several points to start connecting the dots, okay? For one, I want to bring this up. For one, I want to bring this up because this is, I get tired of seeing this, man. And you guys are just walking over it. Look how many times Asia's mentioned. Acts 2:9 talks about the, you know, when the tongues, right? When the brothers started speaking in tongues, like different languages. Acts 2 says, 2:9, Parthians and Medes and Elamites and dwellers in Mesopotamia and in Judea and Cappadocia and Pontus and Asia. Then there arose a certain of synagogue, which is called the synagogue of Libertines and Cyrenians and Alexandrians, and of them of the Cilicia and them of the Cilicia and of Asia. The 12-tribe chart doesn't have no Asians in there. Now, when they had gone through Phrygia and regions of Galatia and were forbidden of the Holy Ghost to preach the word of Asia, the word in Asia. You mean China? Japan? You see what I'm saying, fam? You need to know what encompassed Asia at that time. And that they were actual churches in Asia, meaning in India, and all that region. I'll show you. Watch. Hold on. Here it goes. This is from the Lost Myths, the Lost Tribes of Myth. So IUIC, Snake the Snake, likes all the other map, but he doesn't show this map. You see, because it takes the power away. You see here, family, there's several synagogues here. And there's even some that says like something Jews, like black Jews or something, right? Which I don't mind. It's cool. It's cool. Hey, listen, black don't mean willow black or woolly hair black. It means dark skin. Okay? Let's stop with this nonsense that you see black all of a sudden you think they're African. No, man, it's not. It's not like that. It doesn't always mean that. But you can see several synagogues here, 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 here. Some that have a Jewish title, synagogue, something. Mongolia, Genghis Khan, 1319 AD, Jewish something, something. I had to clear a map. See? Jing Chao Synagogue. So why are you telling Asian people that they're Moabites and Ammonites, every single one of them? And you're telling people from India that they're Elamites. And you're telling people from Arabia who actually had synagogues there that they're Ishmaelites, all of them. Oh, but Africa, that's all Judah. That's all Israel. Makes no sense. I'm going to show you this real quick. Description of the West Indies. Description. Oh, wait, hold up. $16.20. Come on, I know I have it. I don't have it. Description of the West Indies. Okay, fam, let me see if I can find it because this is not cool. Hold on, all right? Hold on a second here. Get out of this page here. Bear with me, please. I have I thought I downloaded the page. I've shared this book several times. Well, no, actually I lie. I've shared it like in some classes. It's a 16 description of the West Indies 1620. Hold on. Description of the West Indies 1620. Bear with me, please. Description of the West Indies. Man. Thought I was prepared for him. My bad. Description of the West Indies. Oh, you know what? I may actually have it here much easier. That's what I usually do. Yeah, I think I have it here. Okay, cool. All right. This is from the book called Description of the 1620, okay? So there's several materials I could read, but I'm going to get to the point. This is page 11. It goes by like numbers, all right? So we see in these pages is mentioning the kingdom of Kivara, Straits of Anain, all right? It's giving you hints of, we've seen that in the maps. Okay. Neither should we theorize and conclude crossed at the Straits of Anian. So they're like trying to figure out who these people are. Here it goes. This is 55. I'll read to 54. It says, and so the greater part of them kept traveling slowly across the great Tartary and other nations, God allowing and ordaining thus his own righteous judgment in his extended journey in a year and a half, as stated by Esdras, until they arrived at Mongol, and from there they crossed the Straits of Anian and went on to colonize the countries of New Spain, beginning at the northernmost parts of it, until with their wars they searched for land that had colonized all of it. That's one opinion. Here's the other one. Ezra says that at the close of this extended journey, they colonized and lived in that region, which is called Arsareth. Okay? That very learned author Genebrad in book 1 of his chronology states that Arsareth is the extreme point of Great Tartary or Scythia. That is a cape of promontory, which is the boundaries or landmarks dividing the old world from the new. So I showed you guys this. Let me show you again. He's talking about this over here. See, he says Arsareth and Anian, right? Right there. Arsareth and Anian. Okay. Let me move this over here. Sorry, family. Damn mouse is pissing me off again, like a stupid mouse, like a real mouse that you can't control, has its own life. Anyways, so it says here, the old world to the new world, above the Straits of Anian, and near which they crossed from that country to New Spain. So they could have gone by that route or by India and China. Now, why are they saying that? Remember this map I showed you, okay? Don't forget the map that I showed you, because that map has a lot to do with your understanding. Now, keep in mind that I'm not here to tell people who they are or who they're not according to the Bible. All I'm saying is I'm finding this out. So they're saying that the Israelites could have crossed, it says here, it says, so they could have gone by that route or by India and China. Since there, in that region of Cathay, the people inhabiting that country keep the Old Testament and the laws of Moses, although with many superstitious besides. You see that? So here it's saying that several people here keep the laws of God, but we're superstitions. So then why did the 10 tribes say, listen, we're among the heathens, man. We can't keep our laws. These guys like want to twist it around. Well, you know, unfortunately, it kind of happened here, but we did our best. So anyhow, it says here, this is a full and sufficient proof that members of the 10 tribes passed through there and settled there since that is clear from their observation of the law. You see that? And from there, they could easily cross the straits or channels which lie between China and the kingdom of Anian, as may be seen in the globes of maps. Or from the kingdom of Anian, they went on exploring and colonizing those countries of the New World never before seen or settled by human beings. You see what I'm saying? So why are people saying that all of a sudden, oh, no, no, there's areas in Africa that have been found. No, that's not true. They're saying that's not true. That's what they're saying. That is not true. All right, that's one. So now I'm going to show you this other one. So I confront every situation, right? And we find people that say, nah, you guys are heathens. Okay, cool. Let me see what you're talking about. Let me see what your opinion is of me or my heathenish ways. Let me see my heathen in you, right? I think that could be a song. So I went ahead and pursued to find out who they are too, you know? So watch this. I'm going to show you something. Let me see real quick. I have it right here. I have to go way up because I thought I had that downloaded. I don't think I have it here. Valera vehemently rejected the notion that the American Indians were the descendants of the lost tribe of Israel. Common theory in the 16th century. 1609, right? Common theory. So people there, like, if they saw it, they're like, yeah, those guys are Hebrews. They gotta be. Look how they act. It's like, dude, that's gotta be a Mexican. Look at him. He's eating tacos. It's gotta be a Mexican. All right. So now go to page. Let's see if I'm looking for the right thing. I'm gonna go to page 95 first. Let me see. Is this 95 or 96? Hold on, fam. 96. Where you at? 95. Okay, 95. That's page 95. This is page 96. Oh no, this is page 97. Come on, man, get it together. 96. It says, few sections that remain of Valera's work on this subject. He apparently speculated, watch this, that the people of America originated from the ancient Chaldeans, who once lived in the plains of Shinar in the Persian Gulf. The chronicler wrote that the religion of the natives of Greater Florida and the Caribbean islands were derived from the practices of the Chaldeans, who worshipped only natural features such as lakes, springs, and stars. That's his assumption. Likewise, he claimed that the faith of the first Peruvians was molded on that of the Chaldeans. This is around 1594. Then he says, the Chaldeans were renowned in the biblical history of founding the city of Ur, from whence came Abraham, the father of the Hebrew nation. They were believed to have descended directly from Noah, and they became famous as learned astrologers, priests, and magicians. By linking the ancient Peruvians to the Chaldeans, Valera was placing the people of the New World into the framework of the biblical history. Now, why is that important for us to read? Here's why. Judith 5. What is this? Okay, Judith 5. Watch what it reads. They're asking about us, this other king, okay? Holofernes. He's asking this other person about us. Sorry, I'm just telling you that like that. I just want to get to the point. Judith 5:6, it says, these people are descendants of the Chaldeans. Let me read that again. So he responds to him by saying who we are. These people are descended of the Chaldeans, and they sojourned heretofore in Mesopotamia, meaning before them, they were in Mesopotamia. Okay? They were in the Chaldees. Let's go back to the map. Map time. Not nap time. Map time. Map time. Map time. Meaning this is Mesopotamia over here. Here, I'll give you a better one. Look, this is Mesopotamia over here. And this is the Ur of the Chaldees right here. Okay? So that's what he's saying. Give me a second here real quick. Oh, let me close this up. I don't want to lose my point. Where am I at? Hold up. 96, verse 5. It says, these people are descendants of the Chaldeans, and they sojourned heretofore in Mesopotamia because they would not follow the gods of their fathers, which were in the land of Chaldea, meaning all of that region, close to India too, or Asia. For they left the way of their ancestors and worshiped the God of heaven. So here we see that the Chaldeans left the way of their ancestors and worshiped the God of heaven, the God whom they knew. So they cast them out from the face of the earth, of their gods, I'm sorry, meaning the other people, that get out of here. Don't try to teach us those things. And they fled into Mesopotamia and sojourned there many days. So that's why Valera, when he says, nah, these guys aren't Jews, they're Chaldeans. Oh, really? While everybody else is telling him, listen, these are Hebrews, and you just really placed them right there in the same spot. It's like, dude, you just really helped us. Thank you. Appreciate you, brother. That's why you think, I mean, some people, there's a story that says supposedly he called us Indians, supposedly, because we look like them, which I find it kind of interesting because I do find our people do. We do resemble people of India in those regions. I got brothers and sisters that look, Chaldean Arabic. I got brothers that are very dark skinned. I mean, that's just the way we are in my family. There's 10 of us, for God's sakes. And most of our so-called Hispanics, right, of this continent, we tend to spit out babies that have curly hair, straight hair, blonde hair, brown hair, dark hair, black hair, light skin, brown skin. Now I tan very well in the summer. I'm tell you that right now, man. I got a beautiful tan. I love when I tan, but I don't go do that now. I'm older, you know what I mean? When I was younger, I did that. So anyways, so far we see description of the Indies. So far we see Valeria, who's actually putting us with the Chaldeans as well. So now let's look at this real quick. I'm almost done, fam. I'm almost done, man. This is obviously our Sabbath. Lord willing, y'all are getting edified. Historia, what is it? Historia de México. Página 14. Watch this. I'm going to read it in Spanish. Okay? This is from Historia de México, página 14. Thank you, brother. Los indios somos israelitas. He hooked me up. Page 14. It says, pero si estos filicianos son ingeniosos, no lo son menos las que corresponden a las lenguas quechua y aymara, que proceden del hebreo y del caldeo. So it's saying that the Quechua language and Aymara language, which I'm going to show you later, is rooted of Hebrew and Chaldaic languages. Así resulta, al menos en muchos vocablos que tienen idénticas, because there's several words that are very identical. O análogas significaciones, pero por no fatigar el lector me limitaré a pocos ejemplos. So here he's giving us some examples. Los vocables México, Perú, cacique, cinita, canoa, macana, ana y racha viene de los hebreos masi. So you guys can read that page. Very interesting, right? So now it's saying that the Quechua and Aymar language has a kind of like a relationship with Chaldean, the Chaldean language or the Hebrew language. Huh. Interesting. And the reason I keep showing you guys is because I'm talking about the migration. Migration, fam. Watch this real quick. All right. Who's seen this before? Are you guys familiar with this? Oh, sorry, my bad, bro. I wasn't reading. Oh, my bad, dude. If you guys are watching this, I wasn't paying attention, man. I apologize. I'll try to read it in a little bit, though. You're doing an excellent. Oh, thank you, brother. Appreciate you. I'm not trying to ignore you, man. I'm just, when I get concentrated, bro, it's just the Most High. So here, check it out. So as you can see here, this is from India, a picture of India, people from India. Now, in case you guys don't know this, and see, this is where the Wabos have to really, really dig deep. See, you Wabos really have to dig deep. Voladores. And you also that claim that we're someone else, Well, I find it ironic that we tend to have a very similar customs that all the people that have come from that migration, big migration, the Indian migration and the Asian migration, which I don't mind embracing my so-called Mongol brothers if that's who they are. Y'all are dumb. You got no clue who you're dealing with. Look at this. Come on now, man.
Se nos olvidó traer unos vasitos.
Come on now, family. Come on, man. Come on, bro. Come on. Are you gonna try to tell me that we're not the people of the book? Hold on. I'm gonna try to turn it on. Give me a second. Guess it didn't work. Oh, I'll praise it. It worked. So look at this, fam. You see? I'm not lying. Look at that. It's beautiful, isn't it? So now we're getting some clarity as to like, where do we get these customs from, man? What are they gonna call us now? Edomites now? The deeper you dig and you push and you use their material, the easier it gets, family. Now I'm not saying we're these people. I'm saying of the migration. Oh yeah, you have? Hey, I've actually dealt with them, bro. They're me personally, I've never had issues with, you know what I mean? Se han portado bien, man. So I don't know. The people I've dealt with, they have a different spirit, like very reasonable spirit. I can't argue about that. I don't know if there really are people, but to me, these things are like wow, bro, seriously. Yeah, they do. Los voladores de India. Yeah, you see? Nowhere else in the entire world do we have the similarity, but that's not even it. Dude, that's just the beginning. I have this book. Where is it at? Let me show you here real quick. Watch this. I'll share this book to you brothers on our Telegram, but I'm just going to read this online. The Sacred Name, okay? Watch on the bottom what it says. I'm going to read that later, but on the bottom it says this. The word Jehovah is mentioned several times in the Rig Veda, which is I guess, where Sanskrit originated from, which is India. And it means the mighty one, the all-powerful. Okay? So I'm going to read you this book in a little bit, the world before Abraham, but look what it says here. The pronunciation, no, as a matter of fact, I'll read you this book first so you can see the hypocrisy of people, bro. So you can see how people try to say, oh, it was the Most High that gave us that name. We didn't know what it was. It was the, what's his name? Whoever, King David, Mashal, whatever. You guys are crazy, man. Watch this. Y'all just read a book. Look on the bottom. Look what it says here. It says here, the pronunciation Jehovah, unknown until 1520 AD, has no warrant except in the superstitious custom in accordance with which the Jews, to avoid the use of the secret name, appointed with the word vows, Lord. And then reading the scripture, substituted the latter for the former. Okay? So it's like you can read that. To avoid the repetition of the latter, the Hebrews pointed to the former vowels of God Elohim. 1520. Like, oh, okay. But see, we get the answer here. So in this book, it says here, the pronunciation Jehovah unknown in Europe until the year 1520. Why? has no warrant except a superstitious custom in accordance within the use to avoid the use of sacred name, printed Jehovah or JHYVH with the vowels of Adonai, Lord, and when reading the scripture, substitutes the latter for the former. The name became generally known and used in Europe shortly after the discovery of America. 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 You see this? So now you see the world of Abraham, right? That's what we just read right now. You see, in 1520, they had no clue prior to what the hell that word letter was. They come here and they find out. Just like that. It's not that hard. And see, family, that's why the Wobbles want to take your heritage, because they're losing the spiritual ground on the other tactic. Those are facts. Watch this. To approach the mysterious underlining, let's see if those is a no, I don't want it. That's something else. Okay, so we're digging a little deeper. Let me see if I can get this one. It'll be pretty much done almost. Hindu, I think it's this one. Oh no, America. Let me see. Give me a second. I think it's this one. Here goes right here. This is from Tratan de México, or this is the book. Okay. Colección de libros raros o curiosos de Tratan de México como cuarto, Diego Andrés Rocha, Origen de los Indios. I don't know if this is from the brother, Los Indios Somos Israelitas, but if it is, bro, I appreciate you. I mean, sometimes I find books, bro, and I forget where I get them from. So, my bad. It says, I'm going to read it in Spanish. It'll be quick. Dice, tengo también observado para entender de que estos americanos, principalmente los de México, descienden de las 10 tribus, los prodigios de Dios, obró con ellos y las señales del cielo, que tuvieron significándoles el fin de su monarquía, y que Dios les entregaba a otras gentes y naciones. En México, cuando entró el gran capitán Cortés, se observaban 10 prodigios bien singulares que les indicaba el fin de su monarquía. Technically, it was 8 is what I found, but it says you're 10. Now, I have the material on this, but I don't want to do a class on that yet because this is a total different topic. So I'm just trying to show you guys of these materials that actually say, look, let's go down here to the bottom. It says here, esto mismo sucede con las 10 tribus antes su destierro, como consta del libro 4 de Erras, capítulo 9, al fin, donde dice se le apareció una mujer llorando de la destrucción de las... See, that's what I'm talking about. Yeah, that's a different topic. That's another class I'm going to do. It's a beautiful class too, by the way. It's related to La Llorona, the real origin of La Llorona. That wasn't what I was looking for, family. Man, that really bothered me now. Oh, this one. That's right. Hold on. That's what I was going. Okay. Hold on. See. Is it this one? Page. Hold on. 126. Okay, watch this. This is from India Once Ruled America, page 126. How much more proof is needed to convince the skeptics? Just in case more is needed, more skeptical readers should all know that one of the principal Indian stronghold of Ayappa, cults in the southern India, near Pampa River. Therefore, we need not be surprised to find Pampas River in Peru and Chile. It says here, in chapter 4, there's source there. We were really 10, not 8. Oh, okay. It says here in chapter 4, 1 mentions several Indians placed and cast names in Inca Peru. However, if more convincing examples are needed, I present Pujas, Manu, Pichak, Puno, and Ayacucho regions. In Sanskrit, these regions are in Peru. In Sanskrit, puja, honor, worship, Manu. Honor, worship, I'm sorry. In Sanskrit, puja means honor, worship. Manu means patriarch. Pichak, a savage tribe of people in the North India. Pune, a famous Indian city. Ayacucho, fortunate, lucky leadership caste. It's just, I mean, I keep running into this, man, and it's like we're all over the place regarding customs, things that we did like other people of other nations, so to speak, that were actually in our path. You can't deny that. And if we're really searching for who we are according to the Bible, you got to face it all. You can't be afraid of it. Let me see what's this. Hold on. Is this it here? Give me a second. I don't think this is the page I was looking for. Is this the page I was looking for? Hold on a second here real quick. Watch this real quick. And then I'll get to some scriptures again. I forget what page this is, but same book. An ancient Mexican legend tells us that charismatic prophet and chieftain named Meshi, Ixpatala, led the Mexica Mexicans from their land home of Mexcalitlan to Aztlan. He gave them religion, and one of the names of nations, Anahuac, near the capital of Tenochtitlan, was Mishak or Shiva speech, something to that effect. So you see what it says, Meshi, almost identical to the Hebrew word of Moses, who gave the Jews their religion. Moshe, like Moses and his children of Israel. It says Ish Ru'al. This Meshi led the Mexica out of bondage from Aztlan. However, the wandering of the Mexica lasted 80 years, not 40, as they did in Hebrew. So as you can see, look, there was also a North Indian nation, Music or Musica. Its citizens were Musicanos, musicians. You gotta stop denying who you got. All those people that, yeah, we were here 30,000 years. Yeah, okay, can you explain this to me? I bet you don't know who we got this from. I just showed you who we did. I just showed you. So I don't know if y'all still need some convincing. I got a little bit more, and then that's it. Oh, that was the book I was trying to show you. We're done on that one. Page 120. We're good on that. Showed you guys that other thing too. Oh, here it goes. Right. Yeah, Aymar. Remember when I was telling you guys about the Aymar and Quechua tribe? This is the Ayaman, right? The Ayaman tribe. The Hirajara y Ayaman del pasado. The Ayaman. Okay? If you guys remember. Give me a second. You guys remember this? Ayaman, baby. Ayaman. And by the way, this map is Arabia Felix, showing Arabia Felix, which was where the king of Sheba was apparently ruling. But that's another topic, because I'm going to show you there was 2 Ethiopian kingdoms, one in the east and one in the west. Yeah, they're trying to hide that from you too. So Ayaman, right? You see that Ayaman? All right, so watch this. Ayaman. Okay? And then I'm going to show you something. Hold on. Say it ain't so. Say it ain't so. Joven India Gallón de El Cerrito. How's she look like, family? A beautiful, young woman of our people. Look at that. And I don't care what people say. I got nieces that are tan like her, that have straight like hair like her. So don't try to say she's black, like African. Joven India Gallón del Cerrito. Origen Gallon. And I'll bet you if I look through this map, I'll probably find Gallon in there too, without a doubt. It's time for you guys to stop observing. The kingdom doesn't come by observation. I'm gonna give you one little small one. Jairo Solima. Jairo Solima, se dice. That's Jerusalem. Jerusalem. Jairo Solima. So we're getting into some other stuff. But what I'm trying to show y'all is that we would have never gamed this way. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Come on, man. Stop it. Look. Chaldea right there. You see? The Ur of the Chaldees. So Valera says that we come from this region right here. This is the Ur of the Chaldees right there. Okay? Maybe even goes further down. Probably all this section here. Very close here. And just to show you, I want to rub it into these people's faces. My DNA comes from right here. R1B. Right here. 92% from the Americas as well. Praise to the Most High. That's just their science, not the Most High science. So as you can see, family, there's really nothing to be scared of, to be threatened by. Let these spirits, these heathens, do what they do best, which is yell and scream. That don't make them right. Let them. Let these wobbles try to get what they don't know any. Okay, for one thing, where's your diet? Where's your corn? Where's the maíz? And then you so-called converts, where's your unleavened bread, your spices and herbs? Where's your ceviche? Well, ceviche is in the Bible, and I bet you guys don't know that. Yeah. Carne asada tacos is in the Bible. Masa is in the Bible. Wake up, my gente. You guys are the people of this book, for God's sake, man. Stop trying to run from people. There's swords that we really 10, not 8. I don't know what you mean by that, bro, but I think I know what you mean. So what is it that they're trying to do, fam? What is it that they're trying to do? Here, I'm gonna show you something real quick, okay? This is their doctrine, hands down. 1 Corinthians 15 and 50. What they're trying to tell you is this is why it's important for them to push Revelations 1:14. That the Messiah and God looks like them or an African, a Hamite, which they admit that Ham is black. And every source says that you guys are Ham. Live with it. Now, this I say, brethren, that the flesh cannot inherit the kingdom of God, neither doth corruption inherit incorruption. Behold, I show you a mystery. We shall not all sleep, but we shall all be changed. Huh. Really? In a moment, in a twinkling of an eye, at the last trumpet, for the trumpet shall sound, and the dead shall be raised incorruptible, and we shall be changed. Changed into what? You ask? Philippians 3:21. Who should change our vile body, that we may be fashioned like unto his glorious body? So they say that the Messiah, that Paul is telling the Philippians that the Messiah is going to change them into the way the Messiah looks like, which is why they emphasize Revelation 1:14 and 15. But they forget to read verse 16. And he had his right hand, and he had in his right hand 7 stars, and out of his mouth went a sharp 2-edged sword, and his countenance was as the sun shineth in his strength. Seems like a really bright image. Can't stare at it, can you? This is what we're at it again. I mean, shit. I ain't sorry. Just trying to tell you, we're at it again with these guys. So I got something to share with you guys. I'm pretty much done. Hope it was edifying. Let's listen to this real quick. And I got some other stuff.
Yo soy mexicana, dicen que soy ilegal. Pero si tú lees la historia, esta es mi tierra natal. Y tú, gringo americano, tú sí que eres ilegal. porque yo soy mexicana, aquí me voy a quedar. Y aunque tú pongas la barda, yo me la voy a brincar. Por arriba o por abajo, ni cuenta te vas a dar. Diosito hizo la tierra para todos por igual. Se las dejó a Adán y a Eva, el paraíso terrenal. Y por su desobediencia nos puso aquí a trabajar. El mexicano no raja, él viene aquí a trabajar. Él no viene a tirar bombas, él no viene aquí a matar. Él viene a rajarse el lomo en el campo y en la ciudad. Dime, gringo americano, dime tú qué haces aquí. Si tú veniste de lejos, tú vienes de otro país. Si el mexicano es mojado, también tú lo eres aquí. Mi orgullo es ser mexicana y no lo voy a negar. Y hasta el cuero se me enchina cuando yo llego a escuchar las canciones mexicanas que a mí me hacen suspirar. Y viva México, y viva América, oh tierra sagrada de Dios. Viva México,
¡Cabrones!
Viva América, la Virgen ahí se quedó. Ya con esta me despido y aquí los voy a dejar. Y si la migra me agarra, yo me vuelvo a regresar. Y aunque los gringos no quieran, aquí me van en...
To that one, man. All praises to that one. I hope you guys like that one. I got another one real quick. Let's see what this is. Oh, yeah, I showed that already. It's all good. It's all good. Pretty much, I believe that's what we got. Let me see if I didn't leave anything out. Hold up. Let me see if I didn't leave anything out. Hold on a second. So I check these out. Oh, yeah, let me just kind of mention something, okay? Because look, this ancient history book tells us a little bit of this. So here you see Darius, who comes after Cyrus. Okay, so Darius comes after Cyrus, and this is when they take over, you know, the actual areas of the Egyptians and that sort of thing. So that's the only time that you can see where, excuse me, we could have gone through Egypt had Darius freed us. But Darius didn't free us. Cyrus freed us. And only in his realm we could have traveled. Egypt and Nubia were separate from us, and they were at war. There was no way to get around them. All right. Let's see what else. Let's see. I think you guys will like that. It's a nice picture. Right? This is also a path because it's a rocky area. It's pretty, like when the waters drop, you could see a little bit of it. But anyways, I'm just estimating here at this point. All right, and let's see. Oh, here's another thing. Why are we ignoring this? All of a sudden now we don't care about this anymore. Now none of it now none of this matters. Even though they're old pictures, you see Libyans, you see Asians, you see Egyptians, and you see Nubians. There was a difference. So these guys seems like they want to be these guys and these guys, but not these guys, because they say that they created those guys. If you only knew the conversations I had with my wife about DNA and all of that, I don't get into it. That's your thing. That's your guys' thing. Look, Nubians, Kush, Egyptians. So obviously you guys were different people too. This is not my business. But I do want to show you this, family, because if you guys remember when I was a morrito, right? Maybe you do or you don't. ¿Dónde está? ¿Dónde está la foto? Oh, man, is that the one I forgot? All right. So I don't know if you guys remember, there was a game called this one right here. This game was called this right here, I don't know what they're calling it, but we played a similar game. Okay. We played a similar game. Burro 16 o el cochinito, algo así. And we would like do a countdown or count up. 1, 2, patricos, 3, something 3, 4, 5, taquite brinco, stuff like that. So as you can see, it's a very similar, right? Jumping over somebody. The kid jumping over somebody. Here's a kid jumping over somebody. You see, family, you got to be mindful of where these customs come from. So you guys that are trying to take our heritage, how come you don't have any of these? Because what I keep seeing is this of you guys. That's what I see. Those are facts. What else do we got? I mean, shoot, Land of Ham was called what? Dark-skinned people? The Garden of Eden or something? Kingdom of the Sky or something like that? Cushites, hello. Oh, another thing here. So, family, this is from one of our pyramids. Oh, no, one of the sculptures, right? But I want to point something out. This right here. Where are you, man? Come on. Oh, this. You see? This guy, if you put it upside down, he's got a beard. This guy has a beard right here. Okay? It's little stuff, but I want to point it out. Here's America. America. I have an old map, but I'm going to save that for another class. Oh, thank you, bro. I appreciate you, man, for those books. I have the one, but I didn't want to go further into the class. I was going to show you that one. This one here. The Cristóbal Colón, Salvador de Madriaga. It talks about the actual second Esdras as well. Let me see. Let me see if I'm forgetting anything. Oh, yeah. So check this out.
GoDaddy is a partner that always puts you first. Start today at GoDaddy.com.
Suppose you want to go and sit there.
This is why, like, for example, look at this man right here, right? Oh, this is just a commercial. But look at this man. He's dark-skinned. Is he African? No. He's from India. All right, watch.
Use the mantra.
Today I'm going to be exposing
Listen to what he says.
Afrocentrics
She
for
says,
who
I'm
they
sorry.
really are. Most racist, ignorant people on the planet. Enough is enough. Ever since I went online, not African.
Started attacking this young girl, dude. Straight calling her names like that. Saying Egyptians and Arabs. Those aren't your artifacts, you Arab that invaded Egypt. Why do you think y'all look like Arabs? Iranians, Afghans, even Turks. It even goes against the Muslim religion. This is funny to me. Amunia Sharia Israel. Why do you even care? But look at her. That's what you are, an Arab. Nothing. You make you Egyptian. You don't fit. You were born and raised there because your ancestors invaded the black land. Why do you care? But you're about Israel. What the hell? You guys call yourself Israelites, but you care about Africa? Africa is not of Israel. You Arab invaders should mind your own business. Go back where you come from. Damn. Very similar, right, fam? Modern Egyptians are not descendants. You're lying. No, and no African Americans need revenge. They are still in a cross war that everyone created over fucking metal, whatever. Okay. But you put your straight. Oh, here goes. You put your straight-haired, Neo-Rome Latin, lacking tailbone coccyx having. She called her a dog. Centennial ape, an animal, had to be taught how to bathe your ass. Self in everyone's history. You whitewashing the pyramid as we speak, discussing creature, you're an agent of Satan. Are you guys listening to this? If this was a so-called white man, what would be happening? But because they're black, it makes it okay. You know what this reminds me of? This is why I'm telling you, family. I'm telling you, these people are not your people. They have the same spirit. They will always have this spirit towards them and towards us. That's just how they are. That's how they roll. Look, I'll show you. Let me show you. You see, the scriptures say, Ecclesiastes 1:9, right? What has passed is here now, and what is here now will happen again. I'm gonna show you the spirit. This was a long time ago. And even then, this is how they think about everybody else. So it doesn't surprise me why the Europeans do what they do now. No wonder they don't want to give you even an ounce of power. We saw and we're seeing what you're doing even without it, so to speak. This is from the golden age. Pages of the Moor, page 336. It says, and I'm going to show, this is to show you that you guys, all the Phoenicians, that you are part of this Psalms 83. Watch. This is when you invaded Europe. And one of your writers, scholarly writers, who sympathized with the whites over there, wrote this about you guys, how he visualized you guys. He says, the reins of their horses were as fire, their faces black as pitch, their eyes shone like burning candles. Isn't that like that black Jesus, dark as hell with red eyes? Watch this. Their horses were as swift as leopards, and the riders fiercer than a wolf in a sheepfold at night. Habakkuk 1:8. Their horses are swifter than leopards, and they're more fierce than the evening wolf. And their horsemen shall spread themselves, and their horsemen shall come from afar. They shall fly as the eagle that hasteth to eat. So then it says your Habakkuk that you guys would be that way too. Here, this was 1,300 years ago, and when this was written, or at least when this was coined, it was written 1,300 years after it was prophesied. And we see it again. And you know who said this, or who asked it? Who was going to come as an eagle with their horses, as swift as leopards, and fiercer than the evening wolf? Watch this. The whites in those Iberian countries were not viewed in favorable light. They were near animals than men. They're by nature unthinking, and their manner crude. Their bellies protrude. Their color is white, and their hair is long. In sharpness and delicacy of spirit and intellectual perspicacity, they are nil. Ignorance, lacking of reasoning power, and boorishness are common among them. The Moors had a particularly low opinion of these whites. They had beaten them often in the battlefields and with inferior numbers. Even the Europeans and other countries of this continent were looked down upon with disdain for low intelligence and base ways of life. The palaces of the rulers of Germany, France, and England were, when compared with those of Moorish rulers in Spain and Portugal, scarcely better than the stables. See that? And yet you guys are saying, but you put your straight-haired, Neo-Roman Latin, lacking, tailbone coxing, having, sentiment ape, had to be taught how to bathe your ass. That sounds like eugenics. I think the white man's just getting back at you guys because of how evil you treated them. I mean, vengeance is of the Lord. I know that for a fact. Nothing but to talk about it. Look, there's more. It's disgusting, family. Because look, And yet they're over here in America asking for reparations. We, right? Idiotic, desperate white Arab. Show us a picture of King Tut, you stupid hoe. I don't know this girl. Pale face, pink orange hybrid, sunburnt Arabs, albino trash, invaded Africa. Original Egyptians, Hebrews, Moors were melanin race. See that? This guy's a super confused idiot. That history facts fool Arab trash invaded North Africa. So we call white people albinos, invaded America, cave motherfuckers. So we're apparently not the only ones. This person's in over there in Egypt. Another Arab from Yemen with this big eyes and big lips of Ishmael. Go back to Mecca, dear, where you DNA traced. So, is this a white girl? False white bullshit. You people are Arab invaders. Recognize Negro features, but even then I can see you. You did what your kind always does: lie, cheat, steal, rape, pillage, and destroy. After that, you moved in and assimilated into the culture, but that doesn't make you yours. Egypt is in Africa. You won't really try to have people think that the people of ancient Kemet were pale people who can't even withstand today's sun, let alone back then when it's much hotter. What do you mean? They live there. Have several seats in back with your other short bus Swatis. I bet you got sunscreen on right now. Where was your outrage when they made gods of Egypt and made all them white except Tot? Exactly. You're really this stupid? Egyptians are not light skinned, you ignorant Persian. Go play your disgusting tricks elsewhere. You look in the mirror, the face that is staring at you is Persian. That's why you pray to a Muslim god discussing Persian. You're not an indigenous African. Your skin were carried there. Your kin were carried there. But she put a cool video at the end. And I want you guys to... Here.
Why do project management tools still make you feel like this? There's a better way to work.
And he's going to bring out a book that I'm going to bring out another day. And it's an interesting book. Hold on. Okay, not that. Not that. Not that. Not that. I'm almost done, family. Let me close some windows. Not that. I'll close this one. Close this one too. Okay. Señorita, hasta luego. All right. It's called what is it called? Hold up. I'm almost done, fam. I'm almost done. A little bit long. A little bit more. Oh, what the hell? Anyways, listen in.
By appropriating other people's cultures and stealing from other people's.
What they have produced is a therapeutic mythology designed to restore the self-esteem of Black Americans by creating a past that never was. You niggas never was ancient Egyptians. You niggas never were the ancient Egyptians. You weren't the Native Americans. You're not the Moors. You're not none of that shit. You're a tropical African. You're a sub-Saharan African. That's it. Be happy with that. And start teaching your own people's history and culture. Leave these other people's history alone. I'm sick of hearing about fucking ancient Egypt. That wasn't you. You niggas did not build the pyramids. You guys didn't put together the Sphinx. You didn't do none of that shit.
Intelligent.
Oh, that's funny. So here's the book that he's talking about. It's called We Can't Go Home Again, right? And hold on, borrow now. I'll just read it. It's a short paragraph. Hold on. Let's see where you're at. Oh, come on, man. Did I return it? Okay, maybe I did. Dummy. Okay, here it goes. Oh, come on, dude. Really? All right, here it goes right here. Is it this one? No. I think chapter 1. Here it goes. Right here. Page 1 or prefix. This little book is an intervention in the debates of Afrocentrism. It offers a critique of focus in Afrocentric discourse on Egypt called Kemet, in this case, right? But we're getting it now with Hebrewism, converts. Check it. It says, both as Black civilization and as a progenitor of Western civilization. It's true. In making this argument, I steadily acknowledge that Afrocentrism is a popular form of Black cultural nationalism. What this text does is raise questions about Afrocentrism as a form of historical consciousness. Although some of its advocates may claim that Afrocentrism is history, the method by which its proponents reach their conclusions are not historically rigorous. True that. The scholar who calls themselves Afrocentrists have not written history in the strictest sense of terms. What they have produced is a therapeutic mythology designed to restore the self-esteem of Black Americans by creating a past that never was. Come on, man, shoot it. Yeah, huh? Go figure. Go figure. Anyhow, family, that's all I got. I hope it all makes sense. I hope it's edifying. As you can see, we got a lot of documentation to prove. And there is no way that we would go dangle ourselves in this particular type of lynching opportunity that would go against us. Plus, on top of the fact that there's already mountainous ranges that we would have to cross back when we already knew that several people in Samaria were not our people, which were being replaced like here. It's like people aren't going to go back to Texas, man. If you kicked them out 100 years ago, 200 years ago, it's not the same. It says that we further country where never mankind dwelt. And several materials showed, like for example, in this area, it belonged to Arphaxad, okay? And then Arphaxad, it also belonged to Joktan. There's maps that show that. Yeah, I'll show you real quick, and then I'll end it with that. Joktan. I knew I was going to forget something. Here goes. So you see, it says Yucatan, right? Right there. Okay. Second here. That's not it. Hold on. Where's that say Joktan? I have a map, and I guess I can't find it now, family. Maybe I'll look for the map. Hold on. One last one. Oh, here it goes. Map of Joktan. Okay, cool. Sounds good. You see how it says Yucatan? Okay. And then it says here Joktan. 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 And as you can see, the Persia Empire. He also took care of this part here. All right. Keep that in mind. And then when the Bible keeps saying Asia, 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 why are we ignoring that? Anyhow. All right, cool. Sounds good. Lord willing, man, y'all doing well. Hopefully it all makes sense. All praise to the Most High that you guys made time today for class, man. I appreciate you guys sticking around. And if you guys have any questions, man, you guys want to post something, I'll stick around for like a couple more minutes. If you guys don't, it's all good. Okay. Let's see what we got. If not, I think that's it, man. Matter of fact, you know what? I'm just gonna call it a night, fam, because it's almost 10 o'clock my time, and I want to spend the rest of the Sabbath with my family. Well, at least tonight, because tomorrow obviously we got a whole morning too. So shalom, everybody, man. I appreciate you guys very much. I love the fact that you guys are sticking around and, you know, getting edified, man, and take notes, take all the information you can get. And, you know, all praise to the Most High, man. We actually enjoyed our Sabbath. Nobody came here to bug because it wasn't really about debating anybody even before. I just posted the link to talk to you guys and a stranger came in. Go figure. Anyhow, okay. So with that being said, let me end it with this. And then we'll be good to go. All right, fam. You guys have a good night. Yeah, I was still waiting and stuff. Hey, listen, let me see what you're saying, bro. I don't care. Relax, bro. It's all good, man. It pissed me off how they down her for no reason. Or yeah, I know. Listen, matter of fact, you know what, man? If you guys want to stick around, I'll stick around because my wife is still attending to her brother. He's not doing well. Okay. So I'll stick around. Because I was going to do a class tomorrow to follow through. So now that we're talking about this right here, matter of fact, man, you make a great point, bro. You make a great point. You know, a lot of times you have people that show us these things and you're like, well, I guess I'm supposed to hate. You're not supposed to hate. There is such a thing as bitter wisdom, but there's also such a thing as bitterness. So there's bitter wisdom and then bitterness. I hope you guys know the difference. I hope you guys know the difference. Because there's one thing about being bitter and bitterness. Bitterness is longevity. Hebrews 12:15, it says, look diligently, lest any man fail of the grace of God, meaning the time. Grace is like you got a grace period about paying your bill. Okay, it's due on the 10th, but you know, you got until the 20th to like pay it. That's the grace, right? Lest any root of bitterness springing up trouble you. Thereby many be defiled. That's not me saying it. Take heed, Hebrews 3:12, brethren, lest there be any of you in an evil heart of unbelief and departing from the living God. And unbelief will take you to bitterness. You don't think so? Look, there's a pattern to sin. And James talked about it the whole time. The brother of the Messiah. In case you guys don't know that. James talks about the pattern of sin and reads James 1:14. But every man is tempted, step 1, when he is drawn away of his own lust, step 2, and enticed, step 3. Then when lust has conceived, step 4, it bringeth forth sin, step 5, and sin, when it is finished, it bringeth forth death, step 6. I wonder why it says 666. There's a pattern to sin, and there's a pattern to your thought, and there's a pattern of your weakness, so you have to understand, and that's why I told brothers, 1 Peter 2:1, 2 Corinthians 13:5, and then this scripture right here. I don't know why I didn't remember it today. Hold on. Give me a second. 1 Corinthians 15:31. I protest by your rejoicing, which I have in the Meshiacha, our Lord, I die daily. So get rid of guile, get rid of all that crap when you guys get to read it. Examine yourself, and you do it every day. But what do you guys care? You know, I mean, a lot of people don't care. Maybe I'm just... All right, listen, man. At least 4 of you guys actually do care. And that's the beautiful part about it. I want to show you this last thing, and then we'll move on from it. This is calling to my brother right here. I didn't know that you were playing this video on your channel, bro. So that's mad love for you, man. I appreciate you very much. And, you know, Lord willing, one day we get to talk again. I know you're doing your thing, I'm doing my thing, Brad. The Most High usually, maybe he'll bring us together, all right? Shalom.
Nothing to satisfy my soul. tons of slaves, the infected, to all the kids without a mother spending life in correction.
Check it out. Leviticus 26:22. I will also send wild beasts among you, which shall rob you of your children, and destroy your cattle, and make you few in numbers, and your highways shall be desolate. Now, the wild beast, we look at it as animals. It could also be like, in a sense, translated to men if you go to Ecclesiastes. But my point here is wild beasts, right? So one of the issues with our Northern Kingdom brothers and sisters, man, is that we don't realize that, the atrocities that we went through is not just what we read in books. It's also this right here. I'm going to share the screen real quick. I don't know if you guys can see my screen. This is from a book I got called Dogs of Conquest, right? This is a history that we're not being told. And when you actually read like the graphic and the brutality or the bruteness of these enemies of ours, right? So I'm going to read it again. Leviticus 26:22. I'll also send wild beasts among you. Watch this real quick. So a little bit of this book. It says the dogs of conquest. This is from Book Review. The dogs of conquest may have been their Spanish owners' best friends. Certainly, they were the Indians' worst enemies, according to Varner and Varner's grisly narrative. Spaniards satisfied their vilest lust of greed and sadism. I think you said that earlier too, Northern Kingdom, through the attacks of snarling mastiffs, greyhounds, and other breeds, mostly hounds trained for the human hunt. And I'm going to show you guys a picture real quick. Watch what it says, if you guys can read it. It says here, an open market display quarters of Indians for sale as food for Spanish dogs. They seem familiar throughout the Caribbean region of this period. One that depicted here is it's Guatemala. And let's not lose the point. Leviticus 26:22. I will also send wild beasts among you. You see the picture. Look at these babies. If you read in this book, you actually find that the animals preferred the children, right? And it says here, let me go back to Leviticus, which shall rob you of your children. These dogs preferred the babies because of their tender joints and cartilage, right? Look at the atrocity our people went through. This is what when this was brought to my attention, man, it slowly woke up my spirit, right? Now, I'm going to share this other picture here real quick. Let me see if I can magnify it real quick. It says here, Ojeda was usually adept in handling both horses and dogs. When the Battle of Vega Rio was raging, he released 20 mastiffs with a loud "Tómalos," take them, sick them, at which the infuriated hounds hurled themselves at the Indians' naked bodies, grabbed them by their bellies and throats, threw them to the ground, disemboweled them, and ripped them in pieces. Let me stop. Leviticus 26:22. I will also send wild beasts among you, which shall rob you of your children and destroy your cattle. By them robbing our children, damn well they destroyed our children and make you few in numbers, and your highways shall be desolate. Let me go back to the book. Bartolomé de las Casas reported with passionate censure that in 1 hour, each dog ripped to bits 100 Indians. Leviticus 26:22, I will also send wild beasts among you, right? It said 100 Indians, and that the animals found the skins of these wretches far easier to tear than boar and or deer hide. The struggle was brought to desolate end with the aid of 20 Spanish dogs. One dog killed 100 Indians. Think about that for a moment. The comments of La Casa suggested that these animals originally had been trained for hunting wild game, but on the plains of the New World, they began, as Fonseca had surely anticipated, to savor human flesh. And this first started with the Taínos, with the Ephraim brothers. Cristobal Colon was known to have practiced this there, and they perfected it in the mainland. And at the Battle of Rio Vega, Columbus, the explorer and mariner, apparently experienced this particular and tenacious thrill of the land lands meant for hunt. Let's see. Let me go back. Let me continue. And as the cacique Guatiguana and his surviving Indians fled in terror towards the wilderness, the admiral released the potential use of his dogs. So anyhow, I just thought I'd bring that up because you guys had mentioned something, and Brother Gad was going and sharing some stuff with us. So I thought I'd take advantage of the time and thought again, brothers and sisters, this Bible is our book, right? These things happen to our people. That's all I got, man.
Khan, if you don't mind, let me add into what the brother said right now. And that's a beautiful thing. And you know what, Emmanuel, that would
hold up, I accidentally kicked you out. I'm not good at this. Come back in, brother. Go ahead, Rock.
Yeah, that's one of the ways that it was good to identify Israel. Not only do Deuteronomy chapter 28, or a second Ezra is coming on, you have other verses that shows that the Israel will be dwelling, or the northern kingdom will be dwelling with Tyre, and the other verses, many other verses as well. But to what the brother was saying right now, we have documentation as well that when Columbus, arrived at in Puerto Rico, understand that he took the little children, the little childs, and he was just smashing them against the rocks, and this is documented and it's in the books as well. And it goes hand in hand together with Psalms 137, right? And it says, verse 7, it says, "Remember, O Yahweh, against the sons of Edom, the day of Jerusalem,"
in the spirit,
who says, let it bear to its foundation, O daughter of Babel, who are to be destroyed. Blessed is he who repay you your deeds. What you did to us, blessed is he who shall take and dash your little ones against the rocks. Now, I got a different, scripture, and this is why I'm reading it that way. But exactly what the brother was bringing out right now is in Psalms 137, and this is the things that happened to Israel. We don't need to be concentrating on Deuteronomy chapter 28 so much. You got the whole rest of the scriptures that verify many other things, which we have to look into it, and to show if it was the Spaniards, if it was the Romans, or it was the Italians, and show how they fit being the border of wickedness, which they can't escape. And then show them Isaiah 63, which the great Hamashiach Yahushua is going to do. He's going to come from Edom. He is going to come with his garments bathed in blood because of all the evil they keep doing, which they over here thinking for some reason that Yahushua is just going to forgive them, even when they trying to discredit the children of Israel. When Hosea says, in that place where they should say that you are not the children, sons of God, they will be called the sons of God. Ain't no way in no other place around the whole world, mainly but us out here, the so-called native Latinos and Negroes going through this. What everybody keeps saying, we are not the sons of God. Come on. I'm done.
Beautifully said. All you brothers are some highly, what I would consider highly intelligent brothers, and blessed brothers in the oil that y'all carry, and the oil that your vessel carry, man. And I appreciate you brothers, and I'm trying. All I ever wanted to try to do is showcase brothers like you, all three of you brothers, man, because just a little bit of information that y'all brought out in this little bit of time, I'm saying, it's like a light, you know what I mean? It's a shining light of truth and wisdom, knowledge, and understanding, you know what I mean? And that's just the just what I wanted to show. I love being able to listen to y'all. I love being able to show y'all on this screen here, and to the little bit of 12 people's watching, how beautiful my brothers is. Let's see, Rocky. Go ahead.
I just want to say, brother, stay strong.
Lock it, brother. Let me say something real quick. I got one more scripture.
Come. You good?
Okay, cool. All right, let's go to it. Ezekiel 23:25. Let me see.
I got you, brother.
Screen real quick. It says here, and I will set my jealousy against thee, and they shall, and I will set my jealousy against thee, and they shall deal furiously with thee. They shall take away thy nose and thine ears. Look at that.
Oh, Salaki, bro, I wasn't sharing. Hold on.
Look at that nose being taken away, right? Look at his nose being taken. Hands. Oh, it's so okay. Cool.
Very cool, brother. Go ahead.
I'll start again. Let me go back. Leviticus, Ezekiel 23:25, and it says, "And I will set my jealousy against thee, and they shall deal furiously with thee." Shall deal furiously with thee. Right? This is an evil countenance, right? For you to rip the nose off somebody, it doesn't matter how much you hate an individual. For you to rip the nose of a human being, you gotta hate that individual. I can't even imagine. I'll protect my family 100%. But to rip somebody's nose, to rip their ears, like we have testimonial pictures here showing our people went through this. Look at the hands, look at their nose. And I have another picture where it actually shows the ears, but I couldn't find it. So let me go back to the scripture one more time. Ezekiel, people, brothers and sisters, this Bible is our book. And I will set my jealousy against thee. Why? Because we fell off and didn't keep the commandments once again. And they shall deal furiously with thee. Who's they? The enemy, the Lord's sword, right? They shall take away thy nose and thine ears. We already see the pictures clearly showing our noses being taken away. And then it says here, and let's take away thy nose and ears, and thy remnant shall fall by the sword. You see those swords? You see the swords? All right. And they shall take away thy sons and thy daughters, and thy residue shall be devoured by the fire. I have another picture. And you guys seen it before, where they hung 13 of our native brothers and sisters to represent the apostles in Christ, tie them up, and then burn them from the feet. The Bible is the truth, right? And like Brother Gad said, it ain't about no one-way camp, right? It ain't about no 12-tribe chart. Is the simple fact that Romans says, the Spirit bear witness with our spirit that we are the children of God. If you believe that this happened to your people and it matters to you, and you have a chance to listen to this conversation on this platform, then the Most High is talking to you to wake your ass up. Excuse my language. That's all I got.
Yeah, man. Respect and love from the world, nigga. Show them. You nigga on a microphone. Can't I sit the number for everything? Rock you in the studio. Bomba clap.
¿De qué manera sufre el alma cuando alguien se va? No hay medicina que cure esa larga enfermedad. La vitamina de la vida en esta sociedad es tan divina que por nombre tiene libertad. Libérate de la mentira que está por llegar. Mide tu orgullo antes de empezar a hablar. Cierra la puerta a quien no merezca entrar, porque hay mucho que se fue y sueña con regresar. Hablemos en silencio y así no me mentirás. El poder de la palabra muere cuando hablan de más. No me fío de oraciones que se dicen por detrás. Si me miras a los ojos no te mentiré jamás. Que besar por besar es jugar por jugar. Y vivir sin amor es vivir sin amar. Solo queda la fe, solo queda soñar. Ponte de pie, ready para luchar. Some love, I can just smoke and there are some love them. I can just smoke and there are some love. I remember no fire, no girl, ribby ribby day. hablamos cuando hablamos de querer? Si la mitad lo malgastamos solo en comprender de qué manera es más fácil aprender, que nacemos para ganar y morimos al perder. No puedo dejar de animarte, que cuando te caigas debes levantarte. Llegué para contarte que no todo artista muere por su arte. Traigo el honor de un humano con valor que utiliza poesía para respirar mejor. Escribo prosa para vengar al amor y recuerda aquella rosa que tiraron al contenedor. ¿Dónde se quedó el amor? Hey, que no vaya al sitio, no microphone forever, never. Tell me, roll some love, I can just smoke and the light, some love them. I Rastafari my life, some love. I remember no fire, no burn, ribby day. I live with a farmer soul, yeah. Reggae man a farmer warrior day. Not a really thing. Yeah, man. Y se piensa que la música es un juego, lo lleva claro, hermano. Desde España, internacional, bomba, clack, you, Lego. Not so really easy. No. You nigga on a microphone. Hey, tell us what. Tell us anything. Tell if I'm a Rasta feeling on my sin. Hey, more love. Yeah, man, real. This is the music out there forever, never, nego. This is Q Studio. You nego no microphone. Sergio Maya, blessing for the world. I write them, take reggae music soul, yeah. In a Babylon, Lord. Brilla mi vida como el sol lo hace en el mar. Se mantiene encendida como luz de mi cantar. Son promesas prohibidas las que me van a dañar. Pues mintiendo algún día todo se puede acabar. Y entonces, ¿qué queda de verdad? Mil voces que nos hablan de humildad. Después de tanto tiempo con heridas en el alma, vendí mi soledad para por fin hallar la calma. Bendito todo aquel que con amor destruye el arma del humano radical que de mentira llena el karma. Aquí sigo yo cantando, bailando y sabiendo qué debo de hacer. Aquí sigo yo llorando y riendo por dentro a la misma vez. Aquí sigo yo cantando, bailando y sabiendo qué debo de hacer. Aquí sigo yo llorando y riendo por dentro a la misma vez. A la misma vez. Black sound, black woman, black sound. Caminos de fuego, mucho viento y perdición, se llevan al malo por malvada intención. Que todas tus noches se llenen con mi canción, de gritos al alba y desnuda situación. Habla con el tiempo y dile que lo ves pasar, que todos los momentos los debes de recordar. Sean buenos, sean malos, todo tuvo que llegar, mas nunca hubo tiempo que debiera malgastar. Alright, this is the music out there, my family, original and fresh.
never, never. Bum, 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 bum. Hey, Babylon. More fire. Sing it. Siempre fieles a lo nuestro. Música del alma. From around the world. Hey, hey. Oh, hey, hey. Black soul, black woman, black soul. Check it out, Leo. Black soul, black woman, Kion, my brother. Alright. Ooh, ah.
Ical, hijo, abre los ojos. Tu cuerpo se queda con nosotros, pero tu espíritu debe seguir. Busca la luz. Aléjate de las sombras. Deja que nuestro dolor sea tu fuerza. Desde aquí iluminamos tu camino. Lucha como nosotros antes de la pena tan grande. Yo soy tú eres yo. La muerte que hoy nos separa, mañana volverá a unirnos. Eres libre, hijo.
Family, have a good night. Remember, we're walking collectively.